Okay, everybody. Hey, we're live. I'm having issues. Well, that came out wrong. I'm having technical issues. I can't seem to figure out why my Google Hangout's not being projected in the OBS. So we're going to work on that while we're actually having a conversation. Topic is actually Rand Campbell decides to retire again. He's retired from other things like IRC before, then came back, and he always comes back, new and improved with this new vigor and new scams. So he says he's going to drop from Flat Out Elected, which was actually Rose Patton's idea. That channel, that actually was her name. Now they're all kind of vying over, who's going to take over the channel and who does what, and if it's a salvational issue, it's just one big thing after another. I was talking to Rose Patton for like 2 hours about this last night. So, and I asked her if I could divulge our conversation. She said, "Fine, no big deal." So I guess this is going to be about, is Rand Campbell actually retiring? What does that mean he's retiring? Is he dropping, off YouTube? Is he dropping off G+? He hasn't pulled the trigger on his POE yet. He's still telling people Flat Earth, is, well, in his words, he has said Flat Earth is Jesus Christ. Not sure what that actually means or if that sentence even makes sense. But he definitely, teaches that Flat Earth is a salvational issue, which, again, I don't believe he's a flat earther. I think that most people know by now he's not a flat earther. This is a scam, I believe, very, very strongly, that he doesn't believe in it. I can't prove it, but hey, whatever. It's my belief, and I'm justified in that because he's actually told people that it's bullshit, and he's actually said in other videos things that are just absolutely absurd. So, anyways, I actually get along with Rand. I invited him to this. This is nothing behind his back or anything like that. I know there's a lot of backbiting with him and G-Man right now, and Pillbox and Arcane. This is not like that. Rand is actually somebody I actually do get along with, and I've offered him to come in and actually talk about it. He said he would before, so let's see if he does. But anyways, I got Dragnod, I got Mike, I got Pseudo. Anybody else is invited. The link to get in is in the normal place. Go find it. I can't be porn bombed. I can't be sniped. Because it's I invited him to this. That didn't work too well. Okay. So, if anybody got any suggestions why my Google Hangout is not showing in the video feed, let me know. I don't know why it shows the mouse. I've had this problem once before. I don't remember what I did to solve it. So maybe while you guys are talking, I'll be working on that. So you won't be able to see who's talking, but you know nobody's voice anyways. And we just got Hogtie in here too, so you won't be presented. But oh yeah, by the way, welcome back, Hogtie. He's been away for a while, doing his Canadian
still away.
Thing. Yeah,
I'm still away.
He's still away.
I'm going to be gone for a few more days again. I noticed the hangout, and I actually have to leave in. I'm going to say 11 minutes.
All right, we'll give you 11 minutes of your time. So I'll start off with Hogtie because he's on a time schedule here. First of all, I know you didn't watch his retirement speech, which was, by the way,
yes, I did.
Did you?
I did. I found time. I found of all the things I could have found time to watch. That one I made a point of watching, and I popped in maybe 20 or 25 minutes into it, but that means it was still within the window, the 2-hour window, when you can PVR back to the beginning. And I listened to Rand talk about how amazing. He's an amazing person. Amazing, kind, generous, thoughtful, and most of all, amazing.
He is really amazing.
And humble. He's amazing. He's amazingly humble.
He's amazingly humble.
The most amazingly humble.
He's so humble because he's amazing, though. You got to realize that.
He's amazing at being humble. He's absolutely excellent at being humble.
How amazing is he?
Amazing.
Quite amazing.
Yeah. Amazingly amazing, actually.
Yeah. Not to humble brag, but
So
yeah, it was. What do you make of it?
Yeah. Go ahead. What'd you glean out of that?
Well, you know what? We if we're going to talk about it, if it's going to be, if you're going to be in the conversation, Steve, we have to get out in the air. There's one thing that you and I disagree on, just a factual matter. Does Rand believe in God? Does Rand believe Jesus died for
I
sins?
think he believes in God. No,
does Rand believe?
I think he's flat. I don't think he believes the flat Earth.
Okay, so sorry for those 3 questions. Does Rand believe in God? Does Rand believe Jesus died for our sins? And number 3, does Rand believe the world is flat? You're saying yes, yes, no?
I'm currently tentatively yes, no.
Okay. There are people who say he's an atheist because they take something out of some Skype conversation with Alex Botten from a couple of years ago. My position is yes, yes, yes. I think he believes all of those things. I think like every other flat earther, what we have to be mindful of when we talk about flat earthers, and a lot of the evangelicals in general. The idea of believing something in our minds is very strongly connected to truth and that which comports with reality. So when I say that I believe the earth is spherical in its general shape, that my understanding and belief is that that's the shape of the earth in reality. And I'm not sure, I've been trying to find words for it, what would describe what their notion of believing something is. Because to them, to believe something, it isn't important that they actually have to think that it's true. So, you know what I mean? I need to find another, like, I don't think he really cares whether the earth is round or flat. He
Augmented reality.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
that's
a little bit different thing, though. I mean, I think, though, if in his, like, real life, you know, when he gets off air, if somebody would ask him, what do you think the shape of the earth is, he'd be like, oh, it's round.
No. Okay,
or I don't care.
We disagree on.
Or I don't care, you know.
Yeah.
He's a earth shape agnostic.
Yeah, I think we're getting well. Just as long as we get this, because I know at some points we're going to say things that cross purposes here. As long as we get that out in the open, it's my view that when he talks to people, he's like, "Oh yeah, no, the Lord made this beautiful, beautiful flat Earth about 6,000 years ago." I think that's actually what he believes. That's what he talks about with his friends. And
you might be right.
I mean, he probably means it a bit.
I will be happy to be wrong, and if I'm wrong on this hog tie, which, you know, quite possible, I will be the first person to go, you know what? Yep, okay, he wasn't a Poe. I was completely wrong. Doesn't change the shape of the Earth. The Earth is that I'm not wrong on. The Earth is not flat. I'm pretty confident in that. Okay, but on the whole, does he actually believe it's flat? I'm willing to be swayed. Just, you know, that's a fair thing, right?
It's a hard question to investigate. I mean, if I know we've the whole group of us for a long time have having the discussion about, well, how would you what steps did you take to seek out the truth of the shape of the earth? And I've mentioned a number of times, I've actually made my own measurements. Aside from looking into the issue, I've actually made my own measurements. That we can discuss at another time. But then how do we seek the truth about what's really in Rand Campbell's head? I just don't think we have much better access than what he actually says on the air. I'll tell you here, I'm going to say something else that's contentious. This is something I wonder if people would disagree with. What I heard when I heard Rand announce his retirement, I heard something, and this must be a fantasy in my mind, but I heard Rand say, not in these words, but I've been listening to what G-Man's been saying, and I think G-Man is right. Does anybody here think that G-Man's message lately has been, to the Flat Earth, to the Flat Out Elected channel, he's been saying, you guys worship the Flat Earth. You worship the Flat Earth at the expense of delivering the gospel message. Flat Earth this, Flat Earth that. And what I heard in Rand's voice was a lot of like, yeah, maybe G-Man's got a point here. What the hell are we talking about here? There are people in jail. People need the Lord. People need salvation. And here we are about, oh, well, how come you can see the Southern Cross when you're in Texas? And bullshit like that. Who cares? Does anybody think that that's...
Well, you got to remember, he did say, he said, quote, flat Earth is Jesus Christ. I mean, to him, they're inseparable. You can't extricate one from the other. Now, I don't know what that sentence means, Jesus Christ, or excuse me, flat Earth is Jesus Christ. It's like, he has said that the path of salvation to Jesus is flat Earth. And I guess then you go from Jesus to God. So I guess it goes flat Earth, Jesus, God. I guess that's his
yeah. No, I know what he meant. And I'm happy to have other people chime in to say what they think he meant. In part because G-Man really picked him up on it, and Rand explained. Now, there's always a temptation when one of those guys explains something that the explain is really not so much explaining, but revisionism and denial and backpedaling. But in this case, I think what he meant is that I think what he was saying, Jesus is truth, and that things that are true of the world are things that are connected to Jesus. It's the lies and the falsities and the deceptions that are brought to us by the Lord of this world. And the God of heaven and Lord of heaven is the one who brings us truth. When you know something to be true, like putting snow onto a campfire, and yes, we do camping in the winter here. Putting snow on a campfire, you know, the snow is colder than the fire. And sometimes putting snow on a campfire puts it out. That's just true. Therefore, that's Jesus. Anything that's true is Jesus.
Yeah, no, I understand the meta of that. Okay, I get that, right? Anything that's true is Jesus, and I see that thing, but they're all arguing with him, pretty much all of them. I think maybe Pillbox agrees with him, but oh, hang on. Okay.
No, Pillbox agrees with him.
Okay, 1 second.
I mean, to misquote. To misquote Anderson Cooper, I mean, Rand Campbell could take a shit on his desk and Pillbox would agree with him.
That's good.
Okay, yeah, no,
I don't know.
I think that the pillbox doesn't. Well, he thinks it's a salvational issue too. I think I know Rose Patton doesn't. So they're kind of
Well,
fighting.
they all
on
struggle
that.
with whether it's
Yeah,
a salvific issue.
yeah, exactly.
They all struggle, and when I say struggle, it's not that they ponder it; it's they're duplicitous. They're of two minds. They'll on one hand say it's not a salvific issue. It's not a salvific issue. When I say it, that refers to believing in Noah's flood, denying evolution, believing in special creation, flat Earth. I mean, all these things. They say, well, it's not a salvation issue, not a salvation issue. But I go back to something I remember Nephilim Free saying about 6 years ago, that if you believe in evolution, you're calling God a liar. Now, there's a lot of dots to be connected there. Why a person who looks at the world, reads scripture, contemplates these things, prays to the Lord for guidance, and comes to the conclusion that God created us through an evolutionary process, including common ancestry. Um, and yet this person repents of their sin and turns their life over to Christ. And that person can't possibly be saved because they're calling God a liar. I mean, there's too much nuance and subtlety in there for a guy like Nephilim Free to get. And Nephilim Free's a round earther. Well, he used to be I guess he used to be a geocentrist. But you know what I mean? He's for those guys to say, well, it's not a salvific issue, but then in the next breath they'll say, yeah, but if you don't believe in the flat Earth, obviously you're not a real Christian. It's an extension of what creationists have been doing for years.
Yeah, and by the way, I think it was Mark Inori just said in G Plus that this is the 6th or 7th time he's retired. Yes, you know he likes.
Oh,
to
really?
Yeah, he's gone away and come back many times, and I think I might have figured out the solution to this problem and why I'm not getting a window. So I'm going to be working on that for a second.
He's the Aerosmith of flat earthers.
Who's that? Who is that?
That was
Tony.
Tony.
Oh, Tony, that was funny.
Well, I mean, he likes the he does like the attention, right? He likes to be thought of this leader of the younger or something not younger the flat Earth movement, and I think that when he retires, or says he retires, you know, there's a buzz to be generated, right? There's a scrambling because I'm telling you this you know, as Rose said, she has told me, and again I've asked her, you know, I'd like to talk about this, you know, she's like the flat earthers are kind of falling apart. They don't know what they're supposed to be doing now, and they, you know, the channel's going to shit kind of thing. She didn't say that verbatim. I'm saying that, but
it's such a narrow field of discussion. I apologize. I to other people in the room. I see I'm one of 6 in here, and I'm kind of dominating. But I'm going to leave.
Well,
I promise.
You only have 11 minutes.
Go ahead and talk. I got to reset my Chrome real quick. I think
you're our replacement for Ozzy when he's not around.
Yeah. You only have 11 minutes.
Don't you dare compare him to the great
well, I'm down to the last 3. Yeah. Down to the last 3 of those 11. So
keep going. It's yours.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm wondering, and this is going to be a slight topic change, but it'll obviously be a temporary one. But did anybody see? And part of me kind of hopes you didn't. But I had actually gone on Flat Out Elected channel once, and it's at like, you know, the 4.5 hour mark of an 8 hour hangout. I didn't make any post to it on Plus. It was just, I'll go talk to these guys because I consider those guys, except with the exception of Pillbox, who's just. Especially Eve, right? Ran and Eve and Arcane. Everyone knows I quite often have conversations with Arcane. He and I get on fairly well. I consider these people, even though I don't agree with them on a lot of things, I can at least get along with them. And there's a certain sort of professionalism in that we can have a conversation on air. And it went pretty well. We talked about a lot of different things, and they were very generous, you know, letting me make my point. I listened to the things they were saying, and they actually were responding to things. It was like an actual conversation. Until Arcane brought up a post that I'd made where I had mentioned that the big part of Rand's scolding for G-Man is that G-Man doesn't hate the atheists enough. And what I'm getting at there is that you notice that Rand has said a lot about G-Man that like, oh, G-Man you know, agreed and planned ahead of time to meet the whole panel on TST, right? Which of course is not true. He was invited by people he'd met before and a couple of people that he was going to meet that he hadn't met before. And then there were other people who were there that surprised G-Man. He didn't know they were going to be there. And it was like, hey, surprise, G-Man, look, it's Fiona. Flew all the way here. So, you know, while Rand tells the story, their image of it is that G-Man agreed to meet with them, planned to meet with them. And then while they were meeting with them, they were like, hey, G-Man, I know you're on the fence about this flat Earth thing, but those guys are crazy. You better start attacking flat Earth. And they act like Redline coaxed G-Man into starting to attack Flat Earth. Well, G-Man hasn't changed his position on the Earth. G-Man's always thought it was round.
Right.
And G-Man going on the offensive like that is just G-Man being G-Man. He doesn't agree with somebody on something. He thinks their cause hurts the cause of propagating scripture and a gospel message. So he's gone apeshit on them. That's got nothing to do with what J.D. Kane might have said to him.
Hot Dad, they won't be able to hear you for like 10 seconds, so give me 1 second here.
G-Man's always been solid on his, what he thinks. So that's weird for them to say that, I mean,
I'd say what he believes, not what he thinks, because I don't think he does much of that.
Yes, exactly. What he believes, or what he, has been tricked into believing by himself. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because I kind of, Arcane had trotted out this old post where I said, notice that Rand is really scolding G-Man for being too friendly with atheists and not hating the atheists enough. And Arcane kind of brought it out as this bit of a gotcha thing. And I said, okay, well, we can talk about that if you want. One of my concerns about evangelical Christianity is the level of hatred. And they fucking wigged out. Like they were angry, they were interrupting, talking over me, muting me, and eventually just kicked me out of the hangout.
They were proving the point that you made right there.
I know, that was so weird.
Right in front of you.
Almost like Arcane last night on TST, where he just would not shut up.
Who?
Arcane last night on TST.
Oh, that was, by the way, that was the worst TST I think I couldn't even watch all of it. I just was kind of like taking parts of it. It was horrible. I mean, when
MP had to send me a text and tell me that it was going on because I completely forgot about it.
It went off the rails.
If you say it's the worst,
I'm glad
it's
I
the
didn't
best.
stay. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't stay up for it.
And it's like every time he's like, "Oh, show me this, show me that." All right, here it is. No, that doesn't count. Show me this thing now instead. It's like,
yeah, the goalpost was far away.
Y'all are just getting used to
rocket.
That is Arcane to a T. That's right. Back when he wanted to do philosophy. He would always do that, and that's why I always bring up the. Actually, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, my screen's like frozen up. So that Hawkeye will remember when we were talking to him about philosophy. The dude probably knows less than I do in philosophy, given that when he wants to try and prove something, he does his damnedest to just try and confound you. He's not actually trying to prove a point. Like if you actually look at the way that he approaches a conversation, it's not, okay, let me demonstrate what I'm actually trying to say. It's more of, well, let me that I think is going to, show some type of conundrum. And so when you present to him that what he's trying to do is ineffective and he doesn't have the skills to do that, then it just goes to shit.
Yeah. So Arcane, he wasn't just side chat stuff. He joined. He was in the broadcast hangout.
Yeah, for like 2 hours.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, I missed it all. I mean,
it was a waste of
I was actually away somewhere. I had to sit in my truck for a couple of minutes, and I was listening, and then I popped in to make fun of one thing that Rumpus had said I found funny, but I think my timing wasn't so good. But anyway, then I end up not listening to the rest of it. I might listen to it. I kind of like hearing how Arcane engages people, even though it's infuriating like that. And
this one was worse. Yeah, this one was ridiculous. It was just this one. You could tell was all hinged upon how his high was hitting him with the first hour. That's where validity all comes in between. If his high is new or if he's been working with his high the whole day. So.
Oh, he was
always high.
The phrase I learned today,
exactly. Yeah.
Ikea. Is that what it is? He gets to that point, he's so high, it takes him an hour and a half to put together a sandwich.
Yeah, exactly.
I gotta say, I miss the old Arcane. I do. I miss. I mean, he was nutty, but at least he sort of had genuine interest in putting his message out there. And now it's just monkey ball, earther, rocket, monkey.
Lame bag.
You said about an hour and a half to put together a sandwich. I'm thinking he's sitting there staring at the orange juice because it says concentrate.
Yeah.
I found nothing of value. And again, I skipped through a lot of it, but I found nothing of value in that Talking Cert Tuesday. I was like, JD, you just, every time you bring Arcane on, it's just, he got barely any views. Nobody wants to listen to Arcane. It's the same shit.
Because I wasn't there.
It's retarded. It's just really
that was it.
What do we do? Arcane used to be good. Arcane used to be a good draw, and this will be the last thing I say. Thanks, guys. Arcane used to be a good draw, and I used to remember I had a couple of 3 chats with him, and people would watch those videos, and they'd leave comments, "Boy, this Arcane's an idiot," right? But he stirred up like good conversation, right? In fact, the one that I had him on, where he was on the thing that everyone accused him of being anti-Semitic, like some Jew hater. And I just like I talked to him, and like the comments I got back and the private messages I got in response to that, some people, not everyone, some people were generally pissed off. I wasn't upset about that because I got that what he was saying was contentious, but at least he had a chance to get his message out, and he did so. And yeah, it riled up some people, but that's part of what we're doing here, like to spur on some discussion. And then the last time I had him on, he was just, oh, JD Kane's a poo-poo head. You guys are all poo-poo heads, right? And I ended up kicking him out of the hangout. Like I miss the old Arcane.
That's what he's doing
That's
now,
how it was
though.
yesterday.
That's what he was doing. You're just a big poopy head. You're just a ball earther. It's just
Yeah,
nothing of
monkey.
substance whatsoever, and I just have no use for Arcane whatsoever.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
Gotta
trying
make the drive. Thanks, guys.
Yep.
Good to see you, Drake.
see you. And nice to see you too.
All right. Yeah.
I'm trying to get it so people on the outside can see you guys. Look at that sexy beast.
Yeah, there he is. We all saw what you look like. There you are.
That's Bob.
He's got a nice middle finger.
They can't read the chat though. I don't think. Can the outside chat read the if I put it like this? Can you see the chat? Is it readable on the video?
I'm gonna reload my computer.
Now I can try to make it larger. I think.
Yeah, that middle of the finger's good for milking.
Prostate.
That's right, milking that prostate.
Oh man, I've not personally engaged Arcane in a while. I think it's about that time.
You missed nothing the other day. You missed nothing. I'm sorry, JD. That was the worst TST of all time.
Yeah, he was on repeat. He was on repeat the whole time.
Exactly.
Greg.
But he can do that. Well, he does that to you guys. He can't do that with me because I'll just make fun of him, hurt his feelings.
God.
Yeah, he was trying to. He wanted people to hurt his feelings last night, but he was just not doing it.
Oh, I was too busy playing World of Warcraft, honestly. And then MP sent me a text message.
Cry about it, you know?
Oh yeah, God, his persecution complex is up there. Not as bad as Veckel's, but it's up there.
It's up there. No, Veckel is the king of persecution complex for sure. Okay, now can you guys read
Oh
it?
yeah,
I made it much bigger. Oh shit,
yeah.
I don't want that big. Can you guys read the chat now, Trevor? If not, I could try to make it a little bit bigger. This is my workaround.
I'm gonna restart my laptop.
But anyway, all right. So again, back to Rand. I don't think Rand is actually retiring. I mean, he'll be back. I mean, let's be realistic. He's addicted to this shit, right? He's a radical. And Hogtie may be right. I'm telling you, I could be completely wrong on this. That he could actually believe flat Earth. Okay, fair enough. I do believe Rose believes it's flat Earth. I'm convinced she is full on flat Earth or conspiratorial person. I don't want to say nutter because I don't want her to get all pissy.
Yeah. Only one person is that
Illuminati,
man.
You know, world control kind of stuff.
Yeah, she's into every conspiratorial theory you can possibly imagine. I mean, everyone. I mean, terrorist tracks didn't happen. Crisis Solutions, which is a crisis management center that simulate attacks. They're behind all this stuff. They're behind ISIS.
False flags.
False flags,
everything.
yeah.
Those, I think, are like the worst ones you can do. It's like people are dying, people are injured, and you're saying this didn't happen. Are
Yeah,
you kidding
it's
me?
pretty bad, actually.
News is doing that too. So
Who is?
Revelation News, Jason.
I was wondering because he seems to be awfully going off the deep end lately.
Oh yeah, he's the Manchester never happened. There because he said he's seeing people laughing as they're running away or something or another.
Is it
So
some
it's
kind of
like-
disconnect that these people don't want to accept reality, that they have to try to substitute their own for it, and they can't accept that shit like this happens? Because I asked Rose, I said, how do you differentiate between an actual attack and a fake attack? I'm like, you got to admit real attacks do happen. And she's just like, well, most of them are fake, but yeah, some of them happen. But you can always tell the staged ones. I was like, and your expertise on this is what?
That's like with Arcane asking for photographs. So show me a photograph. You show me a photo. Oh, that's fake.
Yeah,
said,
they're all on the internet.
Are you ever going to accept any photograph? Well, I don't know until I see it. Yeah,
They'll
let me
only
know
accept the
shows you a
photograph if it's flat at an elevation exceeding 100,000 feet.
Yeah. That's it.
Well, it's everything with them is just pure skepticism. They're just hyperbolically skeptic. I don't think they even believe that they exist themselves.
Right.
I mean, everything is seriously. It's like, well, have you? I mean, I was telling her that, oh, well, Eric DeBay says that nuclear power doesn't work and nuclear bombs don't work, and she's like, well, have you ever seen one? I was like, well, my dad used to guard atomic weapons. Like, I believe him. He's seen them. Well, how they don't? How do you know they weren't just some fabricated stuff? I was like,
I guess a video footage of the tests in the Bikini Islands.
yeah,
That was all fake.
it's all photoshopped back then in the 50s.
Yeah, Hiroshima was all a big joke.
Nagasaki,
Yeah.
that didn't happen.
Yeah, those aren't real atomic bombs. Those are just conventional weapons.
Yeah.
There's just radioactive fallout, saturated in those islands.
Yeah, they just stick radiation in there. They put it in some kind of uranium because that exists, but they're not actually nuclear explosions. I mean, the level these guys go to just not accept reality is just incredible. I mean,
yeah, and you could see online, like you go look up like nuclear bomb testing, and it's amazing.
Well,
just to say that that's not real is crazy.
Yeah, it's like, well, I was like, okay, well, I've worked with nuclear reactors. I was, a few feet away from the reactor core. How do you know it's a reactor core? Well, what the fuck do you think it is? A bunch of hamsters in there?
Because it said reactor core on it.
I mean, you can learn the theory. You can learn how they work. You can learn the design. What do they think? Is coal in there? I don't know. And the thing is, well, we don't know.
They spend all that money
one
on.
Squirrel from the Ice Age movie chasing after that acorn. That's all you need is just that one little guy.
We shovel.
What else would they spend all that money on and make it look exactly like a reactor core? It's like it might as well just be a reactor core. Why would you fake something like that and go through all those expensive
no idea.
materials?
And then not just us, other countries have to fake it too. Obviously, none of these nuclear power plants work.
Oh, no.
Like San Onofre or Diablo Canyon or in France, they're like something like
Yeah.
was it 40% of their grid is nuclear power or something? Some
Wow.
ridiculously
They
high
go through
amount.
so many lengths just to make fake ones. They might as well just make a real one.
Well, that's why I said about the moon landing, right? It would have been more difficult to fake than it would have just gone.
Well, they can't make a real.
Germany,
They can't make a real nuclear reactor because we don't have the capability and the technology. to actually do
Never
that.
mind fusion and fission.
People could make a reactor in their backyard. People have made backyard reactors.
Yeah, and I've seen a picture of it where some kid was getting radiation sickness. From
Yeah, well, I wouldn't
sores on his
recommend
skin.
it, but it is possible. I mean, building a reactor is a hell of a lot, infinitely easier than bomb. Very few people have the technical skills to build an atomic weapon. Very few people.
You can get small amounts of the radioactive material from smoke detectors.
Well, that's American. What is in there? Is it Americanium or technetium? I don't remember.
Americanium. That's nice. That's
Whatever
patriotic.
it's called. Yeah. It's a very low level grade.
America. It's got real bits of America.
It's not like
in
it's
it. That's what makes it
plutonium in there.
powerful.
Yeah, and the reason that works, it just produces a very low level radiation. When smoke particulates get in the way of that in the detector, it sets it off.
That's why I'm going bald.
No, that's his age.
Join YouTube Hangouts where we talk about flat earthers and learn how to build nuclear weaponry.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I think a very few handful of people could actually build a nuclear weapon. Anybody who says they can build a nuclear bomb, and these movies where these kids are building bombs, complete bullshit.
Yeah, the amount of
I can do it.
is
I could even venture a guess how to build a nuclear weapon. Even the theory is just way beyond what you learn for nuclear power.
You have to have a really sharp scalpel to get the atom. That's the first thing.
Yeah, the purity of the material has to be beyond what we have for purity levels of gold and silver, isn't it? It's like 0.9999 to
No,
whatever.
I think weapons grade is around 95 to 98% or something like that. Is
Really?
weapons grade? It's about 98, I think. Yeah, it's not exceptionally high. The cost is expensive to separate, like 235 to 238. It's not cheap. I mean, you have to use thousands of centrifuges to do it.
And even with the technology we have, we only fuse about between a quarter and half of the material in there before it gets vaporized.
Yeah, a lot of it doesn't even fuse. A lot of it just gets vaporized because of the heat.
Thunderfoot did a couple good videos on that. But he did a debunk about the guy. There was a guy that said that you could die from a spoonful of the cake.
That's crap. Yeah, that's.
And he had a tube of it in his hand, and he put it in his hand.
Oh yeah, you're not. It's harmless.
Thunderfoot's science is good. His other stuff, you should probably stay away.
Yeah, this SJW kind of gets a little.
That's what I find fun. I like when he gets into the SJW shit.
Yeah, well, it's fun to hear shit talking, but so many people have done it, it gets annoying sometimes.
So let's try to get Rand in here. I messaged him, but I haven't gotten him back. I'd like to actually. He owes me a hangout. He said he would. Again, do I think he's actually retiring? Probably not. But this is his way of telling FlatOUTELECTED to go fuck yourselves. I think. I think
the only reason he's probably retiring is because he can't afford his cable bill anymore. for his internet. So.
Well, again, is he? Do you think he's in the Dominican Republic, or do you think he's actually in Canada? Because I've heard both.
Well, he's supposed to. I know he was supposed to come back up to Canada for his daughter's wedding. But
see, I don't
think he'll
believe
stay.
anything he says.
Somewhere in the States.
Yeah, I don't
think he'll stay in Canada. They probably got an arrest warrant for him. That's why he went down to Dominican Republic.
Well, he did have an arrest warrant at one time, didn't he? I mean, he was in prison. He got a. I mean, he supposedly he converted to Christianity in prison. He was a con man. He got busted for.
That hasn't changed.
Yeah, well, that's what I don't think he's changed either. But.
Well. We got atheists here speaking about me behind my back. That's all right. My good friend Dreadnought here lent me his account to listen to you all speak about me badly. Now, I did a stint in prison.
He's stuck in here.
Oh my God, Dreg, that's awesome.
Here.
That is really good.
All you atheists
we'll
here,
Rand too.
No Christians. No Christians.
Not only is it a good Rand impersonation, it's a good white impersonation too. Good job.
He could do white.
All of you here.
He could do white man.
Very, very, very much so need Jesus in your life. All of you.
It sounds like a con man.
Look, that was in the past. What I did in my past was about Satan. I fully admit that. Now I am on the path to success with Jesus and the flat earth.
Satan light.
How many years have you been working on that?
How many years?
It's been quite some time. It actually hurts to do this voice.
It sounds like it hurts.
Yeah. I bet it hurts for Rand to do his voice.
It takes years of smoking a cigarette.
The only thing it hurts for Rand to do is to bend over and touch his toes.
He can't touch his knees.
Ouch.
Ooh, that hurt. I'm sorry.
Well, he is.
So is anybody hearing me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep, you're good.
Okay. Yay. Trevor, it's Christina, not my kid. Thank you.
Oh, hey, by the way, Christina, did you see that fiasco that happened the other day at the Quiet Atheist channel?
Yeah, I did.
What a
I
fiasco.
had just started watching and everything blew up, and I'm like, what the fuck
Well, because
just
you
happened?
had Fiction Fighter.
Pardon my language.
You had Fiction Fighter and Paranor just going off on me for stupid personal bullshit. And I was trying to have a conversation with the Quiet Atheist because I told him I would, and it just went to shit. And now, the Quiet Atheist is like, oh, well, Steve's just trolling. I'm like, fuck no, I don't troll. This is actual shit I was talking about. And, but you got Fiction Fighter, who's the queen of trolling, right? She's like the arcane logos of non-flat Earth. So it didn't go very well. But anyways, I just thought I'd ask you if you were paying attention to that.
Yeah, Fiction and I have had our friction basically over Vaughn, but yeah, it's been I was just I was at work and it's like, what the hell? I know Paranor very well and I love him to death, but he gets angry and then he's angry at somebody,
Yeah, exactly.
But Fiction likes to feed the fire.
Doesn't she?
Oh God.
She's a stoker.
Yeah. Oh my word.
Yeah, that's exactly what she was doing. It's like, come on, this is not the time or the place. I'm actually trying to have a conversation with the Quiet Atheist, and you're just being an obstructionist at this point. So, but Sam asked what the video is. The video is on FlatOUTELECTED. It's the last video that Randcam did on FlatOUTELECTED. It's called
It's called I'm Leaving YouTube and Finding a Life.
I'm leaving the internet. Yeah, no, it's just 45 minutes of him telling him how humble he is by telling him how awesome he is. He's humbly awesome. Yeah, and that God has called him to preach to people in prison.
Yes.
And that
they need Jesus.
The way through salvation is through flat Earth or something. I don't think I don't remember him saying that in that particular. I didn't watch the whole video. I watched bits and pieces. 45 minutes is a lot of Rand.
There's a few reasons I want to go to prison and preach the gospel. For one thing, they need Jesus, like all of you. The second is to find a boyfriend.
So it's flat
find a boyfriend.
What?
FlatOUTElected.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what he said was he
is
wants
the
to go to
channel run by
prison.
anybody else?
He wants to.
Pillbox.
Oh, so it's still around. It's just he's not going to be part of it.
Well, we don't know. It's
unless Pillbox doesn't have mods to it.
Pillbox and Rose and everybody else, none of those guys actually get along too well right now.
Oh shoot.
Yeah, I mean they all want to take things in different directions. I mean,
Let me tell you something about people going to prison and evangelize, or preaching. It is the easiest way to get a captive audience, because we are all captive, and every single week we'd have a new person in there spewing some bullshit, and we'd have to sit there. We had to sit there, and the people that come in, like what usually about 80% of people that go to prison, they end up saying they're Christian, switching, going in, because that's where you're safe. You're safe in the church there. You're safe if you have a Bible in your hand and you're not riff-raffing with everyone. So a lot of people turn, and then as soon as they get out, they'll be out, and then like 3 months later, I'll see them back in prison.
Yeah, the recidivism rate is quite high, even among the people that have supposedly converted. Now, there are some true converts, don't get me wrong, but I think you're right. I think that a lot of people just go there because it's it's a safe zone.
It's easy to get converts. It's easy.
It's a perfect place to pick up a new date.
Hey, real quickly, we got the Greek Room watching. What's up, Steve? I wish I could join, but sadly at work. Hey, the Geek Room. Geek Room. If you guys haven't checked out his channel yet, that's actually 2 people in the Geek Room. It's pretty funny. These guys are pretty good at cracking jokes. I've watched some of their stuff, and they've ripped on Nephi. I think that when they were ripping on Nephi, they had not heard of the lunar Bukaki theory. I think this is like the first time that they've ever experienced it. I think that who pointed it out to them? Somebody pointed it out to them. That I was talking to said, yeah, the one that told them about, and they couldn't believe what they were listening to, and I was like, holy shit, you guys don't know. I
love them.
Bukaki theory, great.
Educate them.
So if you guys don't know their channel, go sub to them. They got 262 subs, I think, last time I looked. So let's see if we can get them up to like 500 pretty quickly. I'm gonna try to be on their channel. I think tomorrow they asked me. I don't know.
I talked to them about that last night. We were talking last night.
Who is it?
Them and you are the only ones that I've done Patreon for. So I like them, and I like
the
guys.
Geek Room.
The Geek Room.
Yeah, they're up
what
and coming.
What you need to do is educate.
they're gonna be the new Drunken Peasants, only on a more limited, minor scale, because it's not TJ, it's not Paul's Ego. By the way, I have to actually talk to Paul's Ego. Do you guys know that? We've actually been hanging out. We've actually been.
Have you told him about the gospel?
Yeah, I told him about the guy. Told him about Jesus. Yeah.
Oh, hey, just Darren's in there too. What's up, Darren?
I know you know that guy, Dragonot. Jesus. He needs Jesus.
Oh yeah, that guy
Dragonot. I've never seen a man that has not need Jesus as much as Dragonot. Because Dragonot, that man needs Jesus.
He needs it like a hole in the head. Let me tell you.
He needs it like the holes in Jesus' hands.
I was going to point out, too, the Geek Room has got some good game streaming that they do, which I like watching. So.
Yeah, that, what was it, the Friday the 13th? That was crazy.
Yeah, oh my God, that's so crazy. I loved it.
I can't believe I was watching it. I was like, wow, I actually like this.
Tom says the lunar Bukaki theory needs to be taught in elementary school.
Oh God, ew. No, anyway, I was gonna say that I actually like the Geek Room more than the Drunken Peasants.
Oh yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what.
It's more personal. It's more personal. I mean, like.
Yes.
I can't do it right now because the way I have the setup Geek Room, because I've my video thing isn't working too well. So I will add the Geek Room's link to the video description after this is over. So people want to go to his channel. If not, just find it. It's the Geek Room, not too difficult.
Yeah, just press the Geek Room in the chat.
I hate to say this on air because it'll come back and bite me, but I'm gonna do it anyways. I'm not a huge fan of the Drunken Peasants. I think DJ is brilliant. I think that he's made a name for himself. I think what he does is fantastic. I just don't find it to be very funny, and I don't really listen to Drunken Peasants that much. When I do, I lose interest really quickly. They're just 4 guys sitting around not making great jokes. So
yeah, they were rich kids that
my favorite part.
Rich.
Yeah.
My favorite part with the Geek Room, because I'm not a fan of the Drunken Peasants actually, but my favorite part of the Geek Room is when they take like photos of people and then they try to figure out what's going on in the photo. Was like one of their first videos that I watched, and I just laughed. It was just too fun.
Yeah,
that's cool. Yeah, and like I said, I appreciate what the Drunken Peasants do. God knows they have a following, but I think it's just very basal humor, very toilet humor.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's farce and
But again, I respect him
jokes.
immensely. If I ever meet TJ, I'd be like, you are a genius when it comes to entertainment. Not gonna deny that. It's just everybody has a different taste. And I think that TJ would respect that, right? I think he seems like the guy would be like, yeah, no, I get that. It's not for everybody,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that I'm honestly funnier than both of them, but that's just me.
Well,
You're almost there. No,
but Dragnet, you need
jokes and you'll be
Jesus,
there.
so
I don't think that I was as funny as I don't know who all remembers Boiled Piss, like Boiled Piss episodes, because it would be Talking Shit Tuesday on Tuesdays, and then I think Wednesdays was Boiled Piss, and then I purposely would stay away from ever trying to join Boiled Piss because I'd have so much fun actually watching it, because I would love to actually sit back and watch a show and have me laugh rather than me making other people laugh, even though I enjoy making people laugh.
Boiled Piss, I don't remember that.
Oh yeah, Mark and
yeah, it was all the Brits and the Canadians. I'll just say that we'll call them Canadians.
Gotcha.
But see, it's weird because Canadians and Brits, they understand each other's humor, right? The Americans, not so much.
Yeah, it's a little drier than ours.
Yeah, we actually have some humor here in the States. That's why.
Yeah, if you've never been exposed to British humor, if you didn't watch things like Faulty Towers or Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, that kind of humor, or
I thought Absolutely Fabulous is funny, but it's just two drunk women. But
what was the one? Fuck it. What was it called with old Greg? Shit, I can't remember what it. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. The Mighty Boosh.
That's it.
Stephen Curtis. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, Stephen Curtis said TJ would take it with a compliment. As a compliment, Stephen followed up with, "Hey, fuck you, Steve." Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
I actually like British humor. It's if you have dry humor and you deliver it just right with the right timing, it's hilarious.
Yeah, because The Office came from there, and The Office is good.
This parent is dead.
Came from there.
He has ceased to be.
Blackadder.
Quest for the Holy Grail. That movie is pretty solid.
Blackadder. Yep.
Yes. Oh God, I love Blackadder. I have all of it.
I got to watch that from start to finish one of these days. Is that really worth watching? I know the series, but I've never watched it. Really,
it's worth it. It's so worth it. Rowan Atkinson and Hugh Laurie together. Oh God, it's funny.
I will watch it.
Season 2 is really good. Season 3, they're both kind of more medieval. Season 4, at the end, you're going to be crying. It's
I will start watching it. I'm watching The Good Witch right now, so that's my series. But it's kind of getting dry.
I need to watch that Bloodline, right? Mike, you said Bloodline. No, that was EO, wasn't it? No, that was you, wasn't it? I don't know. Something on Netflix called Bloodline.
I want to put some of the humorless or people who try at humor and fail all in one room. I'm trying to think of some good names. Like
please don't put me in there.
No, not you. People who try and fail. Actually, you know what? Fraction of a dot. Yes, I'll put you in there. I'd put Thaddeus.
Thaddeus.
Wait. In what?
I put Max. I put Max Hangs Out. I'd put
Max Hangs Out. You can't forget him.
I would put
Pseudo. No, Pseudo can be funny.
Pseudo can be funny.
Pseudo can be funny.
He waits. He waits for opportune moments.
He is
there's a few others I can't think of.
Wait, hold on. I just came back in. What put me in?
I would put you in a room with other people who are not funny at all, and try to see if you could make a comedy show on par with Talking Shit Tuesday.
I tell you, Pseudo's cool because Pseudo waits for that opportunistic moment, and then he almost nails it every time. I give him props. It's just he's on point.
Subtle too. Sometimes you won't catch on until 30 seconds later. Go, hold on a second.
Wait, Steve, you forgot something. That's him. That's his intro. That's when you know he's going to say something. Wait, Steve, you forgot something.
No, he'd be like, mic check. Let me say something funny. Let me see. No, who's failed? Whose jokes failed? Oh, the atheist brony. You got to get him on that show.
The atheist brony. Oh my God, the redhead.
I love him, but his jokes. Him and Cliff Jumper. Yeah, the jokes.
That's what I was thinking of. Cliff Jumper too. Yes, Cliff Jumper has to be in there.
Yeah.
He took over the show that one night. My God.
So Dragnet, can you get your 10 people together and have that kind of hangout, and that's going to be hilarious.
I'm just going to set it up and just go mute the entire time. I'm just going to let shit happen.
Yeah, whatever happens.
Well,
happens.
then you can't forget Flashy, Flashy, Boom, Boom.
Who's Flashy, Flashy, Boom, Boom?
I am Flashy, Flashy, Boom, Boom. I normally do the weather report, and there's been a boom, boom on I-94.
You make it sound so much more attractive.
You should see it when she does it. You should see what she does at topless. Actually, yeah.
Yeah, because every time I do the boom boom part, because I used to be a belly dancer, I actually bounce the upper part or do it in a figure 8 because I still have enough abdominal control to be able to wiggle my chest around.
How ironic.
Yeah.
Drag used to be a belly dancer too.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Wow,
Yeah.
small
Like the
world.
worm.
Yeah, you can do the worm.
Yeah. Back in the day, I'd pop lock.
You haven't seen Drag Crump, have you?
No. No, I introduced.
Yeah, you can do the crypt walk, the crypt dance.
I introduced Flashy on Shadow Heathens Hangouts, and Flashy was having kind of a fling idea crush thing on Skeptic Squirrel. It was just weird.
Steve, drag twerks.
Hmm?
He twerks? Oh God! That's a video I never want to see. Drag twerking.
No.
But does he look backwards when he does it, or does he look forward? That's
is he a forwarder or backwarder?
No, I have to keep my eyes forward to look the other guy in the eye.
Okay, good. Well, there might be someone behind too. So,
I mean, he can do what he does.
Can you imagine drag twerking in bicycle shorts? I mean, wow, that would be something. That would
Daisy Dukes, Daisy Dukes,
Daisy Dukes, do it.
JD got to see me do my famous ballerina impression when he gave me the Lefroy.
Did that Scotch make you do ballerina dances?
Oh yeah, it's me trying to get to the bathroom, and then, I amazingly become. Yeah. Oh yeah. Pliés and all that shit. Pirouettes. Yeah. Everything.
We gotta get Rancam to do some ballet stuff. He can twerk.
Yeah.
I wonder what do you think?
Tutu, thanks.
Well, what do you think? Not to drop back to the topic. What do you think his new incarnation will be when he comes back? You think he's going to come back going? I've talked to God for several hours, and God has informed me that the flat Earth is bullshit. And,
I don't think he starts trends. I think he picks up on what's going on and what's popular, and then he just rolls with it. That's kind of what I see.
You're saying he's opportunistic.
Yeah. Oh, very, very. Yeah. Because he'll
wait
go
for the
into
next big conspiracy thing to come along, if there will be one as big as the flat Earth.
He's an opportunistic instigator.
Yeah.
Yes. Very, very much so. There's actually.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say I don't think he's ever going to pull the trigger on his POE. I just don't. And again, I know I differ on this with Hogtie, and Hogtie's probably right. I mean, Hogtie's got some knowledge about people's the brains and how they work. I understand that, and of course he might be right on this. I just don't believe Rand because of all the people he's told that it's bullshit, and all the videos he's made in the past saying stupid bullshit things just to get a rise out of people, just to say. That how great he is. You guys all remember that he carved his way out of a anaconda or something, with a knife, and he was swallowed by a knife. He's swallowed by a snake.
I have a video. Yeah, I have a video on my channel where he threatens to solve the world.
Rand, or was that somebody else who hangs around him?
No, that was Rand. And by the way, you're right, Drag. Doing that voice is difficult. Wow.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
I think I just lost a tonsil.
I think he's going to come back to the first evangelist mime.
Oh God, I don't do it as well as Drag, but man, that is harsh on the throat. Ugh.
I had to practice a lot for Ran, and Stizor took me a while to master because I did Stizor a while back.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I think you guys have heard me do Stizor.
I've never heard you do Stizor.
You fucking mathematics, you fucking idiot.
That's good.
You gotta do Michael
fucking computer game.
Quantum, you fucking idiot.
Fucking quantum. Physics.
He says, yeah, he thinks if he says quantum enough, people take him seriously.
That's hard to say quantum. That's hard to say in an accent.
So there is one flat earther in the live chat, and he's trolling, which is okay right now. He's not too bad out of control. But you'll notice that none of these flat earthers will ever actually give any evidence for what they're saying. And in fact, I even told that to Rose last night. I was like, Rose, you can say all you want about flat Earth, but the reality is not you or anybody other flat earther has ever given a model or demonstrated that flat Earth is legit.
Yeah,
when
that's
they do have models in that, they're not that good.
They don't work.
Yeah, and the models are usually based off of something that a round earther did, and then they change it for themselves somehow. So
bastardize the hell out of it.
Yeah,
So they can have evidence, just not very good evidence.
Yeah, but they all want us to do the evidence. You go to the Great Walls, ice wall.
Yeah, exactly.
You said they're down there.
I've done the research. I'm not doing your homework for you. What?
Oh, somebody knows.
Journalism says that all the time.
I watched this channel again last night just for a few minutes because I couldn't take very long of it. But again, they had Eric DeBay on. And Eric DeBay is a con man. He has been the biggest hoaxers on the planet. He has made a fortune off suckering flat earthers, and he has this pamphlet called The Atlantean Conspiracy. It's 200 quote-unquote proofs that the Earth is flat. They are the dumbest, most asinine, ridiculously stupid things you could possibly ever imagine. Go look at it. Go find it. The Atlantean Conspiracy, 200 proofs for a flat Earth. They're just, well, first of all, I don't think any of them are actually proofs for flat Earth. They're all more trying to be negative evidence for a round Earth that fail.
Yeah, like if you jump really high and you fall back down at the same spot.
Yeah, okay. I mean, oh my God, the stupidity is real, and yet
something called momentum.
I honestly think in the back of Eric DeBay's mind, he's thinking, God, these people are dumb as fuck, but if they're gonna believe this, I might as well make some money off of it.
What gets me is how some of them actually think, like, if you were to get in a helicopter and just fly straight up and just wait there for about 3 hours, you would land in a different country.
I don't see how. Okay, do they understand that the atmosphere is moving along with the Earth?
That's what I don't get. And they know it is. That's why I think it's disingenuous. I don't think they can't be possibly.
I mean, you could do these
have
experiments.
Have you talked to Arcane about that?
But all you gotta do is take something and rotate it in a fluid, and you'll see that fluid will be carried along with the rotation of either a tube or a ball. It happens. It's called a boundary layer. You have a laminar flow, and then you have a boundary for a turbulent flow, and that's based upon what's called your Reynolds number. And so,
yeah, that's just based on your globe model. Yeah,
that's based upon fluid theory. So you do have this carrying of a fluid along with the rotation of something. The atmosphere is a fluid.
Oh, okay. So I'm guessing Flat Out Scared is it maybe a troll? Because I'm looking.
No, Flat Out Scared's cool.
I don't.
No, Flat Out Scared's cool.
Huh?
Flat Out Scared's cool.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's just troll. Okay, it's just fucking people in chat.
Yeah, the gravity doesn't exist thing is kind of a nightmare, but yeah.
Hold on, Shanny's trying to say something. She's just quiet.
Shanny, you have to take the microphone out of your breast.
No, you don't. You can leave it there.
Hi, Shanny.
Speak up, Shanny. I can't hear you.
Shoot. Let me see if I can find something. Do we have 1 minute? Give me a
minute.
See,
told you.
What is she using? 2 styrofoam cans, 2 styrofoam cups, and a piece of string?
Isn't that a video? No, that's 2 girls in a cup. Never mind. I knew you'd be the only one.
Tony. No, Tony. It's 2 girls, 1 cuck.
Oh, there it is.
Oh!
Since we're on the subject of Steve Shives, what's going on here?
Yeah, well, better, I guess.
A little bit better?
Yeah, it's
a little bit. Yeah.
Steve, can you turn around?
You know what? It's like like looking at a 5 at 2 o'clock in the morning. It's gonna make do. So,
Yeah.
All right.
5s look like 8s.
5 looks like 8s with enough beer.
Yeah. It's science. It's scientific. You can't get into it too deep though. But there's numbers involved.
Can I turn her up? I don't know. No.
You should be able to.
Control room is not available on this type of hangout on air.
I don't know.
Huh. Go ahead.
It's weird.
Maybe this is better. All right. Or you could just look at the clouds and see the clouds swirl in the air. That's what I was trying to say.
Oh,
have
okay.
you like you have to?
Well, that's
there you go.
that
Flat Earth
atmosphere is
debunked.
moving.
Yeah.
Look at the clouds.
Well, that would be easy. Like that. That would be simple, intuitive,
That's common
Shanny.
sense.
Yes, I agree. But when you have someone like Arcane saying, "Well, that's just density,"
they
and then
throw out
you
these words.
like
Density of what?
Okay, exactly. Oh, that's a good question, Shanny. That is a perfect question.
Between their ears.
Arcane does not know what density actually is. Because I was like, okay, so what does mass over volume have to do with this? Well, obviously you don't know what it is. Well, no, that's what density fucking is. So how does that play into what you're trying to say? and then the conversation ends. Because if you the trick to dealing with arcane is to reference math in any way, shape, or form, or just anything that
Sciencey.
is beyond a cursory level of the shit that he's trying to reference. Because it's I've actually I think I visited the Foucault pendulum. And he's like, oh, well, this is fake. And I was like, okay, well, I've sat here and I've watched this thing. Like, I see it. There's no mechanisms up there. There's no gears. It's just a fucking string. Not the string per se, but it's a rope. And so it's going off the Earth's rotation.
A cable.
It's a cable, rope, whatever, same difference. So you can see it knocking over these little pegs. And as time goes on, it'll knock off more and more and go around. I think it goes around in a clockwise, if I'm not mistaken. And so there's actually a formula that shows you how this works. And so I said, okay, well, he didn't want to say how it was fake. So I said, here, how about this? If you want to show that it's fake, here's a formula, and you tell me where they've messed up. And just nothing. Like, he completely balks at math. And that's why I found that you can really get under your skin with.
Can just somebody do me a favor and send the link to Flat Out Scared? Will one of you guys do that for me?
Let me see if I can put it in the chat there. By the way. Yeah, fuck. Flat Out Scared.
But yeah, Arcane doesn't. I mean, this is the guy that claimed to have an expertise in civil engineering and didn't know what Young's modulus was, didn't know what Pythagorean's theorem was, didn't know what the law of cosines was.
Who, Arcane?
Yeah.
Or Flat Out Scared?
No, Arcane.
Arcane has said that,
he has no idea what the law of cosines is. No clue.
I can make a book out of all the stuff that Arcane has claimed over the last 4 years. Like, he used to be a fucking sniper. He was
paratrooper.
I think he was paratrooper, indirect fire. I think he was a sapper at one point. He has a degree in computer science and all kinds of stuff.
Two of those things use the math that needs to have the curvature of the Earth as a constant.
Which he claims.
He claims that he never had to use it, right? Because it's in the formula. You only put in the variables.
And you know who pointed that out to me? Bohica Dropshot, who has the same job in Canada. And he actually sent me a PDF that shows you that you actually have to calculate for the Earth's rotation and the Earth's curve, excuse me. So
well, again, I don't even know if Arcane. I mean, I can't believe anything Arcane says. So I don't even know if he actually believes flat Earth. I think he's just fucks with people. I could be wrong. He might believe flat Earth. I don't care one way or another. But I do know for a fact his whole purpose is just to fuck with people. I do so absolutely retardedly.
Yeah, he pops up when he's bored. Yep.
Yeah, he'll get high as fuck. He doesn't even know what planet he's on.
Can you explain how birds fly?
Oh God. Okay, so when a bird sucks in air, it farts it out and it propels itself.
It's self-propelled.
Like a jet engine.
That's flying though. Flying is considered to be anything that's under your own self-propulsion, right? I mean,
yeah, but that's not how birds fly, Steve.
Are you sure?
It's definitely
Arcane.
not.
I trust Arcane. Arcane knows this stuff.
I'm he's an on a jet bird.
He's an aviary expert.
So birds fly by farting.
Yes.
Well,
Pearson was in the hangout and agrees with him.
True agrees with him.
I mean, he's
on a jet
it's called
flagellation.
It's called flagellation movation. That's it.
Flatulation propulsion systems.
There's actually a nice image that shows you how ridiculously complicated a bird's respiratory system is, and it definitely does not work by fucking farting.
It's got all these round air sacs in there and shit, and it's got like it's weird.
So hummingbirds must fart a lot.
I mean, he has since said that he was mistaken about that, but it's interesting because True was right there and agreed with him. Didn't even attempt to ask for any kind of verification or go, really,
He didn't just skip a beat, dude. He's like, oh yeah, I was going to say
try.
that. I was going to say that.
Well, that's what these people do. They tell lies to other people, and the people who are stupid agree with them because they put themselves out there to be intelligent.
And then they have to double down on it.
Oh, he did for a while.
It's even worse.
He did for quite some time until someone, like, I think showed him a graphic. It showed him that it doesn't work that way. And so if you mention it now, you go, oh, we're bringing up so much stuff from the past. Oh. It's like, well, no, everyone makes mistakes. But here's the dude that berates people for their stupid beliefs, and he'll hold on to his. while trying to do, like, I don't understand how he has no ability to introspect. But then again, that might explain why he hangs around True and some of these other guys so much.
Hey, Shannon, can you send the link to Flat Out? He says he can't see it, and he asked you to send it.
I put it on G+. Like, if you actually go to my G+ page,
he might be a little slow. I don't know. No, Flat Out's cool.
Oh, let me make sure. Let me reload my page because I know I tagged him. Yeah, so on my page is public, and I tag Flat Out Scared, and I put the link.
Yeah, you should be able to find it Flat Out Scared. Yeah, Arcane also said that the like Saturn is actually drawn into telescopes or computer generated in all telescopes. Even the ones you build yourself, there's a computer in there that automatically produces a hologram. I mean, the guy is just he'll say anything. I mean, he doesn't care. He has that's why I'm saying I don't know what he actually believes because he's just all over the place, you know.
LA Med student just head desked when I said that it was Arcane that said that birds fart to fly. We're causing pain in the live chat.
Oh, poor Lamed. I feel sorry for Lamed, you know, because Lamed's studying to be, you know, a medical guy, and he loses so many brain cells listening to these guys. I mean, by the time he graduates medical school, he's going to be like, it's going to be like,
He'll have a lobotomy before he's done with school.
Yeah.
His final exam's going to be all fucked up.
You have people like birds fart to propel themselves, you know.
Birds fart, Earth is flat.
They'll be like, describe the, you know, operation of the heart, and he'd be like, you know, nothing is real, reality is for losers. You
blood goes in, blood goes out. You can't explain that.
You can't explain that.
Yeah,
the soul lives in the colon. Where's the soul pouch at? Or the soul pouch at?
You can't explain that. Tides go in, tides go out.
The soul lives in the colon? Who came up with that one?
I don't know. Someone probably.
Oh.
Sounds like something they make up.
Christine, you never hear of soul food?
Oh no! Ah! Oh, that's
I thought
bad.
somebody said Pseudo makes good jokes.
I did say not all were winners. You know, I said most.
Puns. Yeah. Oh well, puns count. Puns count.
And sometimes, Bob, they're a bit highbrow. They go over your head.
Ooh, ouch.
Well, Bob's like 5'2", so you know, a lot of things go over his head.
Yeah.
You know.
That's standing on my boyfriend's back, so you know.
Yeah.
The hell is this?
Every time I hear the joke about things going over someone's head, I always think of that guy from Guardians of the Galaxy.
I've still not seen that
link.
one.
The link to get in is posted in the forums. So if you guys know where the forum's at, you can go get the link to get in. So I'm just not gonna put it in the video description any longer because
I just posted it.
Trolls, but people that know where the forums are, you can go find it.
Yeah, I just posted it for him.
Thank
Hopefully
you.
he'll come in.
Oh, he was looking at his
You're
messages.
welcome,
That's
dear.
why. Let me see if I can. Oh.
Yeah, I got
Flat
bombed the other day, but I was able to edit it out and put the video back up.
Oh, was it gay porn or was it regular porn?
It was a dude naked.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah.
That could
Small
be either
dick.
or. Hey.
Small dick. It was yeah.
Oh.
A small. Oh,
Yeah.
that's disappointing.
I know.
Yeah, it was actually someone in the chat that did it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta go big or go home, right?
But you know, it's part of the nature of the beast. The thing is though, I know how to like prevent it from happening. I just I slipped, but I also know that even if I slip, I have safeguards. Like you can't see much the trigger or anything from the video itself because of the resolution I was on, and the size I was on. So, but I still was able to edit it out.
Always matters.
Size does matter. You know. Yeah,
Take a look at
only
my
when you got a 2-inch
enormous
cock does people say size doesn't matter.
Size matters. I don't care what anyone says. It matters. If it's too small, you can't feel it. I'm just saying. If it's too big, it hurts too much.
Yeah, you gotta be right there in that sweet zone, you know.
You need your cervix anyway. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, you got to be around the, maybe 6
Between 9
to
and 10,
8
you know, that's
inches.
average.
Other than that, and then the right type of girth. If not, then
Did you say 9 and 10, Shani?
No.
Oh, what did you say?
Oh God, I said 6 to 8.
Oh, okay. Well,
God.
Great. I'm in the middle zone. I was like 9 to
Oh
10. I
my
was like,
God.
oh shit, no.
Oh
Go
my
big or go
god.
Damn.
Yeah, I just kind of squeaked that in there.
I'm not Dragnot, man. You know he's packing.
I'm only 5 foot. That would be no. Oh God.
That would impale
Talk
you.
about being
Shish kebab.
Take a look at my enormous penis, and
thought this was supposed
happy
to be a
times are
science
coming my way. Sorry.
I like how this conversation devolved so quickly.
Yeah, poor Rand. Well,
Rand
we got tired of talking about Rand Campbell. I mean, what else can we do with Rand? I mean, I can't get him in here. I've offered. I mean, I messaged him, and I know
Did you try offering him chocolate cake?
Yeah,
if you offer him chocolate cake, he'll come in.
Go give him some cookies. If people, go message him again, Drag. I know he's awake.
Randy.
Come on, Randy.
I'm in here. You can beat me up.
Are you guys not on speaking terms?
Oh
yeah.
gosh.
No, that's Rand's scam. Damn it. Hold on, Rand.
Rand's a dick.
He's been a turd to Shanny, so.
See, I don't know why Rand and I get along.
Him in here, Shanny.
Rand and I get along just
Do you
fine.
have a corset? We could put corsets on and be on camera. That would get Rand in here.
Ew, God, no. I don't want to turn you on today. Those guys have talked way too much about my boobs. Like,
I know. It's like, are they just jealous or what is the deal? I don't get it.
I don't know.
I've never seen
apparently,
her boobs, so
big breasts make your Satan spawn. So I'll just be Satan spawn with my big boobs.
Boobs are the devil.
This Wiccan
the devil
has
gave you your boobs.
This Wiccan has big boobs too, so it is true. So you might as well come over to the dark side, Shanny. We've got happy naked pagan dancing and cookies.
Skyclad.
Yes.
Yeah, like Rose keeps telling me, she's like, Rose and I will talk for like 2 hours a night. It's weird. I don't know about what. Most of it always ends up in a fight. Always, an argument. And then we're like, we log off. And we're like, oh, good night, have sweet dreams. But it's she's always like, I want you to like wake up to the truth because demons and devils and Satan. And I'm like, yeah, no. Okay, I will never be a flat earther. If I ever become a flat earther, just kill me. My life is over as I know it. But she thinks that it's her. Well, it's not her responsibility because she doesn't care. She says, but she thinks that if you don't accept this stuff, then you're just being closed-minded. And I'm like, well, I think that if you buy into every conspiratorial thing without using proper reasoning, that's what I would consider to be improper, reasoning. So
that's actually closed-minded in a way because then they just hammer down on one thing and they will not let it go for the life of them, and they become completely closed-minded. I mean, between the anti-vaxxing and all of this other stuff, it's just like you can't talk reason to these people. So, they turn around and say that I'm closed-minded or, whatever. And it's like, you guys are the ones not listening to reason here. So.
Well, they don't. And what do they respond, Christina? They all respond the same thing. Rose, Arcane, the Peel Box, once you get into that science and physics, they all respond the same way. Well, you're just a ball earther. You're a blue baller. You're a monkey. You're being confused by Satan. They never address any of the points you make to them because they know they can't.
No.
And I said that to Rose so many times last night. I'm like, Rose, you still can't. You can't demonstrate flat Earth. Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can. No, you can't because if you could, you would have by now in all these years. You just want to listen. Well, I'm listening. Go ahead. I mean, they go off on these tangents because they know it's a defense mechanism with them. Flat earthers know they got bullshit. They know they can't do it. They believe it, sure. They believe it's flat, but they know when it comes down to it, their science is bullshit.
Yeah. Because there is no science for it is the problem. And it's a religious belief, and they just will not let go of it. One of the first hangouts I had with Von Helton, he was talking about how the planes don't go over, why don't they go over Antarctica? It'd be so much easier and all of this. And I actually and unfortunately it wasn't on camera because I didn't know how to broadcast, but I went and found sites where pilots talk about that specific thing. And he shouted, "Oh, that's bullshit. That's bullshit." and it's like, so you don't take the words of people who actually fly down there.
No, because they're part of the conspiracy. They're just shills.
Yeah, they don't believe anybody.
They're lying. Yeah. See, they have to lie to you about that in order to create the conspiracy and the cover up. Really, they just fly around it.
They apply this existential nihilist approach. Well, have you ever seen it? Have you ever done this? It's like, well, first of all, no. No, I've never seen my mind to know that my mind exists in there. You know?
Yeah.
Well, think about it. What do they have? What do they actually have in life if this doesn't pan out for them, or if they were to abandon this? This is their life. They got all their friends are tight. The brain trust is stupid, but it's tight. You know, they're all together. They got a club.
Yeah,
it is a cult.
Oh yeah, it's definitely a cult. But I mean, have you ever? I mean, how many ex-flat earthers have you ever ran across? I know a lot of
cults have Ran had.
Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of ex-young Earth creationists for sure, but I don't really think I know anybody that's an ex-flat earther. Do I? There might have been one, I think, maybe two, but I don't know.
No, because they don't want to admit that they were a flat earther, so they're never going to go.
Yeah, they'll just never admit to it.
Yeah.
I would.
I was a flat earther.
I would be like, no, I've never thought that.
I did a lot of drugs back then.
Yeah, I was exactly. I was really high in those days. Cover. Well, there's this one guy that
really
comes...
funny.
Go ahead.
But here's something funny, Steve. Even if you can prove to them anything, like when they say, "Well, you've never been there," and even if you say, "Yes, I have been," well, then you become the person who's part of the conspiracy and the cover-up.
Yeah, it's a no-win thing, right? What's Katrina?
Yeah.
Saying?
Oh, my son is going on to North Dakota for aerospace engineering, and I told him about the flat Earth thing and showed him some of Jeranism's videos, and my son was face palming throughout the entire thing and said, "Mom, that's enough. That's enough. Stop.
Make it stop. That's child abuse."
He didn't lose his will to live.
So you're creating a little shill. Good job. No.
I am. I have a shill. Yes, and he's also going to get his commercial pilot's license too. They said he can fly with he's got partial paralysis in his right arm, and he can still fly as long as there's a co-pilot. And he's been flying single planes already. So it's like, yeah, he's part of the conspiracy all the way. I just love it.
So can he show us where the tanks are for the chemtrail chemicals?
He's going to be able to, yes.
Get a man on the inside.
So yeah, that's, I was, I guess, an Illuminati breeder, but that's okay. I can live with that. They just didn't pay me enough.
Tom points out there's no ex-flat earthers, and I think he might be right. I just can't think of one now that I
can't. No.
Well, they don't admit to it. They don't admit to it. They just drop off the internet.
Okay, well, that'd be fair enough too. Okay, sure.
Hold on, Steve. But flat Earth, as we understand it now, may be too new, and there hasn't been time for an ex-flat Earth to appear.
I think it's been around for a while. I think that
no, I said as we see it now, like on the internet.
I think that these people have reached such a level of stupidity that I don't think they can get out of that hole. I mean, when you reach that degree of dumbfuckery, you are in a world-class level of just pure stupidity that I don't know how you could ever get yourself out of it.
Yeah, like come on, Nephilim Free even rejects it.
Well,
wait,
but he was a geocentrist. He was a geocentrist at one time, which is not that much different.
But he did change that.
Sure, it's not quite as dumb as flat Earth, but it's up there. So I'll give Nephi props.
Right.
So you're saying is Nephi? Well, you're saying that Nephilim Free
he rejects the flat Earth. He rejects anything on flat Earth.
Yeah. So you're saying that Nephilim Free is actually smarter than flat Earthers?
Yes.
Yeah. That's
and he can also show you how to edit things on MSN Paint.
That's a bold statement.
Mr. Crust said something in live chat. He said there's no ex-flat earthers because the best trolls know that rule number 1 is to never break character.
Yeah, and a lot of them are trolls. That's why I think Rand Campbell's a troll.
Yeah.
Pobox is a troll. Even Arcane might be a troll.
First rule of Flat Earth Club is we don't talk about Flat Earth Club.
Second
rule is...
Tony, what don't we talk about?
I want to know this.
I don't know.
If you took two flat earthers like Rand Campbell and Arcane and you just stuck them in an isolated room, would they break character?
They just come out saying Saturn too. I don't know. That's a good question, though.
I don't know. They won't do it on air, even in an offline hangout too much, because those off airs can be recorded. But I know Rand has told people before that he thinks all this is bullshit. But that's a secondhand story, so I can't really, give you evidence for that. But there's been a lot of people that have agreed that he has said that this is complete bullshit. So when I get a consilience of a lot of different people telling me the same stories, I'm more likely to believe it. It's like independent validation.
Yeah.
So
Isn't that some kind of argument? Good job. Popularity, whatever.
Well, it's not. I'm not saying it's true because the population thinks it. I mean, if four people tell me something and they all are kind of isolated instances of them telling me what Rand has said to them, then I have to draw a corollary line between them of some kind.
Yeah.
And again, my beliefs could be wrong. Beliefs can be wrong. I don't know why these people are so adamant about flat Earth being true, because they could be wrong. I could be wrong about a ball Earth. I don't think I am, but give me enough evidence, and we'll look at it, right?
I think it's indicative of a particular type of mindset where actually I had a conversation with you probably saw on my Facebook that I had a conversation with a coworker who he's into ID young Earth creationism, well, somewhat of young Earth creationism, and his ideas of like how he conceptualizes beliefs. He kind of categorizes some of them as convictions. And so if you have an unwavering conviction, that's stronger than just having a justified belief. And it's a weird distinction that they draw. And that he really, really values, these certain sets of convictions. So I think that's kind of the
mindset. Convictions.
Well, that's not the way I say the word conviction, because the way that he uses it is that this is a belief that no matter what no matter what I may encounter, this is the position that I will always have on it. And so because I have this conviction that's supported by, whatever tenets or virtues or whatever, X, Y, and Z, this is always going to be this. And so since this is unwavering, it's more powerful than someone who simply believes something based on evidence.
Though. Like I just don't only believe that the Earth is, spherical. I know it to be, right, which is a degree of belief that's has a certainty factor to it. As far as we can be certain. So I know that the Earth is not flat, right? I can make that epistemic claim, and I'm happy to justify it. I think anybody in this room would be the same way. Anybody who says, "Well, I don't know what the shape of the Earth is," I think that you're just being, silly. That's that's
true.
Yeah.
At that point, you are being silly.
Yeah. But there are Earth-shape agnostics, which to me is no different than a flat earther.
Mm-hmm.
I put them in the same category.
I guess it would depend on how they phrase it, because I'm learning that while I'm having conversation with people, there's a lot of nuance that goes on behind the scenes that you really don't know about until you start trying to figure out how they're using these terms, and then at that point the conversation's kind of turned to shit. So
yeah,
I'm trying to alter the way I have conversations with folks to better understand where they're coming from. Before I just go, all right, you're just a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Yeah. When definitions change, like that Betty with the whole perspective thing with Reds, that was crazy. I mean, perspective is perspective.
What do you mean? What she? Okay, I didn't watch that hangout, but she has a different definition of the word perspective.
Yeah, her perspective is hers. It's hers. Whatever she sees is her perspective. There's no numbers attached to it. It's just whatever she sees and perceives.
She knows the difference. She actually said in the debate she understands the difference of the term perspective between my point of view and a perspective from like a light perspective. So I mean you don't have to have a person standing there to have a certain perspective. When you do drawing, you do what's called perspective drawing, and you go into a what they call it, the perspective lines, and. And she does understand the difference, but the problem is she conflates the two all the time.
Yeah, so she understands them, but she doesn't. I don't know.
But she doesn't understand refraction either. I mean, there is atmospheric refraction. The reason why we see like the Chicago skyline and certain islands is due to atmospheric refraction. But when she throws out this word refraction, she has no idea what the frick it means. She doesn't understand that how it's light propagation through different one barrier, or so through a barrier from one medium to another. She doesn't know how to describe any of this stuff. right?
I found that interesting because I really didn't even know. Like, I just knew there was a mirage, but I didn't know how the mirage actually worked. So that was very interesting.
If you actually look into like focal points and concave and convex mirrors, and there's calculations and stuff that you can do to find where that stuff is, and it is actually fairly complicated because you like it's a mirror, it shows stuff, and when you stand at this length from it, then it shows something different sometimes, and there's actually a lot that goes into how our eyes perceive objects.
Yeah, the whole parallax thing, that was crazy.
Yeah, there's a lot, and then that's the last topic that we went over in my physics course this semester. So let me tell you, I spent 5 hours in the classroom trying to catch up from going on that trip to New York, trying to relearn that stuff from an entire week, and it was tough.
And there's I can't remember the name of the illusion, but there's a name for the illusion where you see the two lines that are the same length, but they appear to be different lines when you put them on something like a railroad track or something that has a convergence or apparent convergence. We do have things that our eyes, our brain doesn't process completely, and so it produces an optical illusion. These optical illusions, the flat earthers take to mean actual evidence that things aren't the way that they actually are, rather than just not realizing it's just how our brains process things.
Yeah.
You saying something, Pseudo?
Yeah, go ahead, Pseudo.
Yeah, there's a thing called a holographic projector or holographic mirror. It's not a full half circle. They're arcs of a circle, and they're concave mirrors that are placed on top of each other. The object is placed in the center of the lower mirror, and the top mirror has a hole cut in it. And what you would see as the reflected image is actually projected outside of these two mirrors. So if you were to reach out for it, would look real on all sides, but as soon as you reach out to pick it up, there's nothing there.
Kind of like Flat Earthers' brain.
That's me.
Oh, that was good.
Hey, if anybody wants to join, we got a lot of people watching. 64 viewers. So if you want to come in, Druss or anybody else, the link is actually in the forums. So go find it. Come on in.
Yeah, and I'm not keeping up with the live chat because I'm sewing right now. So
I'm playing WoW.
I think everyone's actually just watching Drag play WoW. So.
That's what they're here for, to watch Drag play WoW.
Yeah.
See, whenever I see him play WoW, though, I want to go freaking start my WoW account again, but I don't want to spend 120,000 gold to do it.
Yeah, I haven't played WoW since before Pandaria. I beta tested Pandaria and said that's it. I've had enough. So
Pandaria was.
And my cousin. Well, waiting for him to get back on.
It's just so time consuming. I mean, just to go fucking farm rep for that newer one. Oh my god, so you can fly. Oh
yeah,
it's crazy.
Yeah, I do enough in Minecraft. I don't have time for that. And plus, I've been playing Ultima 7, the Black Gate, and going old school. So it's like, I don't have time for any more than that.
I can't sit there and play WoW. I can barely sit through these hangouts half the time, more or less. WoW.
I've been playing Oregon Trail. I've been going way back playing Oregon Trail. So.
Oh my god!
I keep on killing the buffalo. Dang it.
Oh,
has anyone in your party died yet?
They all died.
They all die by dysentery. Yeah, they all die by dysentery no matter what you do. It's a rigged
no matter what you do.
Flat Out Scared says there's a problem. Try a different video browser. It says there's a problem connecting with this video call. I'll try again in a few minutes. Flat Out Scared, try using Google Chrome. And that should solve your problems if you're not using Google Chrome.
Also, try not sucking.
Don't use Firefox or anything. Firefox doesn't work.
Yeah. Lower your suck rating on the monitor.
It's probably easier to tell him how to get in than DPR Jones. Oh my fucking god! I still don't know what's wrong with
him. Hey, you guys got him so drunk that
DPR is just.
I didn't get him drunk.
There, see now he figured out how to do it.
He was
Scare's coming in. Yeah, DPR is just incredibly unable to do anything technical. Hey, there's Flat Out.
I thought I was bad.
No, DPR gets nasty drunk.
Tom, the link to join is in the debate community. Go find it. Hey, Flat Out.
Oh, there we go.
Sorry,
it took me a while to get on. For some reason, I copied the link. I was trying to use it on Google because Firefox doesn't work with it for me. And anyhow, I kept loading it. It wouldn't go. And then finally, I quick through it in Firefox, copied it before it went to I needed new software, and then threw it on again. And well, anyhow, it's like the flat Earth. It's working.
So do your best do your best Rancam impression.
Wait a minute. Well. I love y'all, and I hope y'all's go to hell. No, I can't do a Rand.
Yeah, I think Drags is better. I'm gonna have to go with Drag.
Drag is awesome.
You all need Jesus.
Well. Going to hell.
That hurt. It hurts so bad.
I'm telling you, you're gonna cough up a tonsil one of these days, Drag.
Oh god, that hurts.
That hurts your throat, man. Yeah,
it does. It really. See, it does.
Yeah, you know what? It's easier to do like that.
But but Rand sounds like that all the time. So man, he must go through like a ton of freaking mouthwash and
throat lozenges,
lozenges.
You know,
baking soda rinse,
jizz and jizz.
You know what I ever thought about though? Maybe the guy's demon possessed.
That could be a new conspiratorial thing. You know what? I think Rose might actually be able to agree with that. I don't know. These guys eat their own. I swear to God, they're falling apart.
Right?
What's that?
Isn't Rose and him's like super best buddies? So
no, they're again all these people on Flat Out Elected are just kind of going their own way. Thick Shades, you know, and Rand doesn't get along. Rand and Pillbox are tight still, but Pillbox and Rose don't get along. I mean, it's that they're eating their own. When you have that level of stupid, it's hard to maintain a camaraderie when all of them have different degrees of dumb fuckery, right? I mean, like Rose will believe any kind of a conspiracy, so are Arcane, but but some of them are more what's the word?
Fanatical.
Well, knowledge scavenger. You know, did you see her knowledge scavenger? She's the one that was doing the Bible teaching stuff that Rand got real mad at. And a bunch of them, Arcane and those guys, all flipped out on her because she was teaching that a woman would be equal to a man, you know. And
God forbid.
Yeah, Arcane is definitely fucking misogynist.
It's debatable, but never. I think it's debatable. But anyhow, watching
on an
them
individual basis,
they went from that in the same day to after that. Then, and I hate to say this, but you know, Rand did a video where he was bitching about me for like 2 hours. You know, did some breaks in it, but like 2 hours and then they never uploaded the video. I guess they didn't want to give me credit. That made me feel bad. And then he came on later and then said he's quitting, doing a prison ministry, whatever. You know, I'm like, oh heck, you know, what fun is this? You know,
but he does this all the time. He's like Brett Keane. You know, he'll just be like, oh, I'm retiring, and then you know, come back with something new and improvely stupid.
I am impressed, though. I mean, to be honest, I don't care if he's doing it for attention, whatever the deal is. Bragging about his prison thing, whatever. I still think it's a positive thing, and it sure as hell beats Flat Earth. You know. That's my opinion.
Well, I mean, he hasn't given up on Flat Earth, but then again, I don't believe that he was ever a Flat Earther to begin with. But of course, I could be wrong on that. But
I think he is. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm just accepting that he could truly be this damn stupid. That's all.
Well, I'm accepting he could actually believe this, right? I'm not like dying on this hill. But either case, you know. He is a con man no matter what. If he does believe it, he's a con man. If he doesn't, he's still a con man. So it doesn't really matter, right? He's a con man.
Con mans are known for being chameleons. They're known for being able to morph into whatever they need to be to get whatever they need to.
And maybe he stepped into this part so well that you know he's convinced himself. That can happen too.
Right. And I don't think that means he doesn't believe in God. Because you can play like the game, like the Anaconda and all that, alligator, whatever all that stuff was. Come on, you have to admit that was comedy. That was like probably the best he did of just being a screwball.
Sure, I mean, that was Rand Cam at his best. I agree. But why did he get out of that? Why did he go into this whole Flat Earth shit, though? I mean, he should have stuck with just the outlandish comedy shit. People would have known he's not serious about it, and that he probably would have been a good comedian and more popular.
Except he had an audience that's they're kind of hanging on his every word, and I think that kind of, maybe that is kind of stroking his e-peen a bit.
Yeah, he's a cult leader.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's his compensation. That's what he's getting out of it.
I just want to be honest, though. The only reason I gave him a whole bunch of shit recently was actually Thick Shades and Sabella, whatever, were talking to me in the guitar community thing, whatever the heck I was, doing that stuff. And I'm like, all right, I'll check it out. And of course, there's Thick Shades doing the Mandela effect. But anyhow, I checked out Rand, and I thought, Rand has the potential to draw people in. And I saw a number of people I've seen in the Christian community falling into it. Made me feel bad. So I just felt like giving him shit about it, because he has the ability, because he has a certain amount of charisma. He can draw people into shit that other people like Pillbox and Arcane can't. And so I don't know.
That's true.
That's why I got involved in it. That's my only reason, I don't want to see Rand fuck people up. That's, I guess, my point.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've been fighting against these guys for ages, and I'm getting to the point where I don't even know if they need attention. There was this one guy I listened to last night. Second time I've seen him. He just gets on camera himself with the camera right in his face, high as fuck, just screaming that a flat Earth is true. That's all he does. He's a guy. It's scary. 30 people watching this guy melt down. But I mean, what are you going to do? Go with these people? You can't do anything with them. They're not able to change their position. They're incompetent. They're idiots. I don't want to give them too much attention, but I gotta admit, there's something strangely fascinating, alluring. Yeah, alluring is a good word, to go into these hangouts and actually try to dialogue with them. And you're like, for fuck's sake, these people are fucking stupid on a level unsurpassed by any other group.
I've let some of my peers at the college listen to some of the flat Earth stuff, and the way that they look at me is more concerning. But the way that they just kind of,
we know how they
the kind of comments is like, people, oh yeah, I know, because they're like, why are you listening to this? I'm like, that's only on the weekends. But no, it's like, there are people who actually believe this. I say, well, you know what? They say that they genuinely adopt this position because they have a mistrust in authority figures, and specifically government and NASA or whatever, right? So they come to these conclusions because of that. And so that there's not much conversation that goes on between me and this other person or the other people, depending on how many people I've shown it to. But it's more of just a morbid fascination with the fact that we are in the age of technology, and people willfully choose to be this fucking stupid.
Willfully, yeah. Well, some of them are willfully. Other people are just too stupid to know better, and so I think it's just bad genes or something. I don't know.
Steve, could I ask you something quick?
Yeah, go for it.
When you saw a video of somebody like screaming and stuff, was he acting like a preacher guy, kind of?
He was. Well, I wouldn't say he was a preacher guy. No. He was just like, I've been doing this for years. It was like number 53 episode or 55 episode. Okay. I don't remember the guy's name. Seth and I had ran across him once.
I did one where I guess I was pretending that I was preaching the flat Earth, screaming like.
No. This was like last night. And then, like I said, Seth and I had found him before, and he invited us in, and we were booted within 10 minutes. I mean, after being shown. After showing him they didn't know what he was talking about, he just booted, everybody. Go figure.
Mind if I run a thought past you guys on something I was thinking about bringing up to some of these flat earthers? Was they claim the sun is what 3,000 miles high, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so here's something I got thinking about. I was playing around with flashlights and all this different stuff, following their typical games, and then I thought, well, why am I doing this? I thought, I have plenty of flashlights and stuff to work with, but I thought, wait a minute. If you thought about it, like we think of the sun, how big it is and how far out it is, but if you think of it just being, 3,000 miles, whatever, and you think, well, that's pretty freaking high. I mean, when you think of light towers, anything we would have to look at that we would build on Earth, and the intensity of light that we can make on a tower, that you could see across this flat Earth with a telescope, whatever. And I think, well, nothing we have would compare to putting something 3,000 miles in the sky, so bright that it would light up a number of states or countries all at the same time. That's insanely bright and insanely high. So my question is, if the Earth was actually flat, then why in the hell couldn't you just go buy a $200 telescope, if you'd even need that, and see it across the flat Earth? You know what I mean?
Well, you could, according to
because inside the telescope there's an image of Saturn, and that would block your view of anything you're looking at.
Yeah, that's Arcane's excuse.
Yeah, well, that's my point here. Is they're saying that you can't see because you have the vanishing point, you have all this. I'm like, and they'll look out in the ocean, whatever, with their camera and say, okay, fine. Well, then I take a picture of the moon with my camera. I can obviously see across the flat Earth.
Well, it's
like
funny.
That bright. It's 3,000 miles in the sky.
It's funny, Flat Earth. Sometimes this is how what kind of contradictions they have, right? The conflicting stories that they tell, because in one case they'll use the atmosphere saying that it magnifies things, right? They'll use atmospheric magnification, and then other times when you ask them, okay, well, why if I'm standing, in California somewhere on top of a mountain, whatever, and I point a telescope toward, New York, I can't see, Statue of Liberty. Why is that? Right? They're like, oh, well, in that case, there's atmospheric distortion or something. It's
However, we recognize, though, that it's a rare occurrence that I guess it'll be cold down by the ocean and warm up higher. Or is it the reverse? I guess.
No, it's cold. But it's a warm layer above a cold layer. But you're never never gonna get that kind of atmospheric refraction. The degree of you being in California and see something in New York. It's just you're never going to get that degree.
Right. We'll see buildings across some things apparently, and that's a rare occurrence that you will see something, but it doesn't show the very bottom. It doesn't show the very bottom, and it's a rare occurrence. It's not common, is my understanding.
Right. It has to be under certain conditions called tropospheric ducting, but it also disproves flat Earth because we can't see it all year round. It's only on the atmospheric conditions. But again, they don't care. These guys just throw this shit out there, and I think it convinces the people that go, "Oh yeah, that makes sense. I believe that. Oh my God, I've been lied to all these years." Because the whole thing is to try to discredit science and discredit people that actually learn shit, right? And it's like, "Oh well, you've studied this since you were 2 years old that the Earth was round, so that's where you're convinced." No, I can do the experiments, and I can look at it and show, yeah, shit, this is stupid. It can't be flat.
Arcane actually argued with me that his claim was, when I said, look, the stars are going to be turned in one direction on the north of the equator, and the south it's going the other direction. And he said that he had somebody on the phone or something, and they did it, and he could see that wasn't the case. The other thing he said is he lives right off the lake, and he can see out there, and with binoculars or wherever, you can see the bottom of the ship or the boats. And I'm thinking, man, that's just like, I'm not saying
flat. Arcane could tell me 1 + 1 = 2, and I'll still check the math.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's like, but he was real rude with me, and Rand said he wasn't. That was
yeah.
Hey, Steve.
Yeah.
I live near the Great Lakes here in Canada, and you can go out on them and not see the coastline around you.
Yeah, I'm sure. Hey, Tom, do you want to do a mic check?
So from one side to the other, you can't see across.
Yeah,
and the telescope doesn't fix it either, right?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, Tom.
Can you hear me?
Hey, buddy.
I think there's something wrong with his mic. He sounds German.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's not German.
Certain mics do that. They make your voice sound like you're German.
Sounds drunk. You been drinking, Tom?
No.
Tom's not drunk. Tom's not fun when he's not drunk. We need drunk Tom.
Sorry?
Hey, Tom.
Tom just fucking with you, Tom.
I really think that Rand is trolling her, like Pillbox and Arcane.
Yeah, I do. I'm not convinced 100%. But if you had to ask me,
based on the shit that they've done in the past, some shit that they've said in the past, I would come to that conclusion too. They may be legit. I just honestly don't think that Arcane has the brain power to come to correct conclusions. That's just me.
That's true too.
I'm a bit more, cynical when it comes to Arcane, but I do think Rand can. He is really good, really conniving, and I've always admired that about him, is that he can spin a tale. Like, he can convince you of something that is untrue, and it sounds completely convincing. Like, it can be the craziest thing in the world.
Here's my issue, though. Think of this, though. let's say that you even thought God could exist, right? Then I think Rand would certainly fit that. Like, you know, unless he's a diehard atheist, but I don't think so. So even if he thought that possibly God could exist, don't you think his conscience would mess with him if he was?
Well, I mean, he compartmentalizes. I think that you know, people do have this disconnect, right? So I mean, we know people that believe in Christianity and yet still do some pretty fucked up things. So.
Yeah, but to mess with God, I mean, he would actually be messing with God and messing with people, which would be messing with God's children, that kind of thing. So you'd think that his conscience somewhere would say, "Whoa, I can't do this."
He doesn't have a conscience.
I think he does it for attention, maybe, but I can't. I have a hard time believing that he would just say.
Well, I mean, it's a hard time believing people believe in flat Earth, but they do. So, you know, we have to kind of put aside, you know, what we think is norm. But you know, it's your photo flat Earth. You know, it's funny. Just the other day, I was checking out Stellarium, and it's kind of cool if you actually lock on. And you guys could try this too. And flat Earthers can do this. You lock on the moon, right? So you hit T and you can target it, and you can go to different locations. And as you change your locations, as you change your latitude, the orientation of the moon differs. So when you go from to my location to somewhere in South America, the orientation is reversed.
It's going to be hard for me to do.
They have
that.
an explanation for that.
Magic.
Was, simply, honestly, all I had for that picture was I was using a 200 millimeter lens with a 2x magnifier on it. You know,
a Barlow lens. A Barlow lens.
Yeah, it's just a little coupler sits in there that doubles.
Yeah, they're called.
You know,
it's called a 2x Barlow. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a macro one though. It allows you to adjust your focus, and then plus you have to focus on.
Yeah,
the
a
lens,
200 millimeter lens. Or you should mean like a 20 millimeter.
I was using an NEX7 Sony. It's just an APS-C sensor. You know, like I said, with a 200 millimeter lens and a 2x. And I thought the picture actually came out pretty good. Now I had to blow it up a little bit, but I'm amazed that it actually looked pretty good for such low magnification. You know, and I put it on a tripod and then used the remote. You know, otherwise it would jiggle it. But it's like, wow, that even impressed me. That's why I got thinking. Yeah, I'm sure I could take pictures of the sun if it were actually.
Yeah, that's pretty low. That's pretty low mag. I would just use a higher mag, get a cleaner picture.
Well,
I mean, my telescope's 600 millimeter focal, tube length, but I use a 20 millimeter ocular. I don't use a Barlow. I mean, the Barlow will invert it, but I find that I get a lot more distortion with the Barlows sometimes.
I would have to pay money. I mean, my point is, I mainly just use it for macro pictures and just having fun, you know. But I mean, actually, with an APS-C sensor, it would be because of the crop factor. It does come up being similar to like 600 millimeters, right? If I'm 4, and then with the 2 and 2, they got 4. Then with the crop sensor, it comes up around.
So can somebody look at the moon and tell you, say, okay, where do you probably take this picture at? Like, was this like in New York or something?
No, right in
Steve,
in my backyard with lights and
street lights. Where do you live? Where do you live? Where?
Pennsylvania.
Okay, so you're back east.
Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so because you can actually take the moon, and in California, and then you take it back east. There's a little bit of a different orientation viewpoint as well.
Interesting.
Like from my point of view, that mirrors that's to the far right is a little bit higher.
Okay.
So there is a little
Steve,
bit.
I got a question here.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What is the highest elevation that the flat earthers say the moon and the sun are at?
I think they said that there's
that we've all heard here, like
3,500.
I've heard 8,000.
3,500. I think
is the max I heard somebody say.
All right, Mount Everest is 29,029 feet.
Yeah, it's like 5 miles straight
in elevation.
Yeah.
So, whatever model they propose, the sun and the moon has to be at least higher than that. Otherwise, the flying satellite thing will whack into the mountain.
Yeah, but they're talking miles.
You're talking miles, not feet.
Oh, they're saying miles.
3,000 miles. Yeah, Everest is like 5 miles or something.
Sorry, I thought there was.
Pseudo had a failure. Note this day, guys. Pseudo.
No, Steve just can't do metric.
I'd hate metric.
Yeah.
No, I mean metric's awesome. Don't get me wrong. Everybody
you can go on Everest and look down at the moon and jump on it.
But for an American learning metric, it's like a Chinese learning to speak English. It's very difficult.
They have
actually they do it very well.
They have various theories for the moon and the sun. Some say their moon is a hologram, that it's its own light, and other things.
Well, this whole cold light thing gets to me. It's like you watch their experiments and you're like, oh my god, they don't see the problem.
Yeah, it's in a Dixie
No,
cup.
they don't see the problem. No, they don't see the problem at all.
Well,
these are not bright people.
I gotta go. I have to mow lawn yet and get ready for work and do all that stuff. So.
Hi, Christina's glad you could drop in. Christina. You don't drop in enough.
Oh, I need to drop in more. I definitely do. I miss you guys.
We're here 3 days a week.
Yep.
Sunday, Wednesdays. Well, Sundays always, but my other 2 days alternate. But it's usually Wednesdays and Fridays. I've been kind of trying. But 3 days a week.
I'll see if I can get on Friday because I'm actually off and I refuse to go into work on Friday. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, I need some days off, especially since my kid will be leaving in a month. And so it's like, no, I'm spending some time with my kid. So he's out on a date right now. So here I am, spending time with my kid. All right.
Thanks, Christina.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you're welcome. I'll talk to you guys later.
Yep.
All right. Bye.
Yeah.
I think the reason Rand Campbell quit is simply because there's not been any money in for it. It seems to me, maybe I'm wrong, that the flat Earth community is not doing so well at this point.
It's not.
Eating each other, supposedly.
Yeah.
Working at Chuck E. Cheese isn't good.
Well, at least that aspect.
Do you have hard numbers? Do you have hard numbers?
There are other groups out there. I mean, there's not one flat Earth group. There's a whole bunch of different sections. They're denominations, I guess you can call them, the flat earthers, right? The one denomination that Rand was kind of leading, that's kind of falling apart.
Well, a lot of them, it's been rolled in with a lot of conspiratorial stuff, a lot of black Israelite stuff too. Those will get rolled in.
It's kind of like when the atheist movement tried to incorporate Atheist Plus. I think the flat earthers are overextending themselves, and they're fracturing because of it.
No, I think they're doing just fine. No, I think they should keep doing this actually.
Oh no, I'm agreeing with you. They should because they are
I want to hear Drag say what about the Hebrew Israelites? What don't you like about them? How can you not trust them?
Because they look like Black Power Rangers, and I don't trust anyone who dresses like a Black Power Ranger.
Oh come on, they got some pretty dresses. I will give them that. No. A couple of those groups have pretty dresses.
No,
they have tassels, pretty tassels.
Yeah, I don't know.
Isn't it the thing that the flat earthers are mostly recruiting from people who are kind of suspicious of the government and
yes,
stuff like that?
Yes.
So any flat Earth channel is a hotbed of all kinds of conspiracy theories.
Yeah, that's something that I've noticed. It's never one thing. It's never one belief. And I credit Ozzy and a few others who are more philosophically literate than myself to help me come to this revelation. Is that these beliefs don't exist in a vacuum. No beliefs exist in a vacuum. So that if they believe in a flat Earth, there's always something else or some things else that tie them to that. And it's not necessarily that other beliefs brought them to that conclusion, but it's kind of one strand in the web that holds it.
Right. There's a back door to each conspiracy theory, to another conspiracy theory.
Yeah. There's you can't just accept flat Earth without accepting different areas of fuckery. You just can't.
You mean like if you think 9/11 was an inside job, you're probably going to agree with flat earthers as well.
Oh yeah, I would say that on a flat Earth channel, the odds of running into somebody who doesn't believe in all those things would be rather low.
Yeah, I think
these freaking morons, and I hate to say it that way. I mean, it made me so freaking angry, and still does. But they think that what happened in England was just a freaking happened. They're all
red flag.
Well,
false flag. Yeah.
Rose Patton she does research, right, which means she watches a YouTube video. And she is trying to convince me that this company called Crisis Solutions, which runs trainings on simulated crisis, is somehow it's responsible for ISIS, somehow responsible for all these terrible terrorist attacks that are all staged. And one of the things she used as her evidence is that somewhere in one of the videos, which I had to find because the page she sent me was the wrong one. So I'm watching this 1.5-minute video going, I don't see what you're seeing. And she's like, well, how the fuck can you see what you're, not see it? It's right there at the very end. Are you blind? Are you just willfully stupid, Steve? And I'm like, it's not fucking in there. The page you sent me, it's not in there. You're just lying, Steve. I'm like, finally found the right page, right? Finally found the right page that does have it in there. That just says something like, the clue is in the name. Who the hell knows what it means? I don't really care. But she's
or there's like a 13 on the building behind.
Yeah, she's just taking that to mean, the clue is in the name, therefore the clue is ISIS because of crisis. And what I did was I took crisis solutions and I put it in an anagram finder and actually found that it actually is an anagram for crisis into souls. And I was like, that would have been a hell of a lot bigger conspiratorial thing. Someone take that and run with it. Go tell the flat earthers. Crisis solutions means crisis into souls. So they make these fake crises, and then we get their souls by people that believe that they're real. Wow. There you go.
Wow. They're into pneumatism too a lot.
I've given them their own next conspiratorial thing. Crisis into souls. Go check it out, flat earthers.
One that'll blow your mind in an argument with the discussion with Rand Campbell, where he really, this threw me. Say like you're talking about the Bible, and I would say that I'm sure you know this. The Bible says that the earth is suspended by nothing. And scientifically, you guys probably know more than me. How popular was that at the time of the Old Testament, do you think, to be known? That
there's been a couple people that have argued that was the prevalent view among like the Hebrew. Like the Hebrew model was you had Sheol, which was the graves, the massive graves, which was the part of the underworld. Then you had the firmament and the dome. I kind of covered that. I think Floyd FP I know he believes that the Bible, most of them probably did believe the earth was flat, or a lot of them did, but not all of them.
But to say that it's suspended by nothing, well, they'll go to the four corners, but the Bible also talks about the four corners of your head. That doesn't mean your head's flat. It's like some stuff I can kind of get where they're going, but what I thought was interesting is when you say that the earth is suspended by nothing, which to me is like, I look back at that and I think, well, that's pretty impressive. It kind of stands that the Bible, they knew something, that maybe the average person didn't. That's pretty interesting, prophetic, whatever. Well, what Rand says is to me that he comes back with, I asked him, what do you think of that? And he says, well, what if I say my pants are suspended by nothing? He said, I just mean I threw them on the bed. And I'm like, well, why do you take one of the strongest verses to argue for Christianity and destroy it just so you can try to hold on to your flat earth? Yeah, it's flat earth. It just blew my mind.
Because flat out, many, many years ago, Rand admitted that he is ignorant and has never read the Bible, and he doesn't know much about this stuff.
Yeah, when he first came on board to the community kind of thing, he claimed to be a Christian and a preacher. And Alex Boughton had asked him about John 3:16. He didn't know what it was. He had no idea what John 3:16 was. He had never read the Bible.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
And then Rand asked me to recite John 3:16.
Now he does it all the time. Yeah, that's his litmus test, right? That's his litmus test, right?
Yeah.
Somebody had asked me in the live feed, and I want to bring this up real quick. They had asked me if I'd mentioned Antonio Fletcher's latest foray into conspiratorial fuckery. And
what happened now?
Okay, so this is a long story condensed. Antonio Fletcher, about 3:00 in the morning, posted something on the CNN news report where they had been taking the Muslims that were protesting the terrorist attacks and had signs, and they were protesting on one side of the street, and they were roped off, and so CNN and the police were kind of moving them over a little bit to the side, and you could just see that the news reporters just stand there waiting for them to move, and this came out by the far right wing to say, oh, CNN staging news, fake news. And Antonio ran with this, right? And I had pointed out to him on Snopes. I pointed out to him from CNN that this is completely bullshit. Obviously, it wasn't fake news. You're just an idiot. And of course, he blocks me on G+, right? Which is fine, right? I don't care.
Sorry.
What the fuck does Antonio
Muslims
do?
protesters on standby.
Yeah.
However, though, Antonio did post the one though about the lady from Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, well, hang on. I know. I haven't watched that one yet. I saw him post it. But hang on. Just to get on the CNN thing for the people that are promoting this bullshit about fake news, they're no different than flat earthers to me. They're not being rational, and they don't do their due diligence. Sure, there's news that's probably fake, of course, and I believe there's a lot of things that stories they get wrong sometimes. But to deliberately say that CNN, one of the most well-respected news organizations on the planet, deliberately stages something like this, when you can actually see these protesters protesting prior for a long time, and you can actually see that it's being moved, from one side of the thing to the other. What kind of what kind of fuckery though?
So you have to.
So that was kind of fake news, though.
There is a bias. I mean, there is definitely a bias.
But hang on, flat.
Yeah.
Why? What makes you? What do you think makes that fake news? What are you basing it on to say that that's fake news? What expertise do you have in the news media to say that you have that you have information that you can demonstrate that that's fake news?
Well, you don't have to be an expertise to know when someone's lying. They're trying to give the impression. Yeah, you don't have to be an expert. Like, I'm a filmmaker.
Expertise?
And
you actually have to
or
know.
expertise.
Yeah, no, I know you're a filmmaker. No, he does make films. He does make films, so go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm a filmmaker, so the idea of trying to frame a shot is all about, okay, well, are we trying to stage this shot, or are we trying to document the shot? Documenting the shot and staging it are two different things.
Can you see that they were moving them across the street? They were trying to get them into one picture. I mean, one frame. These guys were protesting all day long. They didn't orchestrate the protesters. They didn't call these guys up and say, "Hey, we need protesters on site so we can film them." These guys were active protesters that they just moved from one side of a border to another side. That's all. I mean, you can even see that. It's completely obvious.
Well, I don't think they're questioning whether there were people out there that was protesting. What's fake is the fact that they were, I believe that they were staging the idea that they just found the people out of nowhere and just found them protesting there.
No, that's not the news report. That's not even close to what it was. These guys were protesting all day long, and they were filming them. People have cameras, photographs of these people doing this all day long, and CNN was there to document this, and they recorded off on one side of the street. The police had asked them to move, and they moved to the other side, and they were just, okay, we just lined it up like this. There was no fake news. This was a real news report.
Right.
Wait, I'm confused as to what's so.
Well, we would have to look
specifically.
Yeah. So what was fake, Justin?
Well, what's fake is the fact that they pretty much like had to stage the thing in the sense of like literally moving them and organizing them in the place so that it would just seem as though
their signs to be shown.
Happened to find the people.
They
wanted
all their signs to be shown in one shot to get it. Okay, that's nothing staged about that. That's, hey, these people are protesting. They want their message to come across. What is wrong with that?
Okay, so
I'm confused.
What's wrong with just catching them?
So if the people are already out there and they're just kind of scattered about and they're there for a reason, but no one really cares why, and you want to document and show exactly what these signs are saying.
Exactly.
So what the problem that you have, Justin, is that they were corralled? Is that the issue?
Yeah, see, I think the impression that will be given if they went...
Did he cut out?
Yeah, you could do that with Westboro back.
He did for me.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah, Westboro. That's the exact same thing.
To continue.
Westboro back, like if they would document Westboro Baptist and you just film them just with the sheer numbers that they have, you won't get this impression that there's thousands and millions of Christian heretics out there. Christian fanatics.
That was not.
So
okay. Oh. Well, hold on. I think that's where the disconnect is. So you're saying that they're trying to inflate the numbers in some way, shape, or form?
Yeah. So in a pitch.
Okay.
So the idea is, if you just found one or two or three people out protesting, it won't seem like a protest in the conventional sense. It just seem like a couple of people out there just doing, like a couple of Muslims doing it. Now, the idea in people's mind is that Muslims are not protesting enough. So they need this idea that the Muslims are protesting terrorism, when really, by statistics, there aren't a lot of Muslims doing it.
But there are people that are protesting it. I mean, even the imams didn't offer them the prayer, right? There are people that are making a stance on this. Go ahead, Drek, sorry.
Even without going into that, if let's say there are 20 people out there protesting, if the shot that they can get from any vantage point at the maximum is 15 of them, and they're missing 5 of them that are out there, corralling all 20 together is supposed to have what type of effect exactly? How does that like play into them being disingenuous in any way, shape, or form?
Well, if you count how many protesters that was there,
Did
it won't even.
they artificially inflate them, Justin?
That's what I'm asking. If there's 20,
No, not.
I'm giving a number. Like, so if there's 20 out there, and then at the vantage point that they're at naturally, you can only get 15. So you corralled them so you see all of them. How is that supposedly, going to inflate the numbers, or is some type of malfeasance on the part of CNN?
Yeah.
Well, it's just like when I'm filming a convention and there's scattered seats everywhere. People are not sitting together. But you can see there's lots of empty seats. So what you do is you have people sit together in a bunch and don't film the scattered seats.
Sure,
you don't
I agree
film
that
all
happens.
the empty seats.
Yeah, that happens. Sure,
Yeah.
absolutely. But that's not not the story here. That's not what's going on with the CNN.
Well, that's the story.
That's not the story. These people.
So if you see, I'm trying to figure out. So you're comparing this to like a stadium where you can see, given the amount of space that's there, the people who are there is minuscule. But when you have something on the street and you actually show everyone that's there, how is that even comparable? Because 20 people is going to be 20 people, no matter how you look at it.
Well, because you can look at in the streets and you can see that it's empty of Muslims who are actually protesting. You only see very few. Now, if you're looking at Antifa protest or a Trump rally, you can't hide the fact that there are people protesting. You don't have to corral people up to show their signs. You just stumble across on them.
I fail to see how that's a comparison.
Hey, by the way, just real quick, breaking news. I have to say this real quick. I just looked it up. This is validated off routers. North Korea just fired a couple multiple land-to-ship missiles off the coast. Target might be South Korean ships.
Fuck. It's not good.
So
if
pretty
if
heavy
anything,
outside of all the, if you don't mind this, though, outside of all what could happen, what did happen, whatever, maybe, don't you have to admit though, radical Islam is a serious issue. Though,
sure, absolutely. But I mean,
I don't think anyone.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, ignored.
Right, nobody's going to ignore that, but there are people. I do believe there are mainstream Muslims, good Muslims, that are against this stuff. I think that not enough of them speak out. True, I don't think enough speak out, but the ones that are, let's give them some credit. There was nothing here being staged. I find nothing wrong that CNN did at all, and I think people making it into an issue is just pure dumb fuckery, just like Flat Earth. I don't see any story here besides some contrived thing because people want to distrust the news, and I get that. People don't want to believe the news sometimes. I understand that, but for God, the people making the fake story, Justin, are people like you and Antonio. You guys are putting out the fake news.
Here's something that I learned, that as somebody who has actually served, I talk to people and they tell me about the missions and stuff and the training and stuff that I've actually gone through. They listen to the news and they've kind of like contrived their own idea of what the military does, and it doesn't actually match reality. So me learning that, I've gone out and said, you know what, if I actually want to see if there are moderate Muslims who agree with Sharia law, I will go talk to them. I know where to find them, and that has informed me more than any news outlet ever has, honestly. So that's why I'm very, very averse to people kind of drawing these really scenarios that are supposed to show whatever it is that they personally believe is happening. Because I honestly I'm trying my hardest to see Justin's point here, but it just seems like he has a narrative and he's trying to contrive something to fit to it.
Hogtie, do you want to add something to this? Because I know you have a on this too.
Actually, kind of launches off what Drag was saying, because it really is about pushing a narrative. And I got to say, in terms of, people are eager to say something about the role of Islam or about the attitudes of Muslims, whether there's a spectrum there. But what really gets in the way is when people are willing to lie to fit a narrative. In this case, the narrative is that Muslims are all these awful people, and anybody who says, well, oh, not every Muslim, well, they're just Muslim supporters. You're not going to find many supporters of Islam here. Certainly not me. As a matter of fact, I mean, Muslims are just mistaken about their understanding of the nature of the world. Some Muslims do read the Quran, and from their culturing, they believe that violence is a solution. And sometimes, if you don't have a gun, then use your vehicle and drive it up and crash into people. There do exist Muslims who oppose that sort of thing. Surprise, surprise. But for somebody to point that out, that all of a sudden makes them a Muslim apologist or an Islamicist apologist or something. And that's ridiculous. So what we've been hearing from you know, the sort of more radical religious, you know, self-identified Christians, we hear that, well, why is it when there are these attacks by Muslims, we just don't hear the Muslims speak out against it? We just don't hear that. Well, then when it turns out there's some of them that do come forward and say, well, look, we're really opposed to this. Well, then I'll say, well, no, that's fake news. That never happened. Right. That just never happened. And now instead of discussing the role of Islam or the attitudes of Muslims or what can be done about this violence or how do we protect ourselves or what's the root cause of this, we're not having those conversations. We're having a discussion about whether it's fake news. And let me wrap up on this point, is that the story that's out there, I just, once again, I did a quick search on YouTube for CNN staged and watched the flood of videos over the last few days, how CNN was caught staging this whole thing. Mm-hmm. And when you ask anybody who reshares these videos, like Justin, you say, I want to put you to the proof of this point. I want you to demonstrate what you mean that CNN staged this thing. They'll say, oh, well, there were some people standing in one place and CNN moved them and the police escorted them over because they were framing a shot. Now, I just want to note, sort of as a footnote here, I agree with Justin's stated concern that the news media should be there to document it, not to frame a shot. They should be moving people around and talking as little as possible. It should be, you know, I mean, there's obviously practical things like people walking in between the camera and the reporter, like, yeah, that's a problem. They should be doing that as little as possible. But that's not the issue for debate here. People are putting up these videos saying that CNN is faking this story. They're calling it fake news. Yeah. How is this fake news? This actually happened. And then when you ask them for proof of it, all of a sudden, well, now the proof is that they move people from one place to another. You know,
which by the way, the police were moving them. Everybody that's there said the police were moving them from one side to the other for whatever reason. I don't remember, but I mean, CNN was. But they wanted to actually get them in one shot. They actually wanted to show their signs. That's not creating fake news. Right. That's absurd to call that fake news. Now, yes, I do think that the news do things to make stories sometimes exacerbate them or to, you know, show them in a different light. I get that. And what Justin's concern is true. And people that do things like the stadium, yeah, complete bullshit. But I think, Justin, you're applying that or misapplying that here in this situation. But by the way, before we go on, we got a new person here, Sean. I just want to make sure he's legit. Sean, you legit?
I just took a quick peek.
I am legitimate. Thank you.
Okay, good. So you're a real person. You're not an AI?
Correct.
All right. Good. Go ahead.
Well, I'll tell you, one of the things that really bugs me too is the use of the term fake news and how we've completely just thrown it out the window. Like initially, it had to do with stories. There's that guy in California that I mean, the press have gone up and right up to the front door of his house, and he invited him in. He said, "Yeah, that's my job. I sit down and I just type out fake news stories. I just make up, you know. I mean, it's based on it's like National Enquirer stories where they mention real people and the cities in which they live, but then they make up some crazy thing and, you know, Angelina Jolie got angry at her housekeeper and threw a pan at her. Well, there's no evidence for that. There is an Angelina Jolie in the world, but there's no evidence that she actually ever got angry and threw a saucepan at somebody. But whatever, you know, it sells National Enquirer type thing. That's fake news. And, you know, these, you know, the whole, you know, the PC is an example of a completely made up story. But as soon as you say, I'll wrap up on this, Brenda. As soon as you say, oh, well, CNN faked this story, this is now fake news. That completely throws out the window what's meant by fake news.
Yeah, I agree.
Next thing you're going to tell me Bat Boy isn't real. I mean, come on.
Yeah, and Tyler Durden makes a good point.
We can all agree that Florida Man has actually had all of those adventures and escapades.
Yeah, Tyler Durden makes a good point, and for a videographer, Justin, you should be aware of this. It's called a pickup shot. News crews do this all the time when you don't want a camera crew at crime scenes or blocking emerging vehicles. And so just by doing a pickup shot, it does not make something fake news. And to throw around these terms like fake news is just mind-boggling. And besides that, you know, when the evidence is overwhelming that CNN did not just create this fiasco, did not just create this, you know, I shouldn't call it fiasco, this controversy that people protesting, that when you have somebody like Antonia just throwing this news report out there and going, oh, look, CNN caught at fake news with no evidence for it, with no clarifier, with no conditions of what actually going on. And then other people have to go look at it and go, yeah, well, Antonia's full of shit. it does nothing but make you guys look like fucking conspiratorial whack jobs. And this is why I posted what I did about Antonio. One of the reasons he blocked me on G+ was, again, fine. But for him to do this, I put him in the same camp as every other whack job out there. He's gone full conspiracy retard. I mean, this is a matter of time. He has no critical thinking skills to actually even validate whether this is a real story or not. Look what he did with Professor Stick. I mean, he didn't know how to evaluate any of those things correctly. Professor Stick literally handed him his ass. So, yeah, when people start saying things like fake news or putting these things up there to try to show other people or convince other people that it's fake, I put you in the same realm as a flat earther. I do. It's just the same bullshit. Sorry, that's my
Perhaps we
rant.
should
Steve,
give
may I add something to that?
Yeah.
Protesters want to get their message out of what they're protesting. So when they see if they're smart about it and they see a TV camera, they will flock to it and turn their signs towards it. Because that gets their message out. Why do you think sometimes in the past you will see protesting groups in foreign countries where English is not a very dominant language?
Yeah, and all news, all news has some kind of a filter system. I mean, we rarely get undistilled raw news, right? I think that even the most war.
Actually, that was one of the interesting things that came up on was it JD's reposting of Antonio's thread, was the fellow who had come on. I don't remember who it was. Someone might remind me, but who said these things like, "Oh, well, we don't know if some leftist person or some leftist organization didn't arrange this. We don't know if those protesters were paid." Right. Well, no, wait a second. The allegation is that CNN faked this story, that CNN arranged for it themselves, and it didn't really happen. There weren't any of those protesters. But then when you ask them about it, say, well, it could be some leftist. Some leftist did this. Some leftist organization did this. Or maybe they were paid. We don't know that they weren't paid. Well, that's not even the story. And this is, I like Steve's comparison to a flat earther, because once you start to challenge them on a particular claim they make, then all of a sudden, now we're talking about something else. And we're talking about something else completely hypothetical. Because in this conversation, I can't prove that these people weren't paid, when that just defies common sense, right? Muslims here for so long, they never speak out against violence that's done in the name of Islam. And then, so they go, well, I guess we better go speak out against violence. You think that's totally inconceivable? That after years of hearing that Muslims never speak out against violence in the name of Islam, that some of them might get up their gumption and make some signs and go out and do it?
Not inconceivable at all. I'm actually glad. And like I said, I talked to you before on this. These imams that have refused to give the prayer that all Muslims are supposed to have, the funeral prayer, but even they have put their foot down and say it's enough is enough. That shows progress to me. How is that not a good thing? I mean, anybody want to answer that? I would love somebody to tell me why that's not a good thing. When finally we have Muslims that are willing to take a stance, because a lot of Muslims are in fear of taking a stance. Because I believe that wholeheartedly that most of Islam is a violent religion. I do think that it's not a religion of peace, but I believe that a lot of people think that it is. Even Muslims that believe it, and I get that. And I respect them. They're good people. I know quite a few of them in my life. Wonderful people. But I think when it comes to putting pedal to the metal, none of them would ever actually speak out against Islam without well, they will maybe, but at least they'll say there is some fear there. They do recognize that the radical Islams are a threat to them. Would you not agree? Or we could just sit here and be awfully quiet. Let's just have a moment of silence.
We don't have a problem with Saudi Arabia at all. They're a much valued ally.
Well, they're a barbaric country. I've been to Saudi Arabia.
We don't care about that.
They're so I mean, you can't even go off the compound barely.
Yeah.
If you do, you're taking a risk. And it was a beautiful place.
Wahhabists are horrible. Yeah, I agree.
Don't be an outspoken female American in Saudi Arabia. You won't last. I'm telling you right now. They don't tolerate it.
So I don't think that we have a problem with terrorism at all, because we don't care about one of the biggest promoters of terrorism in the Middle East. We don't care.
Oh, I think we do care. I think there's a lot of we recognize that Saudi Arabia is has their hands in the cookie jar. You know, they're not a altruistic country, to say the least. They're an evil, barbaric, totalitarian type society, very oppressive. Not as bad as North Korea, and it's like I said, it is a beautiful freaking country. Oh my God, it's like you've never seen so much gold until you go into the American, the Arab countries, the Emirates. It's just gold souks are just everywhere. It's just these people have more money than they know what to do with. Even the poor are rich. A poorer person in Saudi Arabia is somebody who can't afford 2 Lamborghinis. It's just ridiculous. But anyways, back to the CNN thing. You know, like I said, the worst part, Justin, is that when you confront somebody like Antonio on this, his response is to block you. His response is to put something up on the video saying, "Oh well, people are saying that this isn't fake, and yet it's fake because of reasons." They're never able to articulate why they believe it's fake or why they believe the way that they do or give any evidence for it. It's just conspiratorial crap. And I wish people would think more critically, can do their due diligence rather than spread fake news, because I think that they're the ones creating the fake news. The CNN isn't the fake news. It's these people saying, "Oh look, CNN is get caught red-handed creating fake news." That is the fake news. They're their own worst enemy. And by the way, I'm keeping track of this missile off the coast thing. It was like 10 minutes ago, and so we're still seeing what pans out there. So far, no, nothing too heavy, but nobody knows what the hell the target was or where they landed or if they've landed or what, or if this was a test. They're not calling it a test. You guys just all fall asleep or what? Drag, you there? Hogtie? Pseudo even. Did you leave me, Pseudo?
What?
Where is everybody? Everybody just went AFK at once? I guess so. Wow. Okay, we're just having a moment of silence for like Antonio's channel, like Professor Stick did. By the way, that was a good video. If you guys haven't seen Professor Stick's video, he tore Antonio a new asshole. Tom, talk to me. Okay, am I just not hearing anybody? Mic check, anybody? Oh, okay, I do hear you. See, Tom, you're just fucking with me now, aren't you?
I'm not even sure who that's an insult to.
I don't know. 72 people watching, and I got dead air. I don't know.
What would you think if this kind of terrorist attack in London recently would have happened in the United States? Would that actually be a kind of boost to Trump's policies?
No, I don't know what you mean. Countries have terrorist attacks. They do happen.
Yeah. In London, yeah.
Yeah, and well, in America too. Most of ours are homegrown, though, but not all. There's a conspiracy of silence. Fake silence. Hinge Lever says fake silence. Yes, I've orchestrated this. So what happens is North Korea launches a missile, and actually 3/4 of the panel goes quiet. So maybe they've been struck by, a missile. Capital B and the Elephant Man says, "Oh, Steve, tell Fat I said hi, please." Who's Fat? Rancam? Oh, Flat. Oh, okay. Oh, Flat. Oh, you mean FlatOUTELECTED. Hey, FlatOUTELECTED. Capital B.
Well, there are effective counterterrorism measures.
Oh yeah, of course. Flat out scared. You still there? Capital B and the Elephant Man says hi, and he wants you to go get naked with him. I'm not making it up. That's what he said. I say we go get NK naked.
Okay.
So whatever. So I think they're all watching the news. I'm
think
watching the
these
news
measures
too
would
on
be
my
effective
laptop. I'm
in
not
a way
seeing anything about the
to
missile launch being just.
prevent terrorism in the future.
I think educating people that Islam is a dangerous religion, and I think we do need to take more steps to eradicate groups like ISIS and more radical terrorist groups. Yeah, I'm all for taking them out. But yeah, they don't. The North Korea thing. It doesn't say whether
The most effective counterterrorism measures are forming relationships with the community, and forming a bond with the leaders in that community.
Well, you mean the community that's not the terrorists, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because you're not going to form a bond with the terrorists. They're irrational. So they have no idea where these missiles were fired to. That's just weird. Not a single report says where the missiles were fired to except to the sea, or how many, and that they appear to be fired toward a ship. Surface-to-ship missiles. So it's probably just a test. I don't know. Is that why everybody's quiet? Tyler Durden says the best anti-terrorist precaution would be to stop fucking bombing the Middle East and stealing their shit. I disagree. I say bomb them more. Sorry, Tyler. Yeah, you know what? And I mean just the militant sites. Not obviously never bomb civilian targets. That's just ridiculous. But I mean, if we know that these Afghanistans are they're terrorists and they're hiding in caves, yeah, we cluster bomb the fuck out of them. Yeah. But I do believe Ober acorns too. We need to teach young children that Islam is a force of evil and mold the next generation. Yeah, no, I agree with that too. But I also agree that we need to teach children that flat Earth is stupid, young Earth creation is stupid. We need to have educated people, and as long as we have people out there making children dumb down by promoting things like young Earth creationism and flat Earth, then we are going to have a lost generation. It's just the way it is. Now they're free to do that, but education is the key. By the way, I am trying to make a new video. I need some help. If Apologia is listening or Tal Seti, I think I'm taking on too much to try to make this video. I know where I want to go with it, but I want to show people the failure of young Earth creationism, and it's pretty bad. I mean, it's just really bad how bad these groups like ICR and AIG have failed.
Telling them that.
Well, let's just say that they're
telling a flat earther his beliefs are stupid is the least effective way to convince them.
Oh, I don't care.
That they're wrong.
I don't care. You're never going to convince. There's no flat. We've already determined no flat earthers are going to change their mind, so they're stupid. So the key is now to
depends on what your goal is. If your goal is simply to
educate other people, not the flat earthers, they're never going to convert. They're never going to.
They believe that, and some of them believe that we live on an infinite plane.
Yeah. Well, some people think they're 7,000 years old. I mean, what are you going to do? But I mean, I can show that the AIG and ICR are failed organizations, and I'm collecting evidence to some of these places like Creation Science Research Ministries and a few other ones that are more obscure. These organizations come across on their webpage as these big old congregational shit. Now they're little hole in the wall places that just have nothing of research. Young Earth Creations of research is a joke. There is no research going on. But if anybody wants to help me on that project, let me know. So anybody else got any word on this missile launch? I can't really find anything. So, I mean, yes, they launched. They didn't strike anything, it appears, or they don't know. So it just says they fired a missile off the coast, and that was like 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago. So if anybody's got more information on it, let me know. One page says World War III, this is a little kind of hyperbolic, don't you think? Yeah, breaking 1 minute ago. North Korea launched multiple missiles off coast as World War III approaches, or tensions mount. So this is the Express. North Korea launched multiple missiles off coast as World War III tensions mount. Yeah, that's a little bit headline grabbing, don't you think? So they launched missiles and they're automatically jumping into World War III. Not yet known where the missiles have landed. Well, if they hit a ship, I think South Korea would have told us already. But we'll see. Maybe they haven't yet. Maybe they did. Are you guys just all falling asleep? Yeah, Tyler says, did North Korea finally succeed in killing the ocean? They've been firing missiles at it for years now. Yeah, you know what? That's the only thing they got right. North Korea, that's the only thing they can hit. I mean, half their tests blow up on the launching fucking pad. They're not really competent in this field. Red Eye says, Steve, sent you an article to recheck Twitter. It's about light bending theory directly observed in distant stars for the first time. Yes, I've already read about it this morning. I read the news every day. Red Eye. Thank you, though. I keep sending me these things. Yes, I did read that this was something that Einstein thought was impossible, to use actually light to actually measure the mass of stars directly through observations through light bending. So I was interested in that. I did read the article. But yeah. I do try to keep up on this stuff. Try refreshing. Maybe it's on your end. Oh, okay. So you guys can hear them on the outside? Maybe I need to refresh. I thought that they're all quiet. Let me refresh.
Interested in that kind of thing?
It would even not even morning
now I can
PT,
hear
like
them.
getting physically fit.
Oh, wait a minute. So have I been talking to myself this entire time?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Why? Okay, and nobody in the outside. Nobody in the outside.
Well,
no, wait. Nobody.
You didn't. You mean you didn't notice?
I thought everybody went
Hello?
quiet. I said, but
Yeah.
how come the outside chat didn't tell me anything?
Did you have a good conversation?
Okay, Steve, the outside chat doesn't tell you because they find it incredibly funny when this happens.
You know what? Outside chat, go fuck yourself. No, I'm not taking it off. I was going to go fuck yourself and take it off air, but you guys think I'm actually pissed. I'm not.
Yeah, but I mean, one of the most.
I was kind of wondering why Steve is being so quiet all the time.
Yeah, I'm never quiet, and I'm wondering why the fuck you guys are all quiet. I'm like, did you guys all fall asleep? I heard you say something though, Tom, but everybody else. I'm just talking about North Korea for the last 15 minutes. You guys are a bunch of fucks.
Yeah.
Nice to know I can rely on my outside feed to tell me what's going on. You know what, Lamed?
What'd you find
Red,
out
love
about
you guys. Fuck off.
I didn't.
Oh, they can. Oh, they can
Could
only.
you not hear them?
They can only hear me, so they didn't hear you anyway. So go fuck off, people.
They couldn't hear us just now?
They couldn't hear you for the last 15 minutes.
Oh wow.
Yeah. You guys.
Oh yeah, I couldn't hear y'all.
Do you guys have? And nobody bothered to come in and say that. Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, I just did.
Yeah. Well, 15 minutes fucking later.
Yeah, I know. I thought people just weren't interested in your show, Steve. I'm sorry.
That's probably true. But hey, but Pew, by the way, why I got you in here, thanks to Pew. Pew has made an argument on behalf of Steve McQuack. He produced a very, very brilliant video that touched me in places that I didn't know I could be touched. And I will remove him from the block list, although I tried to and I couldn't. I didn't say it was blocked, so I don't know what's going on. But I will check into it later on today. And Steve McQuack, if you're listening, you can come back tomorrow, which I believe is probably Joe Sonsteed, but I can't put my finger on that, but I think it's Joe. But if not...
Fucking asshole.
Oh, don't out him.
Yeah.
I'm very happy to hear that. I don't know if everyone will be, but I am.
But I'm just saying I think it is. I'm not saying for certain.
Yeah.
I thought Joe Sonsteed was Darwin's Greatest Hits.
No, that's scholar fiction.
Oh yeah.
No, I thought that was Hogtie.
No, that is Hogtie. Hogtie is.
No, I'm not. No,
Hogtie's
I'm not Darwin's Greatest Hits.
Yes, he's Darwin's Greatest Hits.
No, I'm not.
Hogtie is Darwin's greatest nemesis. That's why he started Darwin's Greatest Hits.
I'm not Darwin's Greatest Hit. You get it mixed up. I'm Skylar Fiction.
Oh shit, you're right.
Oh, so I guess I'm meeting you tomorrow then.
You know what? I thought the resemblance was uncanny, but I didn't want to say anything.
Yeah. Have you ever seen them in the same room?
We're all Skylar Fiction. No, I've never. I don't think Hogtie and Skylar are in the same room very often.
Strange.
Yeah, we're all Skylar Fiction.
Actually, it reminds me. It was Flat Out. One of the most interesting and one of the most jarring stories that one of my actually can people outside hear us because I've been
now they can
explaining.
Yes.
Okay, one of the most jarring stories that I heard from one of my battle buddies is while we were doing I guess it's a entry control point details where we're making sure people have their right shit before they go in and out of the training area in the desert. And he explained to me that he was on ECP guard, and one of the things that he had witnessed kind of changed his perspective on what we do and what we are actually doing, and is it, what's truly moral. And that he said that he saw a large truck coming. It was kind of barreling toward the ECP, and so he saw a kid at the top of the vehicle. And it's like, okay, so this kid is helping the guy, down in the driver's seat navigate. I guess there's something wrong with his window. And so the guy ends up hitting a rock or something, some obstruction of the road, has to pull over. So he starts yelling at the kid, and it's getting pretty violent. All of a sudden, the kid starts disrobing. And so this guy, which we presume is his son, he starts raping the kid. And they can't do anything about it, because at this point my battle buddy's about to shoot him. He's already took his weapon out, and he's getting ready to put a bullet in this guy's head because he sees the kid screaming. And so his first line supervisor says, no, you cannot interfere. That is not our job. We cannot interfere in that. And that right there, and it really caused me to question a lot of what we're actually doing, and what does this actually accomplish, because we're trying to conduct a mission over there, but we are not supposed to interfere with their culture and their
I think that's sending mixed
rituals.
messages. Yeah, that's sending a mixed thing. I mean, I believe in rules of engagement, but I think that we need to be a little bit more relaxed in those kind of things. I think we should, if we're going to be over there, we do have a right to interfere in certain things. A crime's a crime. I mean, this is crimes against humanity.
But for them, they don't have laws against
I don't care. It's crimes against humanity.
And I agree with you. And so that's where, what do you do? Do you risk a court martial by trying to do the right thing, or do you stick to the mission?
Well, the mission, unfortunately, probably the mission doesn't have to come first. But it's the mission parameters could change, but it's a hard call, right? I mean, you will get court-martialed, no question.
Yeah, because the dude deserves to die. I'd tell you right now, like if that was me, I'd make sure that I got a hold of him, and he'd never do that again. But it's one of those things that you never think you'll be in that scenario, because you say, well, I'd always protect the child no matter what. But once you put on that uniform, things change. Morality does change, and so that's what's causing me to challenge a lot of what I think I believe.
No, I couldn't agree with you more.
I wanted to ask real quick, do you mind if I would invite, or would you guys mind having music one by one come in? He's a good guy. He's an atheist. Him and I argue a lot, but he's in the chat asking if
you could send him the link. Go ahead, by all means.
Okay, I'll just copy it here and then send it to his mail or whatever. Okay, all right. Thanks, appreciate it. I think you like him.
Yeah, we love new people coming in. We've tried to get out and get new people in, but every time I do a recruitment drive, we always seem to get a lot more trolls than we do new people. So,
nah, he's not like that.
Yeah, tell him he can join the Great Debate community. The link is in the video description.
Yeah, I can see him in that. He's a darn good guitar player. I know that.
Yeah, I'm supposed.
Oh well, we need someone to play an instrument to replace Blue. So
I brought Blue. Oh, by the way, yes, if you haven't noticed, I brought Blue back.
Oh, you did?
Yeah,
I did not notice that.
I did. Me and Blue had a long discussion, and I like Blue. I've always liked Blue. I have nothing bad to say about Blue. But I decided I'm going to give him another chance. We'll see how it goes. I don't like having to ban people. It's not something I take lightly. The people I ban I do so because they just cannot follow simple rules. That's it. Everybody has the same level playing field. I mean, I had a timeout somebody the other day, and they said they won't be back because of it. Okay, well, you know what? It is what it is. I mean, I'm not going to give. And these are Patreon people too. And these people were spanners. I don't. It doesn't matter who you are. If you're breaking the rules, you're treated the same. I don't care if you're my biggest donor, and I have a lot of big donors. I will time you out. I don't want people to have special privileges that they can break rules. Now they'll have special privileges like events and stuff like that. Certainly, the people that Patreon and they help me out because I'm so appreciative of it. I want to be able to give something back. But if you think that because you have a spanner, you're allowed to start shit in my live chat, no, it's not going to happen.
Are you talking about?
I'm not talking about any specific name, because I told the person I'm not going to be mentioning them by name. But it applies to all people, ubiquitously. It doesn't matter if you have a spanner or not. If I ask you to stop with the personal drama between you and somebody else, because I have a very limited space, especially for the chat to be recorded on my OBS. I'm doing it a little bit differently right now because of technical reasons, but I don't want it filled up with personal shit between two people that can't stand each other. Take it somewhere else. If I ask you to stop, you stop. How hard is that? I don't know why that's so complicated for people. And I don't want people to send me 50,000 paragraphs on Facebook why you don't like somebody. I don't care. I just don't.
Yeah, I agree.
If I don't ask for your opinion, then I don't care if you don't like somebody. If somebody wants to talk shit about Hogtie, tell Hogtie.
Hogtie sucks.
Yeah, don't come to me going Hogtie.
You're an asshole.
He's such a prick, man. I don't care. Well, I mean,
he's really hard.
That's fine to say. You could say Hogtie's a prick to me, but don't send me 5 paragraphs about the atrocities you think Hogtie's committed that I don't believe, or I don't care, even if they're true.
All right, I'm gonna resend that email though. All right, sorry.
Thanks,
So-
Music. I got it, man.
So, Steve, you don't want me then making my post about why Hogtie is an asshole because he doesn't like poutine?
No, that's perfectly acceptable.
I have to.
Anybody who doesn't
I'm
like
okay
poutine-
with Hogtie. I just don't like Skylar Fiction.
Hogtie is a really awesome guy.
What's up, Tom?
Hogtie is a really awesome guy. I have to come to the defense of him.
Well, you're just a shill, though. What does Hogtie pay you to say that shit, Tom? You shill.
Pay chill and handing out the bucks.
Yeah. See, Hogtie doesn't need his ego stroked. He's not like the rest of us.
No, don't worry about that.
Yeah.
He wants something else stroked.
Don't we all?
I'm up for that.
Yeah. Well, hey, Hogtie, you saw what I did to Ronnie. You could always have that in your head.
I did not.
Oh, you haven't seen my gentrification of Ronnie?
Oh,
It's beautiful.
God.
What?
Somebody said
What is it?
My regentrification.
Wait.
I put Ronnie in a wig and some makeup. He's beautiful.
Oh, I saw that go by. That was yours. Oh, I didn't realize it was yours. Yeah,
He's gorgeous.
Yeah, I see that go by.
Yeah,
He's a beautiful bitch.
But okay, no. Why the wig then?
Because
I think
blondes.
Nar Warrior. I would agree with Nar Warrior on this. Ronnie has beautiful hair.
He does have beautiful hair, but I gotta change it up a little bit.
Yeah.
He has gorgeous
Fascination
hair.
with blondes.
It does. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey Pew, how do you get your motion capture to stay on target like that?
It's just every couple of frames I move the thing. It's really tedious.
Oh, so you're not using it. Okay, you're doing it like the cheap ass way.
He's doing the dumb, cheap, old school.
Yeah.
Nerd way.
You don't use actual motion capture frameage where you actually lock it on, and because that's really difficult to do, and I haven't got that. I haven't figured out how to do that yet.
Yeah, same. I'm pretty much self-teaching all of this, so I don't know what I'm doing.
It's like medical school.
I guess.
Yeah, that's kind of tedious to put it down that way. But the one you did with the headshot of you came out really good. The one with the
yeah, I actually had to make a sample of the background sky in order to, because the one dude's hat was jutting farther than my head was gonna go, so that's why that was only a 45-second video. Because I
can imagine. No, I've had to do the same thing. I've had to improvise in a way that's completely retardedly stupid, but you got to do what you got to do.
Yep.
But you're gonna help me make this video. I really want to make a video, but I need help with it. It's just too. I think I'm taking too much on what I want to accomplish because it needs research.
Yeah, I was trying to ask you in the chat if what you needed was more technical or just research or what.
Research. Yeah, research and just, I'm having a brain fart. I just can't get my thoughts together to make one of my own unique videos. I have no problem with something like Orphan Red. When I made her video, it just kind of flowed. I'm like, I understand why she's wrong. I can show why she's wrong. It just kind of happened. It wasn't that hard to make that video, Orphan Red and Blue Skies. But now that I'm trying to make a video showing the failure of young Earth creationism and AIG and ICR, it requires a lot more than I think I can actually do myself.
Yeah, that's a really broad topic. That's why R and Raw has a whole series on it.
Yeah.
It's not really a one video topic.
Yeah.
I mean, you can turn it into one, I guess, but
and turn it into a book.
Yeah.
And the book available at Amazon.
Yeah.
I am a shill for Arn, that I'll admit.
Yeah, no,
Hey,
I mean,
you know what?
buy his books. I mean, Arn's great. Like I said,
I'm gonna get one from him in person. Nah.
Yeah.
Lucky bastard.
When are you gonna meet up with Arn?
Sometime after I finish moving in. Like he's in not Austin. He's in Dallas, I believe.
Yeah.
So that's like less than an hour
Tell him
plane
hi.
ride from where I'll be.
Tell him hi.
Yeah.
You just say Steve, he won't remember you. You have to say Steve, the guy that debated true empiricism. You know, owner of the Great Debate Community. Go fuck yourself, G-Man. Yeah, that's how he knows me, right? But poor Dragon.
He knows you as the person who debated the person he can't remember.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. He knows me as a person who debated the person he can't remember.
Yep.
Yeah.
He'll remember.
Are you gonna meet the Raw man? Are you gonna meet Aaron Raw?
Eventually, yeah.
Oh,
I talk to him on Skype every so often, but I plan on meeting up with him, Alex Jules, and eventually Matt Dillahunty. I was just going to stalk him for a few weeks, but then I'll let him know.
I'm glad you brought that up real quick.
I know you're not gonna remember, but if you could, you give Raw and Dilly a hug for me, if you can.
And
if
a
you
big
remember.
wet kiss, with or without tongue music.
That's up to you.
Okay.
You know.
You can decide. I have gotten back in touch with Jennifer Peoples. She's on a trip. I will be talking to her on Friday, and so it looks like that I will be getting her in. So that's cool. You guys have been, vying to get Jennifer Peoples in here. So, and I talked to from the Great Ethics Experience, and I also talked to Phil Session, that one time. So, Phil's busy a lot though, but he's on that show often. But yeah, that's gonna be a good hangout if we can get Peoples in here.
Yeah, we will need to be on our best behavior.
Oh well,
well, just don't bring up black theism.
Oh god.
That's like the hangout killer with Arn. As soon as that conversation comes up with Arn, every time it's like he just he respects Ozzy, right? You know he loves Ozzy, but at the same time it's like fuck. He's like, why is everybody like giving me Ozzy's argument? And it's like because he's right.
Don't drink the Kool-Aid.
Don't drink. No, actually drink the Kool-Aid. Drink Ozzy's Kool-Aid.
That's like the hangout killer with Oops, sorry.
And it's not even Ozzy's Kool-Aid. Ozzy's not parroting anything new. He's just giving argumentations against Anthony Flu's presumption of atheism. That's all. That's all Ozzy's really doing. But he does so pretty effectively.
It's prepackaged Kool-Aid.
Hey, got a question for you guys before I take off in a bit, but survey like kind of thing. Do you think that, let's say, Christianity on the internet, particularly like on YouTube, is more bizarre and radical than, say, everyday life?
Yes.
And I guess the other thing I'm wondering about is it seems to me that there's always been a certain amount of weirdness in it, but lately it seems like it's gone more extreme to the more and more bizarre. Maybe it's just a few of the guys I was watching, like Thick Shades and the Flat Earthers, with the Mandela effect and that kind of thing. I'm thinking, like, whatever just happened to going to church, believing in Jesus, opening the door for people, being nice.
Yeah, no, I'm down with you, dude. I agree with you.
Just my
Yes,
thought.
it has been more
what's going on
radicalized.
here?
Yes, absolutely. YouTube Christianity is more radicalized than your mainstream Christianity. Yes.
Well, then what about me?
It's like they say fundamentalists.
How much more
and that was
radical
my
can you
point.
get than Christian anarchists? He's a Christian.
Well,
he's a Christian who actually disagrees with most Christians. That's pretty radical.
Yeah, I've never seen fundamentalists act like this, like YouTube. I mean, seriously.
No, it's because these are the guys. They watch fundamentalist videos on YouTube, decide they're Christians, don't know anything about it, maybe pick up a Bible somewhere, and then go into Hangouts and claim they went to church.
Pretty much.
They're beyond. Some early churches forms were called house churches, small groups of people meeting in someone's house.
Right.
Well, these guys have taken it one step further. They're basically a church of one, maybe a church of three, if they're lucky.
Well, actually, the old church, a lot of them were like Anabaptists, and they were relatively.
Yeah, but these guys don't even have a community. They just say they're a part of one and then run around and pretend to look like one. But
I think
they aren't at all.
Say the gathering online.
Right.
Yeah, but they're not even really just
The
gathering.
gathering.
They're just
Christianity, the gathering.
They are doing more damage to Christianity than anything else could possibly do.
Oh,
damage.
absolutely.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yes, I agree.
I mean, I'm not saying they all do, but I think just my opinion. But I think most of the most Christians that I would suspect are acting this way you'd expect them to act, you probably don't even notice them. They're not screaming and yelling and hollering at people.
Yeah.
Well, there's normal ones. I mean, look at. We have a lot of normal Christians that come to the community. An awful lot. Christian anarchist, I respect a lot. I think he's a great guy. I'm not going to do dirty things to him, like I said before with Pew, because he'll make a video about it. Fuck you, Pew. Just fuck you.
Yes.
Fuck you. But we have General Han Solo. We got Wayne Fillmore, who can sometimes say some pretty crazy shit, but still. But I mean, we have a lot of actual normal Christians. Fiona, Jade. So being Christian is fine. But I think that there is groups on YouTube that take they start with like something like Christianity, and then they find anything that they can weave into it in order to feel like they have more knowledge about the reality than other people. Like you're just sucking the Kool-Aid. You're not part of this world. You don't accept Jesus, and therefore you don't accept all these other conspiratorial stuff that I know is to be true. Sandy Hook never happened. 9/11 never happened. Jesus told me these things. They want to feel like
better and finds more of a line than it does in the real world. Because it's a little bit more acceptable to be a raving lunatic on the internet than a raving lunatic on a street corner.
You're expected to be sometimes. Yeah.
I was going to comment on that.
That's why I hang out here, right?
I was going to comment on the select to look for the crazies. And thank goodness for Nephilim Free, just because there's just so much material there, right?
You're talking like back in the Yoke Up days.
So what are you saying? Like
Am I right?
you couldn't find anyone, you went for your default and went after Nephilim Free?
Yeah, he was a staple. Yeah.
He was a staple.
Okay,
yes, of crazy.
Yeah, no, I mean you look at sort of the heyday of Arn producing videos and Potholer producing videos. I mean, we write stuff for
The Living Dinosaur is making a return in July. Just FYI.
Pre-Bod to Bits, pre-Living Dinosaur. But in those days, I mean, it was Yoke Up, Gear Up,
Fifth Watcher,
Venom Fang X, Nephilim Free, and
Shock of
those
God.
guys.
Oh,
Shock of God. But you
Yeah.
had to wait through a lot of regular videos.
Don't forget Iron Cross 66106. Can't forget him there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so there were always plenty of them, but they were in amongst a sea of people like, I mean, one of my first subscribers was a young woman named God is Music, I think what her name was. And she would like do piano pieces and then talk a little bit about how it's amazing that God has given us this gift and blah, blah, blah. So there are people who are expressive about their faith, but they sort of went on to other things. I mean, you don't get many views doing that. And they, I'm sure that there are still plenty of believers who used to make videos or would want to make videos now, but the climate isn't like that. And what's left? I mean, who's got the tenacity to keep making videos that talk about things? And it's the, G-Man in his all caps. There's no such thing as an atheist, 15 exclamation marks. And, that's sort of what we're left with.
It's extremism you're left with. Yeah, because
even some of the nutters left too, right?
But
like Europe doesn't do
there's
videos
so
anymore.
many more YouTubers now than there was 8 years ago. I mean, the landscape has dynamically changed where it's just a sea of videos. So you're not seeing people get the views like they used to get. Even in the last year or two, people that used to get 10,000 views on a video, some even the people got 100,000. They're only getting like 400 or 500 now. And this is ubiquitous.
Yeah.
A lot of them. I've talked to a lot of them. They're like, yeah, you know what? If I hit 1,000 views, I'm happy nowadays. And they've had videos had 12,000, 20,000 views. And by the way, if I can say something real quick, Hogtie, just 1 second. Rose, the other night I was talking to Rose. She always thought that I was gay until I pointed out I wasn't, and I was like, "What the hell? Why would you think all this time I was gay?" Then I watched Pew's video and went, aha.
God.
Sorry, go ahead.
Wait a minute.
I was there at the hangout when DPR Jones came out. I don't know if anybody remembered that. He didn't ever do it on any show that was scheduled. It was like midway through a long hangout. DPR Jones finally came out, and everybody went, "That guy's straight." So
wait a minute. I'm like, wait a minute. DPR Jones is married.
He came
I'm
up
sorry
the
to
street.
interrupt
he
here,
came out
but-
Hogtie, it's gay or
Hang on
European.
here a minute.
What's that?
You mean like who started this whole thing about you being gay? Where did this even come from?
Oh fuck if I know.
No, she just thought.
I admit it.
Oh, I don't know.
I know.
Who started? I thought me was gay. I don't know. Anybody goes to my Facebook and see my ex-girlfriends. I don't know why anybody would think I was gay.
Well,
Besides the fact that Pew is sucking his dick in the whole 9 yards. I get
try to be
that.
polite, and I always try to make sure I don't see anything that could defend you, thinking that you're gay.
Yeah,
I'm thinking
I would have
don't
no
wanna say
problem
anything
being
about-
gay. I'm just not, right? I mean,
Well, I don't know why. Sorry, man.
Maybe I want to be gay. Maybe I want to be able to say yes. Fuck you, you straight people. I don't know. I have no idea.
I just wonder who started it. I
think it was Christian
about it
anarchists.
before.
No, I think it was Chris.
Were you joking on it here though?
I think it was probably no. I don't think it was me. I think it was General because he included you in his harem of.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Why do you want to know so bad, Bruce? It's kind of.
Well, I thought he was sexy, but I thought that I thought you were joking around about it or something, and I must have overheard it.
I'm coming out of the closet. I'm straight. You know, I'm announcing it. I'm straight. Sorry, Drag. I know you've had hopes up. You know, I do enjoy your twerking though. Don't you dare stop twerking.
Oh no! What are you throwing shit at me?
Oh God, Steve, thanks for that mental image.
Oh, you haven't seen
you
this?
You can go out to eat after finish this instance.
No, I'm the one that says drag twerked.
Oh.
Are you in Motion
Yeah,
Palace
someone just
now?
started that rumor.
You're in Motion Palace.
Yes, this is Motion Palace.
Yeah.
Yep. By throwing shit at me. So after this instance, I'm going to go ahead and get off because she wants to go to Chick-fil-A.
I have never been to a
Can't
Chick-fil-A.
go wrong with Chick-fil-A.
I've never been to one.
Really?
Pretty good.
No.
Pretty fuck. Well, he has In-N-Out Burger, so he doesn't need.
Still can't afford Popeyes.
Can't afford
Still
Popeyes, but I tell you what, I will get myself an animal style 4x4 from In-N-Out and fuck you all.
See?
If you've not lived until you had a 4x4 animal style.
Well, then I have not lived.
Yeah. What the hell?
Let me tell you, In-N-Out Burger is fucking delicious.
It
it's
is
close
delicious.
to like the only rough
for
wait,
In-N-Out. I'm like, do I need Urban Dictionary to? What the?
Yeah,
fuck are you guys
I'm
talking
equally
about?
lost.
It's on the secret. There's a secret menu. You have a standard menu and you have the secret menu. So when you ask for animal style, that's like everything with the works, kind of like poutine.
And it's grilled. The onions are grilled.
Ooh.
Yeah, so it's 4 pieces of beef.
It just sounds like the menu.
Four pieces of cheese. The onions are grilled. There's a whole secret menu that you people don't know about on In-N-Out. And if you know this, like if you go in and you ask for a protein wrap, anybody know what a protein wrap is? It's not
You
dirty.
put more bacon around it.
No, it's actually 2 pieces of
something that's really easy to make a joke about.
Yeah, really. It's 2 pieces.
Slow down, Steve. I'm trying to type this on Urban Dictionary.
It's 2 pieces of beef in a thing of lettuce. That's all it is. It's lettuce and beef. So instead of having buns, you have a big thing of lettuce, and they put 2 pieces of beef in it. That's a protein wrap.
Talking about buns.
Yeah, they have like 15 things you can go order at In-N-Out that they don't have on the menu.
You just have to know.
That's
Starbucks actually has something like that.
Like a Napoleon shake. Tyler says go order a Napoleon shake. A Napoleon shake is when they actually give you vanilla, chocolate, and strawberry. Yeah.
All of this sounds like the code words. All of this
Neapolitan,
sounds like the code words they use, like out front and like the really sort of weird like hooker places, like the. You know, it's like, oh, can I get animal style? Oh, how much for the 4x4? And
I got the soft collar.
It does sound like that, though.
Can I get the 30-minute?
Yeah, how do you know what a half and half is, even, Hogtie? I mean, that's your reference.
I do. You know what? Every time I get that half and half cream, and every time I see it, I laugh. I laugh my ass off.
Yeah, it's fun. You make jokes about that, but like having rub houses is very prevalent here. So I found it more, I guess, efficient to find the websites that show you all the places that are rub houses and then go to the places that aren't on that list.
By the way, World War III has been averted. The missiles hit water, I guess they said.
Wow.
Oh, good.
Well, wait a minute. Rub houses uses half and half?
He always goes for half and half, yeah.
I'm feeling that we're going for...
North Korea shot off some missiles, I guess. What was
it's not. They're not going to do anything.
It's saber rattling.
All right, let me make a survey.
They make noise.
You guys up for a really quick survey? Anyone that wants to answer? How many people think that we should do a preemptive strike on North Korea?
No.
No.
So how many no's? Any yeses? Any?
I would be totally against a preemptive strike. But do we need to do something to shut down their ballistic missile program?
Right,
Yes.
so that's cool. We can all know.
What do you mean with preemptive strike, actually?
Lots of military action.
Well, really? You want me to real fast? China's
I just did. Tom, it's like Han Solo shooting first.
China's going to need a peace.
I mean,
we're going to have to give them some like farmlands in North Korea. We'll unify the country, bomb the shit out of it. We'll evacuate Seoul.
You know what? China. You know what's funny is China would probably.
And you're going to do all this in how much time?
15 minutes.
I don't know what, like 5 years?
You can send like one missile.
No, 5 years probably.
But China would probably be down for that. China. I don't think
We're gonna
China
have
wants
to,
to
like,
deal with North Korea. I think they would be happy.
Really?
if North Korea was
You're gonna let this guy build a fucking rocket that can hit LA?
It's not a matter of
especially after
I wasn't aware that North Korea was on American soil
decades ago. That kind of settled it for us.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I'm telling you, man, it makes me nervous.
I know they have a missile right now that can reach New York. That means that we can reach Washington D.C.
Wait,
they know the second
where do they launch? Or do they have to take the bus?
A missile that can reach New York? Do they?
Yeah, the Topadong, whatever the fuck it's called, 3. I think at max range. I think at max range can hit New York if you look at the range. But again, the problem is
that their claim or is that confirmed?
Even if they
wait, hold on. Is that the one they launched the satellite from?
The one that blew up? That was, I think, there's the same one.
Yeah,
but
if they can put even though the satellite failed to get into a stable orbit,
but the thing is,
you still got a rocket that can get up there, so now you can hit shit.
Yeah, the thing is though, even if they launched that kind of missile, we would have more than ample opportunity to shoot it down, and our retaliatory measure would be massive. So yeah, they're not stupid enough to do so. We would obliterate them off the planet, and we wouldn't even have to use nuclear weapons to do so. We could use enough conventional weaponry to.
Wait a second.
Hey, Steve,
they got nukes.
just drop food on them.
They already have low-grade
my God.
already have
Just drop
low-grade
food.
nukes, and they're launching rockets into the Sea of Japan very blatantly. We're asking them. We're like, don't send rockets over there. We'll give you food and money, and everyone will be happy. Just stop doing that.
Yeah, I don't like capitulations like that. I think we should give food. Don't get me wrong, but it's not. We need to tell them to stop doing it, and we need to provide a better incentive for them to not do it, like military action, perhaps. I don't know. We need to stop them from developing any further. They are a threat. North Korea is a threat. I've said this for 30 years. North Korea is a threat. I said this when I was in the military. They are a threat. They will be a threat. I said in several decades to come. They will saber rattle, but eventually they will step up to the plate, and I think they will do something stupid. I think they will antagonize South Korea, and because South Korea and North Korea war has never ended. They're still at war.
If you're telling me that it's okay if they start it, why don't we just?
Again, I'm not saying it's okay.
I'm not saying it's okay. I'm not saying it's okay, but we are only ethically able to do something if they're the aggressor.
What?
At this point, they
talking about it doesn't work like that.
Yeah, they haven't reached the stage yet where they're at critical point where if we don't do something immediately, they're getting close though. They are getting close.
Things aren't fair.
Right. Well, if you want to do anything diplomatic with North Korea, you pretty much have to go through China. So that's something
we have to give them a piece. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I'm not even talking about dividing up the corpse of North Korea. I'm mostly just talking about North Korea can't feed itself. China has to continue importing stuff to them, so they have an immense amount of leverage over North Korea. So anything, I think that's probably where the solution lies to this, if a peaceful solution exists, is diplomacy with China.
So you're saying that we should basically cut off food to have China cut off food to the North Koreans, and basically.
No, I'm not saying that.
I don't understand where you went with that. I'm sorry, I'm confused.
We do need to work with China, though.
What I'm saying is North Korea kind of has to listen to China more, since they know that if they don't, they're going to be in trouble. So I'm not saying we just completely cut them off and then let them wither away. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the U.S. should work with China to use that leverage that already exists.
Yeah. Okay. This is well known.
Couldn't North Korea get food from somewhere else?
They could theoretically, but no one else likes them. Pretty much.
You don't want to alienate the people. You don't want the people to suffer. I don't believe withholding food is the answer. Never suffrage for the people is a good solution.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't believe that. So that would be immoral to me. But we need regime change. I do think China has a huge influence. I think they're a thorn in China's ass. I think China doesn't want to deal with them. They make, they have to say that they're allies and stuff like that because they have to maintain a uniform front. But I think if you came right down to the Chinese and said, hey, look, if North Korea, became annexed to China, just, Kim Jong-un just stepped down and they got rid of this despotic society, would you be okay with that? And I think China would go, fuck yes, in their Chinese, how you were saying it in Mandarin. Somebody know how to speak Mandarin?
They jump on it.
Yeah, of course they would.
One question that I do have is, what is North Korea's goal? I mean, when they present their strength in launching missiles, whatever, what kind of targets do they actually want to hit?
Well, they killed the ocean. They were successfully in taking out part of the ocean.
They don't want to hit
Do
anyone.
they
In
want
fact,
to
I think
hit
they're very
Japan or South
whale
Korea?
and several shrimp.
But what happens what happens at one time when they do a missile launch and instead of hitting the ocean, it hits a ship? Now, granted, it may not detonate, but it's still an aggressive act of war.
They would never do that.
I don't think they would ever do it
happen.
intentionally.
Accidents happen.
Right.
So you're saying, Steve, they accidentally hit a ship when they were actually targeting the ship and didn't hit the ocean by accident?
Yeah, something like that. Don't make me think.
Well,
too hard of that.
Wouldn't that be called a success?
So let me ask you. Let me ask you to put it this way, okay? What is the best way to defy other countries out there without actually triggering them into doing any type of action?
Show them how big of a stick you got.
Yeah, it's called preemptive. Go over there and
No,
get it.
No, it's not a preemptive strike. It's
again. So okay. So here's the.
Hello, Sokka?
I think.
Oh my God! He killed Sokka. The North Koreans took Sokka out.
The Sokka phone rang. He had to go get it.
He's been hacked.
I think Sokka was probably going to mention that there are different, I guess, avenues that a government can take to control the amount of collateral damage that a direct boots on the ground action would cause, and that we do have the THAAD in South Korea. There's a anti-missile defense system that can be deployed. I think it was recently suspended, but we do have it there, and it is something that we have at our disposal should something happen. And not to mention the numerous bases in South Korea that would immediately put boots on the ground the second North Korea decided it wanted to do something fucking stupid. But Sokka's back, so I'll let him explain.
Yeah. So here's the thing: is that it's an act of defiance when they do these missile launches. Think of it this way: is that let's say that you wanted to have a heavily publicized event, where you wanted to show some new military technology or whatever coming out there. It's going to go off without a hitch. The only way that's not going to go off the hitch is if you don't want it to go off without a hitch. So what I'm saying, when you take a look at any type of rocket program or any type of launch or any type of show of force that goes out there, you're trying to send a message, that you have these capabilities, and you have to be pretty confident in it in order for it to do the work where you're hoping to be threatening or whatever. Now, North Korea is not doing that. North Korea is holding these highly public events, but failing miserably. Why are these things keep failing? You think it's really because they don't have the capabilities to make these things succeed? No, it's because if it was a successful test, then obviously people get threatened, and it goes against
you suggesting they're purposely sabotaging their tests?
Yes, absolutely. Because it's a way because it's a way for them to be defiant to these orders. We say, hey, don't do another missile test or another missile test, or else such and such is going to happen, or a demonstration there. They do one, it fails, so they are still defiant that they didn't take in they didn't cave to what's the pressure that people put on them, but they're not going to get the same type of response from that because the test wasn't a success.
Then why they just have 4 missile tests that were a success?
They might be just testing the waters to the best of their ability, seeing what boundaries, seeing how far they can go. They very well may have the technology to fucking do something else. Excuse my language, but they're probing. They're just going a little further at each time, man.
But
why wouldn't they?
Because, like I said, what it is that these are open acts of not aggression; they're open acts of defiance. That's what they are.
Not disagreeing with you, but to think that they sabotage their own missiles.
He goes up and doesn't quite touch it, but he's going to touch it, and he's not touching it.
No, I don't think they sabotage.
Yeah,
their own
that's
missiles,
exactly it.
But I think they.
Well, I'm not saying that they sabotaged anything. The missiles did exactly what they wanted them to do.
You think they both sabotaged?
They did the launch, and it touched and it landed inside of a place that was controlled, but that wasn't going to create any unnecessary aggression towards them.
Now, the reason I think that's false is because their missile systems have gotten better progressively. You can look at each incarnation of their missile systems, and they've gotten bigger, they've gotten better, they've gotten each launch has given them a new testing thing to get data from. You can see them progressing.
Right. No one's saying that's yeah. We're not saying that they're not progressing. But we're saying is that every single time that they do these tests in defiance in a time when they're not supposed to do them. but yet the actions are overlooked because of these. Their tests are looked at as failures.
Well, see,
they're not.
I agree and I disagree. I think it's an act of defiance, yes, but I don't think they want their tests to fail. I don't think they're designing things to fail.
Well, but here's the thing.
Missiles, yes.
But think of it this way. What do you think the repercussions would be if their tests were successful?
Same as they are now.
Compared to if they're failure. Really? You think?
Their tests aren't been successful. They've had some failures, sure, but I mean, they launched 4 missiles to off the coast, showing they can take out ships if they wanted to. That's flexing their muscles.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying is that even if these tests they think that have failed, people wouldn't say that these tests have failed and they've just splashed on the water. None of their tests have failed. Their tests have done exactly what they were supposed to do.
Yeah, well, they're a little different type of missile system, but I mean, why would they want to be?
They did have a failure in the last couple months. One did explode right after launch.
Yeah, that's true. I do remember that.
I think I understand what Sokka's saying. The test isn't to test the missile. The test is to test your reaction to the missile test.
Well, of course, that's part of
it.
Nobody's disagreeing with that.
That's why they don't care if they don't hit the boat or whatever their target is. Just dump it in the ocean. It's what do you react to?
That's a different argument, though. They may not care whether
that's why they also don't. That's also why they don't care if it blows up 15 seconds after it launches, because it doesn't really matter if it blows up 15 seconds after it launches. They wouldn't want it to be a successful test anyway. They have the data. They know what they're capable of. Like I said, no, they're not doing this like this blind shot where it's just like, hey, we're going to get a massive amount of people together. We're going to highly publicize our own failure.
They don't want to.
You think that this is?
They don't want to appear to be weak. I think they want to appear strong. Now,
they want. That's exactly it. They're appearing defiant. That's what they're doing. Well, the only impression that they have to do towards their people.
That makes them look incompetent.
It doesn't make them look incompetent because who's going to tell them that they're incompetent? Even within North Korea, the information that they pass on to their people is one of complete success. You think that they actually have a media there that's critiquing the military's actions?
Not to their people, to the rest of the world.
How many people in North Korea do you think have the access to the news networks like that?
The rest of the world. Of course, they disseminate false information to the North
Koreans.
You're
right. They don't care. They don't care about what the rest of the world thinks of them.
I completely disagree with that. Yeah, I completely disagree with that.
Did you completely disagree with that?
I think Sokka is raising an interesting idea.
I think it's kind of conspiratorial.
No, I don't think it's conspiratorial, but
neither do I. I think he's right.
You think he's right, Drag?
One should ask oneself. One should ask oneself, how do we actually measure the success or not success of these missile tests that North Korea is launching? Do we know what they have, what intentions do they have, and what they mean to accomplish or what they don't mean to accomplish? That seems to be like we are seeing it through a filter.
I think they want to accomplish.
Oh, okay.
No, see here, they know that they can't base any type of attack out of North Korea. They can't go and invade South Korea. They can't do anything. They're locked where they are. But yet, in order for them to maintain control over their population that they have to have type of a this feeling of strength still. Now, because of this, they have to act out in defiance against other powers in the world that do oppose them. Now, for example, it's something like the U.S. Okay, now the U.S. If they were to launch missiles and have them crash a couple hundred miles off the coast of California, that might jar the Americans into doing some type of action. Right now, they don't want that because they know that they're not going to survive in a conflict with the Americans at that point in time. But yet, if they were to do these missile tests and act in defiance against Americans, but not put themselves in this position where they're threatening, where they're going to have force the Americans' hands to do anything, well, then they still get to maintain their their position of military power over their country without risking waking the sleeping giants around them that are watching their movements.
Well, let me tell you why I think that's wrong. Because if that was the case, they would have never developed a nuclear weapon. Like they would have multiple failures of nuclear weapons. Now they have a nuclear weapon. Now they're just looking for the payload system to make it further. They have developed systems to have some kind of nuclear weaponization, but not miniaturization. right? So they've developed the technology of a nuclear weapon. If what you were saying was true, Sokka, they would have not had a successful nuclear test, and not just one, but multiple, and each one with a higher yield. They are a threat just on the fact that they have nuclear weapons, not for the ability to deliver them. Because you could walk one of those motherfucking bombs over to South Korea.
The purpose of their whole military program, especially their nuclear program,
I'm sorry,
is a deterrent to keep any countries from trying to come in and overthrow them.
Yes.
It's a way of maintaining power.
Yes, I
That's
agree.
the purpose of it. They've already got a stronghold on their society. They don't need nuclear weapons to keep.
And I think they have. I think they have the capability of striking the United States. Like I said, the Tapatong whatever 3 or 4 can hit Washington D.C. and New York. They haven't got something to hit the Midwest or even L.A. yet, but yeah, they have that. They have that ability. It's just the technology is the miniaturization of the weaponization to get it on the missile. So there's 2 things that they have to develop to get a successful launch to the United States. One, the fission material, right? The fission yield to get something that can actually blow up, and then the delivery capacity. They haven't merged them together. That's the third thing. They might have one. They might have both, but they don't have a way to merge them together yet.
Right. The original question: should we go get them first before they get this capability?
I don't think we're.
I don't
think we're there yet.
No, they're not going to push it like that. It's on a global scale, it's the equivalent of suicide by cop.
Sure.
I looked at I'm doing a little bit of research. The THAAD missile system is actually in place in South Korea right now, and is actually a deterrent against nuclear weapons. So recently, South Korea has prevented the deployment of 4 more THAAD systems in light of recent events. But that was at the behest of China, because China sees that this system, specifically its radar system, is some type of threat to it. I'm not exactly sure how, but it was just referenced here in this article. So I'm not sure how that plays a role in it, but I think this is kind of one of those topics that's a little bit open-ended, because you do have, on the one hand, North Korea wanting to maintain its image within its own country, and it does want to kind of puff out its chest a bit. But I think that they're not that stupid. I think that they know the second that they do something, China's not going to go, oh, okay, we'll just send you bodies, to throw out into a war. China is more interested in economic power, not military strength. So it's,
By the way, I should point out, we talked about fake news earlier, but there's also sensationalized news, which is not exactly fake, but sensationalized. Like these headers saying, like, could North Korea be the spark that ignites World War III, or North Korean missile launch exodus toward World War III. These are sensationalized headlines, right? I don't know if it's borderline fake news, but they're definitely sensationalized when all these other things they're saying now.
It's clickbait.
Oh, it's clickbait. These were a test. When it first, missiles were launched, everybody's like, okay, what's going on? Okay, they're testing. They didn't hit any ships, even though they're land to ship missiles, right? But these headlines are sensationalized headlines for a reason. It's clickbait, as Dragnot said. So that's something that needs to be taken into account, that not everything is fake news, but it certainly can be sensationalized.
Yeah, for me, I would have to talk to somebody that's still in, that knows a bit of intelligence, but I could have sworn I had a conversation with someone that, and then this is just from me to him, is that he confirmed to me that they do have the technology to attack South Korea very easily.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
But they won't, because they're afraid of the repercussions. But they have to keep up, that bravado to, keep the populace happy, than for them to believe that they're long dead fucking, ruler.
Yeah, you need to understand too that as dystopian as it might seem inside of North Korea right now, the viewpoint that they put out is that the rest of the world is well worse off than they are.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that they are one of the strongest nations out there. You should see some of the propaganda videos that they put out there, showing the economic situation. They have videos like highlighting like Detroit and the economic collapse there, with abandoned buildings and all this other stuff, and they painted this picture that's what all the U.S. looks like, to them.
Not only that, I think I saw one of their state propaganda films where they claimed that the rest of the world had essentially surrendered to them, and it's only by the grace of North Korea that they're allowed to continue in their wayward ways.
Yeah. The question is, how many of them actually believe this stuff? I mean,
All of them.
Probably most of them. Probably.
I mean,
most
I would say all of them.
Yeah,
Watch
I would
one
say
of those documentaries. Some of the documentaries you can get on Netflix of people that escape from there. I mean, there's a big black market where they have TVs that can receive the
that's what I
signals
say.
from South
It's
Korea.
not all of them.
Yeah, it's not all of them, but I think behind closed doors, I think a lot of them talk about it, and they know that this is all propaganda. I mean, how many brainwashed are out? It's impossible to know, but I don't think that anywhere near the majority of the population completely believes everything that they say.
Really?
But here's the problem too: is that from a very young age, they take these people and they put them immerse them into this culture of ratting each other out. Okay, whatever social group or clubs that they belong to or organizations they belong to, there's mandatory meetings where they get together and they have to call people out, where they have to, name infractions that people might have had, during that week or whatever. And because of this, it paints this kind of. Sorry, what?
Or you should drop that link on the what you're talking about. Having kids rat on other people by example, state, blah blah blah.
One moment, Saka. Music 1 by 1. It worked in Nazi Germany. It worked during the Chinese Cultural Revolution.
And I want to see it myself. I completely believe it.
It's every despotic society has something like that. Everyone.
Not only that, it's straight out of 1984.
Yeah, it is. These are government organized activities where these people have to get together to do this. So the idea of colluding with people becomes extremely risky because you don't know who you can trust, because people are always looking for something that they're going to bring up at the next meeting. So it becomes this entire trust, this entire culture.
Kind of like that too during all the communist times in the Eastern Bloc.
Well, yeah, it was. Yeah, I mean,
look,
that's where it influenced it.
From my parents,
you can't watch everybody. So the easiest way to do it is have everybody watch everybody. Someone's going to say something and report it.
Control, but also effective with the Soviets and Eastern Bloc countries. Everyone knew what was up in the Western world.
Sure. I think a lot of North Koreans do know what's going on, but I also feel that every society that has had this has collapsed at some point. I don't think North Korea is self-sustainable for very long. They will self-implode. It's a matter of time.
Well, I mean, especially with China
alone.
They can't do it. If China puts
pressure on them, yes, that'll just exacerbate their situation and make their collapse even quicker.
It is not in China's interest.
Oh, I don't think it will either. But at least not right now. They won't. Something may change.
It's a thorn in NATO's side. It's a thorn in the West side. Of course, they want. What do they want? It unified with South Korea.
But they might have to. But music, they might have to reach a point where they say, "What's worse, having North Korea or being a thorn?"
In the time of globalization, where China, as economic superpower, depends on their partners, that the consumers of the whole world that buy their products. If you have North Korea that's like seriously, I mean, it's a lot of saber rattling now, but if they were actually doing anything that might make it seem like there really could be an attack on South Korea, that would completely, basically destabilize all their partners. The relationships with their partners.
So here's the problem too, is that it's not as much that you'd always look at it like that the government themselves are keeping these people as prisoners in a way, but really the other way to look at it is that the people of this country are keeping the leaders as prisoners as well. The reason why they don't want to revolt, the reason why they don't want a change of power or anything like that, is because if you're a government official in North Korea, especially a high-ranking government official, and a revolutionary movement was to come out there and try, usurp power from that government or to institute like another democracy or something in the place of what they have now, it would lead to a huge civil war almost with the government there. The government would die. People within the government would be executed, murdered, whatever. And there's no safe place for them to go. They have to keep this facade on for their own self-preservation.
Yeah, but there's one main question that I end up having for myself about North Korea, and that's because I do find the theory that they're doing this for their own people in no small part quite compelling. But the only question that keeps coming up for me is they could just lie about that, right? They could just claim that they're doing these tests to their own people and then not incur any wrath from the international community at all, and appease their people.
Guys,
use old war footage from other countries.
I'm gonna be back in a while. I'm gonna go make some lunch. I'm gonna leave this open because a lot of people are watching and this is interesting. And I'll catch up with the conversation in a little while. But hey, Drag, you're in charge. Don't let me down. Oh wait, we got somebody new coming in. Do I know this person? Alfredo Apelados. Do anybody know this guy? He doesn't.
No.
He doesn't have an icon.
What's his name?
Alfredo Apelidos. I bring
Does
him
he have
for
a
a sec.
reference?
Well, I'm gonna bring him in real quick, but
Familiar.
I'll just bring it over so you can't see him. Then we'll see.
Does he have a profile?
I don't know. Okay, so
I will do what I can to check into that.
Alfredo.
The blue guy.
Alfredo.
We've seen this guy before.
He's cool?
He dropped.
No.
He's not
They
cool.
dropped.
Get him out. Oh, we don't have an outside chat, right?
Yeah.
I remember his friends list. I've seen this before.
Okay, so you tried to snipe?
He's popped in like that and popped out and never showed up again. He never did anything.
Oh,
9 followers, no pictures, no.
Well, you got the link now.
Yeah.
So
Because you can't.
that's an issue.
You can't snipe.
No, you can't.
Well, no,
you can't
it's-
snipe.
it's the
Guys,
only
you
thing we
can't
gotta worry
snipe it, and you can't get in without being let in from the lobby.
Right, and I'm gonna lock.
Oh.
I'm gonna lock
So-
the lobby now.
So we can't pass the link?
No, I'm gonna lock it.
Even if he did, there's no way they can get in or do anything.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I just changed it, so I just locked it so nobody can get in. So you have to be invite
Alright.
only. So. All right.
Oh,
So-
Steve, before you get lunch,
Yeah.
I wanted to say I watch a bunch of you guys. I think you guys are great. Thanks for letting me in, and it's been a real pleasure.
Yeah, glad to have you. We love
trade.
people coming in, new people especially. Don't
And
forget.
I'm sorry about the F-bombs. I'm a South Mainer. I'll try to stop that.
Don't forget to no problem. Just add go join the Great Debate community. The link is in the video description. That way you can know when
Yep,
we're having hangouts. We'd love to have new
Thinking
insight.
I'm thinking about it.
Okay, awesome. I'm gonna go AFK for a while, so you guys have the control.
All right, thanks again, Steve and guys. Appreciate it.
Yep. See you, Steve. So here's where the room dies.
I
So,
thought that fucking prick Steve would never leave.
Hey, wait, just so here,
Hold on.
Okay, so
when I was
Sokka was saying something. Now, what were you saying about missile tests there, Sokka?
I personally think you should go get them. I'm sick of it. They got so under like thousands of artillery and cannons and stuff. They're testing missiles left and right.
Music. You want to know an easy way to do them? You don't have to drop bombs. You drop food.
But here's the question: is that who do you get?
I got it, guys. I got it. Trump is dumb enough to go for this, right? We'll just be like, break the law just again, and just drop bombs just on the family. Just wipe the family out and see what happens. I bet they're going to capitulate pretty damn quick.
But
that's what I would do.
Yeah, but it's something that they have a good idea of location of the leader at all times.
Oh yeah, we can get the whole family just bam done.
Yeah, I mean, here's the whole thing.
We're gonna have to evacuate Seoul though. That's going to be a problem. There's going to be
here's the thing. I mean, South Korea is like the size of Southern California, except that industry is just concentrated in a few pockets, and the amount of collateral damage that North Korea, with their back against the wall, can do in a short period of time before you take over the country is substantial. Right?
That's why we have to evacuate Seoul and make sure China's ready to accept the refugees, and then we can just steamroll the fuck out of them.
Here's the thing: is that whenever you
I'm sorry, guys. Darn it.
Whenever you slit a throat, you got to stick around to clean up the mess. Okay, like that's you don't realize that going into a war is extremely easy. Getting out of a war is extremely hard.
Yeah, we can take that responsibility. Let's just get it done.
I mean, by that logic, we should have, or not we, the United States should have invaded Russia in the 50s because they were potentially getting nuclear weapons, which the United States had, but the Russians didn't have yet. So, why didn't we do that
Because
back then?
the Russians had a lot of tanks,
Well,
and they just were victors like us of World War II. They were pretty powerful.
Yeah,
They had the Eastern Bloc. They had a lot of things under their control. They were an adversary.
yeah.
It's rough.
So they were pretty
After World War
powerful and they were pretty dangerous. So we should go for the less dangerous people, but the really dangerous folks we should ignore. I mean, by that logic, we should have Soviet Russia.
Well, we lost 60 million.
They are threats.
The world lost 60 million people in World War II. I don't think any country was aching to get into another massive conflict, shortly after that, right?
Yeah, but if you take the logic that there is a threat out there and we should take them out before really dangerous to us, then by that logic, Soviet Russia would have been a prime candidate.
Yes, but that's just moving the goalposts a little bit, man. We're talking about North Korea. And remember, I'm taking the opposite opinion. Everyone in the room said no. I decided to say yes. Why not?
Well, I mean, the whole thing about evacuating South Korea is pretty absurd. I mean, you think that North Korea is just going to stand by it? We're like, oh, don't notice that we're evacuating this whole major city. Not to mention, you know how much that's going to disrupt their whole economy and industry and the world economy? I mean, South Korea is a major economic power.
No, it's not going to be easy. And remember, the entire city is going to get decimated. I mean, if we don't do it just right, they're going to start firing away. And there's going to be volleys to thousands of missiles and artillery just wasting the city if they're that crazy.
Do you think the citizens of South Korea are willing to completely lose their industry and everything that they've worked for and what everybody owns and just say, okay, we want North Korea taken out, so we're willing to lose everything that we've worked for in the last 50 years?
I do not think that. I think the situation is next to impossible, to be honest with you. However,
I think that what the strategy that most people have right now is that kind of like what Steve was saying earlier is that North Korea is not in a sustainable position. Now, I mean, I would have thought that that would be pretty obvious, but it's actually gotten progressively worse in the last 20, 25 years. But how much longer do they have before themselves just collapse?
Really think that they're going to revolt against their god leader? They got that.
Eventually.
They got stuff unlocked. Eventually, man. How? At what cost? I mean, okay, let's just sacrifice the infrastructure of a city. I mean, how many lives? I mean, what's the trade-off here? I'm saying let them bomb Seoul. Maybe they won't. Maybe we can cut the head off the snake and get them, and people will come to their senses. You never know. It could happen. But what? We're going to let millions and millions of people eat clay and suffer and die when we could evacuate a city. Yeah, there's a bunch of people that are going to die. Hopefully China will take as many refugees as they come. Open the floodgates. We might save more lives, and, maybe Seoul will be rebuilt even better. Who knows? Although it's impossible. I don't think it's going to happen, but it just makes sense.
Right now, it's a war of information that's going on right now. When you see that the access to the North Koreans have to the outside world now compared to what they had, even 5, 10 years ago, is a lot different. So like one of the illegal cell phone smuggling into the country, people have that cell phones that are unlocked that can actually access information outside of their own country. That's that's a huge movement that's going on there. So the idea this idea that they can keep them sheltered in this lie essentially that they're living in for forever is they can't sustain that.
I understand that, but how are they going to revolt? There's going to have to be some kind of coup. We can't get in there.
Yeah, probably.
They got walls as big as church bells. You know what I mean? Hey. They're way up there. We can't really get in there and infiltrate them that much, or we would have probably.
Oh yeah, of course you can. It's it wouldn't be hard to get into North Korea. If you wanted to get into North Korea, it wouldn't be that hard.
Well, what do you mean? We did it with Iran. We did it with the Contras. We did it with Syria. We did it with Iraq. We do it with all kinds of people all the time. For some reason, we just can't crack that nut. We can't get in there. Their security is pretty tight.
What do you mean their security is pretty tight? Like, I mean, their security against what?
Why hasn't the CIA established a coup and put somebody in power and reunify North Korea? And now, we have more NATO surrounding China and Russia just the way we want it with all our bases. I mean, you know where this goes. Why haven't we?
I don't know. Is it because it's not profitable?
Why wouldn't it be profitable? Of course it's going to be profitable.
What are they going to get from North Korea?
A new South Korea? Look how much money South Korea makes.
How much money do we have? How much money would we have to invest into their infrastructure to bring them up to that level?
Oh
God, more than East Germany.
More military bases right on the border of China. Because we're surrounding.
Yeah, I mean, and China's not going to. China's not going to just sit there while this happens.
Love that. We would love it, dude.
Hey,
oh my
music,
God.
yeah. So the Russians would love it too that you have military bases that close to them as well.
Yeah. China and Russia aren't going to stand by. Yeah, China and Russia are not going to just stand by while this happens.
Of course not, and that's why China does not want to let North Korea fall. Of course not. Of course they wouldn't. Why would they? Yeah, that's why we're going to have to give them a big piece. Maybe like half. I'm thinking. But no, it'll just be all out war, I guess, when things come to a boil. Everyone will just get sick of it and say, oh, heck, let's just do it. Get it over with. It's terrifying.
I like how you think that we're just going to have to give China and Russia a big piece. What's to say they don't do something and just keep us out of it altogether?
They very well could. Who knows? I mean, right now, China could take North Korea in an instant. They could just trample over and take it. Could probably take North Korea. Probably even might even be able to take Japan before we get there.
Well, I mean, certain countries have certain investments in them. I mean, one of the things, Russia uses North Korean labor in their lumber camps that they get really cheap from the government. So, I mean, there's a reason why Russia might not, be too warm to the idea of someone invading North Korea. Actually, there's a really cool documentary on that. You can find it. It's the Russian North Korea labor relationship that they have.
North Koreans don't even realize they've left North Korea and gone to Russia.
We'd have to cut a really sweet deal with China and Russia. You're right. Mainly China. We'd have to, like, the banking thing, and let's say North Korea did fall. Let's say that, we cut a deal with China. This guy's gone. We're going to unify North Korea. China would want a lot. There's no way they wouldn't. They'd want, at least half of like the action.
Yeah, I mean, you're also assuming that South Korea wants a bunch of North Koreans running around their country right now too. Like,
these guys would be so happy. They'd be like 30 cents a day, and they'd be eating noodles. They'd be like,
no, but South Korea wouldn't want North Koreans.
Why not?
One by one. Do you know what happened when the Berlin Wall came down?
Yeah, Germany became one of the European superpower. Yeah, Hmm. Something
else happened too. The West Germans didn't like the East Germans coming into West Germany.
Hey, by the way,
yeah, they got their stuff together to conquer the crap out of Europe, though, didn't they?
Hey, we have a guest. We have a guest in the live chat. Guess
who?
Guess who finally decided to join us?
Who is it?
Mr. Campbell himself. Ran the man. Hey,
What,
Ran,
the
get
real
your,
one?
The real one, yeah. Get your happy ass in here.
Anyway, Sokka, nice talking to you, man. I like your intellect. You make me think.
Sokka's smart.
I'm always willing to be swayed. You can always change my mind.
I agree with Sokka on like 95% of shit. The other 5% we probably disagree violently. But
It's dropped. Okay. It's dropped. We used to be at 98%, and now it's 95. It's slowly slipping.
When you get down to 90, you know we're in trouble, right? Hey, you know what? Most people don't agree with 90% on anything, you know. So get Ran in here. Ran, you have the link. Come in. Get it from the horse's mouth.
Wait, what? What was the comment about East Germans and West Germans?
Sokka said that they didn't like each other very much.
No, Sokka did not say that.
He's trying to make some kind of like juxtaposition between the two.
Sokka didn't say that.
I know. I thought that he was trying.
I did.
Okay, you. All right. My bad. There's a lot of icons here. My first time. And I just basically said that. Well, they turned into the European economic superpower, and they're pretty tough right now. That was my rebuttal. What have you? That's as far as it went.
I don't know, but if there is like a serious movement about rejoining the country to be one unified country again, actually in history there was a movement in Germany about that, to reunify the East Germans into one Germany again. But if there is such a movement in Korea, why do you doubt that people in South Korea would not welcome the North Koreans, or vice versa?
Well, I mean, it's a little bit different than the East and the West German situation, because even though the amount of communication between East and West Germany had changed quite a bit, like that show that they were kind of isolated from each other. They still had some contact between them, some contact between the people, and plus even though like the economic situations were a little bit different as well, they weren't as lopsided as they are between North and South Korea. And the time between North and South Korea being separated is a lot longer than the time that Germany obviously was separated from each other. So because of this, there has been a natural change in the countries themselves, and in language, culture, a lot of other aspects. These aren't.
Yes, very.
Yeah, these aren't just the same people that have been separated and they could all of a sudden intermingle again and everything will be hunky dory. These are completely different people now, and not just that, but if you take a look at the economic situation in North Korea, now it becomes a weight on the South Korean people to accommodate the North Korean people. They're at a situation now where it's like they are. You have to now support these people. You have to have social systems in place, or a social network in place to support these people that don't have money, don't have the same type of training or the experience with stuff that you have in your culture. And so because of that, you're taking on a huge burden, by having these people.
We're gonna have to change topics. The guest of honor has finally arrived. Let's give it up for the man who's retiring from the internets, Mr. Rand Campbell himself. Give it up. It's been a good run, Rand. We're going to miss you. We have Dragnot here, though, and Dragnot can substitute for you. Dragnot, can you do your Rand thing real quick for us? Can give you... Drag?
Please.
Drag, where the hell are you, Drag? Oh, well. So, hey, Mr. Rand, my friend. Are you there?
Yes, sir. How are you?
Yes, I watched your video. Well, not all of it, because, it's 45 minutes of you self-aggrandizing yourself. But I watched most of it. Well,
actually, if you listen to it all, then you would be able to mathematically break it into the sections where the humility overwhelms what you would call grandizing myself. But go ahead,
praise
I'm going
to
to
Jesus. Continue. Sure. So the self-aggrandizing, all in the name of Jesus, right?
Well, it's like this, Steve, and it's very, very interesting to me that I think you would probably agree to this statement that you are quite proud of yourself as well. I could look down this panel. I don't think I see anybody here that. Right? Yeah, I don't think I see anybody down here that isn't proud of themselves. So I don't know what your point there is, but let's get to why you really wanted to speak with me and leave the kindergarten nonsense for another day. I got way too much going on in my life. I'm only here because I did promise you, and I do like
you did. You did, and you kept your word. I will give you props for that. Yes.
But yeah, I have a lot going on. I got my daughter getting married next week. Her mother has gone missing. No, it's not good. Her mother has gone missing. There's a missing report out on her mom. There's a lot of stuff going on. But like I said, I promised you that I would make an appearance and speak to you. I just want you if you can, I know it's very difficult for most of the people on your side of this great fake debate community to be, mindful of people, but just if you can, just keep it a little bit more respectful than average.
Yeah, no problem. And I'm glad, but it's a good thing your daughter's getting married, isn't it? Though.
Well, yeah, I like her fiance. He's a wonderful man. He works hard. He's got a great career as an electrician. He does very well, and he's a good man. I like Keith. He's pretty good. I don't like where he asked if he could marry my daughter. We were at dinner here in the Dominican, and after dinner I went to the public restroom, and as I was standing at the urinal, he'd come up behind me and asked me if I would let him marry my daughter, and I thought, well, there's probably more appropriate times to ask that, but
so wait a minute, while you're standing at the urinal, cock in hand, letting it all drain out, he's asking if you're married. Yeah, that's a little bit possibly.
Well, that's just who he is. He's kind of that guy. He's very loving, a very good guy. I'm very happy for my daughter.
Continue on.
So, if I may address the elephant in the room, Ryan Campbell.
Hey, Drag is not that fat. Stop calling him an elephant. Come on, that's just mean.
Sorry, Ryan Campbell. You were leading people to the truth about the flat Earth, and obviously under the guidance of God, the Christian God himself. So, what would actually lead you to abort this very critical mission?
No, I stepped down from a platform. I still believe the Earth is not what we're being told it is. I have yet to see the evidence sufficient enough to bring me back to the Baal Earth. It's not that I no longer believe or that I no longer talk, but I just have I have a lot going on in my life. I just got involved in a prison ministry over here in a third world country, and when I think about the amount of effort and energy that I have to put towards that ministry, which has been written in my heart my entire life, I've always wanted to do this. And when the opportunity came up and I went and did it for the first time last week, it really opened my heart up to what the priorities need to be. And right now for me, the priority is not flat Earth. The priority is preaching the word and telling my testimony to men that are serving horrific sentences in third world prisons. I don't know that you would be able to understand that, and I don't expect that you should. I'm just letting you know that for me, it's about priority, and the priority right now is in my prison ministry.
But you've been on record as saying that flat Earth is Jesus Christ, and the only way to Jesus Christ is flat Earth.
No, okay, no. Actually, you see, that's why I am so thankful for opportunities to be able to speak. Let me explain.
I know I have a great channel for that, don't I, Rand? I mean, come on. I have a great channel for that.
Yeah, you're pretty.
Unlike Flat Out Elected, where people get banned in the live feed by people like Arcane Logos.
Okay,
which, by the way, I warned you. I didn't come here
to participate in that, bro. I didn't come in here to participate in backstabbing or backslashing.
Go ahead.
Here, let me explain to you. You made an assertion, and it was inaccurate and has been taken out of context. So let me just, if I can, this will be attempt probably 20 for me to explain what I meant. So here, I'll explain it again. And you guys are probably smarter than the other people I've explained it to. So you'll probably get it without me having to go over it too many times. When you order a pizza and they say, yeah, it'll be there in about an hour, and exactly an hour later, the doorbell rings. Somebody jumps up and yells, that's the pizza. Is the doorbell ringing the pizza? Or is the doorbell signifying a truth that the pizza has arrived?
Okay.
So what I said, wait, I'm almost done. Sorry, the beginning of my sentence interrupted.
Go ahead.
Yep. Okay. So what I meant by that was, and I just thought people would have a natural understanding. I didn't think every time I speak I had to give an explanation, but I guess in this community you do. What I meant by that is that I believe as a Christian, when I look at scripture that leans towards a flat earth, I thoroughly believe that we are in a time of increased knowledge, and that this knowledge that we are receiving is coming through Jesus Christ, in that he was the doorbell that opened up the truth about flat earth. You don't need to believe in flat earth to be a Christian. Clearly, I accepted Christ long before flat earth and was saved long before. There are many Christians that don't believe in flat earth that I thoroughly believe are saved. So no, that is an inaccurate description of what I meant.
Okay, so where in your analogy, the doorknob, excuse me, the doorbell is flat earth, right?
The doorbell, the doorbell. Oh, you see,
I want to clarify. I know I'm a little slow.
No. So what's okay? Watch. Jesus Christ said that he is the door. Do you understand?
Okay.
That he is the door. Knock and he will answer. So what I'm saying is that the knock at the door, the doorbell, ding dong, isn't actually the pizza. You're not going to go eat the doorbell, I hope. Depending on how hungry you are, I guess that could be questionable. But I don't think you're going to go actually eat the doorbell when somebody says, oh, that's the pizza, that your brain is going to go, oh, the doorbell must be the pizza, therefore I'll go take a bite out of the doorbell. No, the doorbell is the knock at the door, that when you open the door, the truth being the pizza is before you.
Okay, what part is flat earth, though, in this analogy, though?
The pizza, I'm just about, if you didn't interrupt, you would have had it. You see, you're so excited with me that you can't hold your tongue. So here, let me get to it.
You do
Oh,
get
Ren,
it. You do get it.
Look, here it comes. Here comes the
Ren, you are getting a little bit robotic.
He can't talk. If we're going to talk, Steve,
he's letting you know you're getting robotic.
Okay, so listen. The pizza is the flat earth.
Okay.
The knock at the door. The knock at the door represents Christ. The pizza represents the flat earth.
Can you refresh? You're actually roboting kind of bad. I got most of what you said, but you do sound staticky.
Absolutely brilliant.
Okay, so the pizza is the flat earth. So to me, you're saying flat earth is more important than Jesus Christ, because Jesus Christ is just a door. He's opening it to you to understand flat earth. So flat earth has a higher elevation than Jesus Christ.
I think it's a mockery to Christianity.
Well, of course it is. I told you I think Rand is a pro.
It was brilliant, dude. Just trolled. He just trolled so hard, man. There's no other explanation.
I don't believe anything. Yeah, there's that. Okay. Yeah, no, he has a reset. Now talk.
I would like this, Rand. Why did
I just had to reset. Sorry
now
about
you
that.
Sound
yeah, let's see what he has to say.
I want to ask you a question straight up.
Go ahead.
No, I want to make sure that I finish my point before I get bombarded with questions.
Finish your point. Go ahead.
So, do you understand when I say? Do you understand when I say Jesus Christ is flat earth? That what I mean is that he's the knock at the door. That when you open the door, he presents to you a truth of a deception that has occurred here in the world. In the same way that when somebody says, "Oh, that doorbell ringing is the pizza," the doorbell isn't actually the pizza. You go to the door, you open it, and the pizza is on the other side of the door.
So I get that. So I just want to clarify. Then Flat Out can ask a question. If Flat Earth is wrong, Jesus is wrong in this scenario.
If Flat Out is wrong, Jesus is wrong.
Flat Earth is wrong. If Flat Earth is wrong, Flat Earth has been demonstrated unequivocally to be a wrong model. In your scenario, Jesus Christ would be wrong, correct?
No.
It's self-evident. What do you mean? No. If Jesus Christ is saying flat earth is true, he's the door leading you to flat earth, and they discover flat earth is wrong, then Jesus led you to a erroneous...
Well, you're assuming that flat earth is wrong.
I'm not assuming anything. I said if. That's not an assumption. I'm making a hypothesis. I'm making a
No. Flat earth is correct, and therefore Jesus Christ is the truth and the life,
it's a hypothetical.
And nobody gets to the Father but through him.
But it's a hypothetical.
Well, there's no if with me. Until you demonstrate a curving wet ball rocket flying at 1,000,000 miles an hour through space, we are on a still non-moving
But according
object,
to your reasoning,
and I don't see a
you
curve.
can't get around it. The logic is infallible.
My observations,
right.
Steve.
Well, according to your observations, it's infallible.
I haven't given them to science. You gave your observations to science.
Are you willing to debate the flat Earth right now, Rand?
Well, one second,
You
I'll
want to
let
do
you- I'll
that?
let
I don't know. There's no debate. You know, I'm not a debater. It
Let me
says,
get this
okay,
out
wait a
real
second.
quick. I
Flat
got a
out
pizza in the
scary.
oven. Hang on, I gotta get my pizza. Let me get this out real quick. It's funny. We're talking about pizza. I got a pizza in the oven. It's not flat Earth. But according to what Rand's saying, if Jesus if Jesus is leading people to flat
First of
Earth,
all, let me tell you where debate sits
hang
in the
on.
Bible.
Can you guys hear me?
Let me have 1 second. I don't debate for this reason.
Bull
In
crap.
Romans chapter 1, verse 22 through 28.
Shut up.
I want to get this. I want to get this.
That you are not to debate.
Guys, stop.
You are not to debate, so I don't debate.
Flat Earth.
Look, Rand, here's the thing.
Flat out. Stop, please. I want to finish this first. So now you're going down a tangent I don't want to go to yet. What Rand is saying is if Jesus is saying flat Earth is true, it follows logically that if flat Earth is not true, Jesus was wrong. You can't not get away from that logic. That is straight up logic. And if you want to throw away all logic to be a flat earther, that's fine. Right?
So in the Sermon on the Mount, on the Sermon on the Mount, Jesus refers to Earth as God's footstool.
It doesn't matter what.
So would God use a spinning ball rocket? Would God use a spinning ball rocket as a footstool?
It follows that if Jesus says A is true and A is proved to be not true, Jesus was wrong. It's a natural. It naturally follows. You can't get away from that logic.
Well, no, there's too many ifs. There's too many ifs. You live by a lot of ifs. I don't.
That's basic logic.
Let's use the Bible, okay? Let's just use the Bible. Rand, you know the Bible says the earth is suspended by nothing.
I'll be back.
Right?
Yes. Okay, so I'm going to explain it to you because you're too dense to understand.
Oh, that's
if I say to you, listen to me. If I say to you, I just bought a new footstool, guess what I hung it on? What's your answer going to be?
So, yeah, you're going to say
you have to answer it.
No, wait a minute.
You don't get to not answer it. Because I'll cut you off and leave the entire conversation. You get to answer the question.
Yeah, my issue is you're tearing the Bible
if
up.
I say that I bought a footstool, what did I hang it on?
Why are you cherry picking?
Did I hang the footstool on anything?
It doesn't say it can.
I hung it on nothing, Bruce. I hung it on.
So in other words, figurative is hung by nothing.
Hung the earth on nothing. That means he set it down on something. He didn't hang it on anything. Come on, Bruce.
No, it's suspended by nothing.
Yes, exactly. He's hung it on nothing.
Unbelievable.
He put it on the ground. If I take my coat and throw it on the ground, what did I hang it on?
You know, you're destroying one of the most powerful.
Did I hang my coat on? Listen, Bruce, you have to be thinking. You need to be brainworthy with me. You can't just spit stuff.
Right. Brainworthy.
If I said I bought a footstool, what do you think I hung it on? What would your answer be?
Why do you think that all things that hang are stationary? Why don't you think that things that hang can't move?
Who let this guy in the room?
Can we get away from the flat Earth stuff? I don't want to argue with flat Earth. I'd rather ask. Guys, stop. I got Rand in here. I'd rather ask Rand about his retirement than flat Earth debate. We all know flat Earth is bullshit. We all know that. I believe.
No, not we. Speak for yourself. You're not the only one in the room.
Yeah, other than
I would like to quickly state that
one serious question about flat Earth.
Okay, we can't have four people talking at once. I would like to finish what I was saying. I don't believe Rand believes flat Earth. I'm not convinced of that 100% because that would be a difficult thing for me to bear the burden of justification. But I'm pretty significantly convinced Rand doesn't believe in flat Earth. Now, I would rather talk about his retirement, which has been the 6th or 7th time he's retired, what that entails, and where he's going to go from there. We can argue flat Earth till the day we die. Flat Earthers that are listening will never believe it because they're idiots. The other people that are educated that know it's not flat, we have to just take solace in that. That's all we can do. So we're not going to have a debate whether the Earth is flat or not. It's not. But if Rand wants to tell people that it is, the best thing we can do is just explain to people why it's not. I mean, that's it. But he wants to play this personage, he can. I mean, Rand does a good personage game. But I'd rather say, Rand,
wait,
what do you want? When you say they retired?
I have one question.
Sure. But then we go back to his
Okay,
retirement.
do you guys understand I have another channel called Mr. Campbell, right?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, now that channel only has about 150 subscribers. No, I guess about 170 subscribers.
Right, because you're more popular.
For me, it's not about the subscribers. I am retiring from a channel with a lot more subscribers than 170.
Yeah, back.
I've already explained it. I still believe the Earth is not what we're told it is. And until somebody gives me undeniable proof otherwise, I'm going to continue to believe what my observations tell me, not what science tells me. So that being put aside, my Mr. Campbell channel is my primary focus, which at this point is about ministry and Christians edifying one another rather than going after each other and trying to tear down each other's testimonies, but instead trying to build each other up. So I didn't really retire. I put my energy to my other channel.
Could it be you just got bored dealing with flat earthers and dealing with the same?
And to be honest with you, in a way, yeah. It's kind of like kicking the same pop can around the same
Rand,
street corner. And
Rand,
at this point, I haven't got time for it.
Rand, I've always said this in some weird twisted way. Wait, Tom, 1 second. I've always said this, Rand. For some weird twisted way, you might as well go along. I like you. I think you're a brilliant entertainer. I think you're funny. I think that you have a lot of talent. I have a lot of respect for you in that way. You have to deal with people like Pillbox and Arcane, who I think are the two dumbest people I've ever met in my entire life. Arcane especially. I don't know how you do it. Even if you did believe in flat Earth, I wouldn't know how you would deal with these people. It must get a little bit annoying.
Well, for me, I don't get into all that name calling. I think that people are very smart in specific ways that they have been educated or lived in, that they would have the wisdom of whatever that is, that they might rise above others. For instance, I'm a very, very good salesman, but I don't know the first thing about fixing a car or playing a guitar. Brucifer could probably teach me a few things about a guitar, and I might be able to teach him a few things about sales. So when we call people stupid or dumb, or what it does is it takes away from where in life they probably excel that maybe you don't know.
You don't call people names, but you call them Brucifer. Good.
Right.
I like that a lot.
Well, it says it out of love. Brucifer is a lovely name.
I do want to ask you about this, the footstool thing. You do know that God didn't put his foot on the earth and smash all the people there, right? You know,
who said smash? Who said that? Have you smashed your foot? How big is your foot that you can't just rest it on a footstool?
How big do you think God's foot is? No, okay, all right. So my point is that's obviously figurative. He doesn't have his foot sitting on it. By the way, that's a good verse for Jehovah's Witnesses, but I don't know if you'd care about that anyhow. Seriously, you guys don't talk about stuff like that. I'm wondering something though. You're saying that the sun is what? How many did you say? 3,000 feet or 3,000 miles?
Well, it's certainly miles. It wouldn't be feet, but I don't know. I don't have a measuring stick, and nor have I ever been there.
That's pretty high, right?
Wait, Bruce. Have you been there?
Before we go into
have you been there, Bruce? Because you do a whole lot of we know and we did this and we did that when you talk in science.
Yeah, I was.
But I don't think you've done anything. I don't think you've left your house. I don't think you've left your house in years. So when did you become a scientist when you say we did this and we know that?
So you're making fun of agoraphobia. Why don't you see, I'd love for you to come to my house and talk to my face that way. Anyhow, fuckhead, here's the damn deal, okay? Let's get straight. The earth is here where we are. It's called a ball, right? With water all over it spinning. All right, so the sun,
spinning ball rocket, exactly.
Right? Okay, the sun's like 3,000 miles in the air. That's generally what
are you asserting this, or are you verifying this with information? What information do you have to verify?
That's the way you guys talk, and I'm following.
No. I don't know how far it is, but I can tell.
In other words, it's
not a million. It's not 93 million miles away.
Let me finish proving you're a fuckhead. All right. So you think it's about 2,000-3,000 feet, whatever the hell it is.
I don't know, and don't speak for me if you don't know what I believe.
You okay? Do you think it's 95,000 miles out there?
I don't know. I've never been there. Why don't you tell me?
All right.
Have you been there? Have you been there?
Okay. All right. Fine enough. And do you think it's higher than the Empire State Building? Do you think it's maybe a little higher than anything we built?
Brewster, put your ears on. I haven't been there. I don't know. Are you asserting that you have been there?
Do you know how?
Are you asserting that you have been there and that you do know?
You do not want to get trapped, and that's why you're
about
good.
What you know.
You're flat Earth subject.
Again, we're getting back.
And you know what, Rand?
Guys,
this is exactly why you quit the flat Earth thing, because I was kicking your ass, boy.
We're getting back into the whole flat Earth, not flat Earth. Again, we're not here to convince people at this particular time that flat Earth is bullshit, because I think we've already done that extensively. Everybody but Rand in this group accepts, that the flat Earth is complete nonsense. I'd rather talk about Rand. I don't get Rand here very often, so can we lay off the fucking, evidence for flat Earth? If he wants evidence for flat Earth, he can go watch my videos. You can go watch Red Rhetorics. You can watch Sean Huffers. You can watch
half a dozen other people, or flat Earth discussions. So there's evidence that the Earth is not flat. That's ubiquitous. But I want to know what he means by he's retiring. And he's already stated that he's going to dedicate more time to his other channel. And he said that, he's gotten tired of some flat Earth stuff. And I thought that originally. I said that I was talking to Rose last night, and I was thinking the entire time that you probably just got bored with these same people. How many influx of new young Earthers do you get? I get, a lot of repeats in my Hangouts. But my God, man, it's just basically you, Pillbox, and Arcane. What a big circle jerk. That I find to be more interesting.
Well, for me, what it comes down to is that, just a second, I got to close some windows here. For me, what it comes down to, where do I want to spend my energy? You guys think that I'm 25 years old.
You're like 50 something.
Yeah, I'm 57.
Nobody thinks that.
I'll be 57 soon. And I don't have the kind of time you guys have in that I can just, waste time. I'm a married man. I got a lot going on in my life. I'm not going to get into detail, but, so when I look at my life and I look at my business and I look at my marriage and I look at my kids and, I look at my and I try to categorize it all into what is important. I just realized that the flat Earth argument for right now is the least important of them all, and I need to expand time in other areas. I'm not.
What was the least important?
Right now, my wife and my business.
No. What was the least important? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Oh, the least important was the flat Earth.
Okay.
Out of everything right now, I would rather do the ministries, because I do a drug rehab ministry over here where I work with drug addicts. I do obviously a prison ministry. I do translation ministry. I'm involved with a place called Hope. We've built a house and we're trying to bring kids in from all over the province of the northern province here in the Dominican into this house so that we can help them get through college and university. We pay for their studies. We pay for their tuition. We pay for their food. We pay for their housing. And so, yeah, it's called Hope, and I'm involved heavily with that. I mean, I got a lot of things that I'm doing, and I just don't have the time to go over what I believe to be a beaten horse.
So
I think the flat Earth argument.
Flat Earth is time consuming, you're saying?
Yeah, it's the least of my concerns right now. I've yet to be proven that we're on a spinning wet ball rocket. And at this point, I don't really care if I'm proven correct or incorrect in that area. For me, I want to work on things that are going to produce good fruit and help people.
Well, I don't understand that if it's part of Scripture, and this is part of Scripture that it teaches it's a flat Earth. How can it be not important to teach that?
Well, it's not that it's not important. It's the least important at this point. The most important thing is that I was just at a prison, a third world prison, and what I witnessed there broke my heart. I mean, it literally, what I seen, and when I hugged those men some of them are there for 30 years, sleeping on dirt floors, it just crushed me. And so it kind of really woke me up in another area of where I can be used. And it's not that I don't love the flat Earth discussion. I think it's very exhilarating. I think it's fun. I think it brought a little bit of life back to this deadbeat great debate community. And I think the reason most people are upset that I've decided to step down is because I'm a fun guy to play with in this great debate community. And really, flat Earth has blown a little bit of extra life into what was almost a finished debate.
No, you pretty well destroyed Christianity.
Yeah, I disagree as well. I mean, there's always something to talk about. We don't talk about flat Earth that much on my channel. But you're still going to have people like Arcane and Pillbox and Rose carrying the mantle. Although, I don't know what's going to happen to your channel, because, I mean, your channel is ran by multiple people, is it not?
Say that again?
Your channel
My channel is what?
Flat Out Elected is run by multiple people. You do have other people have control of that channel.
Yeah, I'm not
right?
the only owner. There's several people that have the launch codes and that are able to, do hangouts and do whatever they want with that channel. I don't own it.
But you're going to sit back and watch them fight over it, like a person dies and they're all fighting over the will. If you leave that channel, I think there's going to be a little infighting of who gets it and who's going to run it and what direction they want to go.
Well, that'll be up to them. Like I said, I've dusted my sandals in that area. Although there is a guy that I had asked a few months back. I don't know if you're aware of him. His name is D Marble, or D Mabel. He was the guy that took the spirit level up on the airplane. You know who I'm talking about?
I do. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he contacted me today and was interested in coming on Flat Out Elected. So there is a chance I will end up having to keep my word with him and doing one last hangout and entertaining him, because I did promise him I would a month ago. But unless, of course, Rose or somebody else will do it, which would be nice. But if they choose not to, then I'm going to have no choice but to do it.
Yeah, fair
but
enough.
I think they're going to be able to take it, right?
But can I tell you this, though? If you need to bring this to all their attention. When they ban people from the live feed, people stop watching.
Yeah, yeah.
And I've warned you that.
And they're kind of under the...
But I'm not telling you that
last time. I'm kind of under the premise that, I've been in this community, Steve, for a lot of years. Bruce and I go back quite a few years, and he's been a thorn in my side, and he's also been a pat on the back on occasion. So I don't have anything good or bad to say about Bruce. The point that I'm going to make is that sometimes, when you're running a hangout or you're running a channel, sometimes censorship is okay. I've been to many funerals here in the Dominican, and a lot of Dominicans will come in and they've had, through the depression of the death, will come in drunk or hungover or angry, and because funerals here, if you die on a Monday, you're buried on a Tuesday. It's that quick. So there's not a whole lot of time for healing, and they come in, very loud and obnoxious, and then that has to be censored. They have to be removed from the funeral in order for the other people to be able to be at peace. So what I'm saying is that sometimes at these hangouts, it can get really angry and really hurtful and obnoxious. And so for that reason, I would agree that people have to be removed.
Well, you don't remove them for being obnoxious. You remove them for inserting some sort of reason into your life.
Right.
And by the way, if you're in charge of rehabbing people, God help those people.
Well, hold a second. When you say putting reason into our lives, are you suggesting that flat earthers are born flat earthers and never believed in the ball rocket?
No, I'm saying that you and your audience are delusional.
Well, that's true. Yeah, I agree with
that.
that.
Okay. Do you have and that's no. Wait, he's made an assertion. Is there any evidence for this? Because I run a very profitable business. I have a wonderful family over here in the Dominican. I'm involved in 4 ministries. What part of my wait a second.
I'm not talking about your business.
What part of my life am I delusional? Explain to me, seeing as you know.
I'm not talking about your business.
Seeing as you assert to know my mental state, where in my life am I delusional, please?
You're a fundamentalist, aren't you?
And that makes me delusional.
Yeah.
Okay, you're a fundamentalist when it comes to science. Are you delusional?
No, because I have evidence.
But you're a science.
I have evidence and reason to back it up.
You're a fundamental science believer. Are you delusional?
I'm not a fundamentalist science believer, but I have evidence and reason to back up. I have evidence and reason to back up my assertions.
Obviously obsessed. You are obsessed with flat Earth more than I am.
No, not really.
Look at your avatar.
People want.
Yeah, this is part of the evidence that you reject.
And you're triggered. You're very triggered by it.
Oh, kiss my ass.
Yeah, hang on, Ad Blocker. Rand, but here's the thing. Ad Blocker makes a wonderful point, though. It's not just people doing that you need to eject. We get that, but people in the live feed, when they give evidence, they get removed. And that's not how you have a conversation. If people want to come to my live chat and give us evidence for a flat Earth, I'll be the first person cheering them on. I certainly won't remove them if they're trying to give evidence. Right?
Yeah, but here's the
but they
issue.
Don't do
it's
that.
Not evidence we haven't seen. It's not evidence that we or an asserted evidence that we haven't seen or dealt with before. What we're looking for is somebody, one of you, maybe you'll do it. Maybe you'll get the Nobel Prize and end up becoming an astronaut. If you can show us how the spinning wet ball rocket is actually real, large bodies of water.
You've already rejected all of the evidence.
Large bodies of water. I'm almost done. I'm sorry if the middle of my sentence.
You've already rejected all of the evidence.
Show me where large bodies of water wrap around a spinning ball.
So, Rand, let me get this straight. You think somebody's going to win the Nobel Prize for demonstrating what everybody already knows?
Yeah.
That's great.
Well,
That's
if you can get every single
hey, Ad Block, we all are Nobel Prize winners at this point.
If you can heal, listen, Steve, if you can heal every single delusional flat earther by one example. If you can heal it, if you can heal this out of control mental illness, I would guess you'd get a Nobel Prize. Yeah.
See, I think Rand.
I have a question for Rand.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
have a question for Rand. If it's true and the world is flat, how come you haven't fallen off the face of the earth?
Well, that's a bad argument, Wolf. If the Earth was flat,
have you done?
Yeah, let me take this one. Let me take
have
this
you
one.
done any research?
Wolf, that's a bad argument.
You really think that's what flat earthers believe?
well,
that
hang on,
there's.
hang on.
Listen, do you know what the ice wall is?
No, it doesn't matter.
Go
the
do
ice
some
wall.
research on the Antarctic ice wall,
even if
and then come back and ask me why I haven't fallen off.
Even if there was not, even if there was, Wolf, hang on, Wolf.
Do some research. This
Wolf,
is why I don't talk to people that don't
Wolf,
do research.
nobody can hear you because you're on your Android. Wolf, even with a flat Earth that has no ice wall, you wouldn't fall off the edge of the Earth because gravity would still maintain you on that edge. You can't just walk off the Earth because the Earth is so big. Yeah, it's so much gravity.
Exactly. Well, see, I was expecting Rand to understand that, but he missed that science lesson in high school. I'm kind of disappointed.
Yeah, I figured you knew that.
Steve,
The force of a solid body like the Earth spinning the way it is, I don't think it'd be structurally enough to withstand the rotation. I think it would actually fall apart.
I don't know, Steve. This guy's clearly over the edge.
Steve, there's no gravity. There's no gravity on a flat Earth. All right, there's no gravity.
No, they have density or some shit like that, Bob.
All you were trying to do, Rand, is just say that you don't want to debate. You don't do this. It's not about. It's kind of funny, but you preach all this crap, and then when somebody refutes it,
Bruce, you're triggered. You're triggered, brother.
And you'll sit and
I don't want to trigger you, sir. I don't want. Listen, Bruce. Listen, you're a nice man. You got a great wife. You got great kids. Don't be triggered over flat Earth.
Yeah.
If flat Earth is a pepper spray to you, turn your head. Because flat Earth is the pepper spray of truth. I've never seen any issue rip through the heart of humanity like flat Earth. You guys are so triggered. It's
great. Let me explain why it bugs me. Can I tell you?
Flat Earthers.
Tell you what bugs me.
Guys,
we're talking about this.
Bruce, exactly. Thank you, Pew. Bruce, stop with the flat Earth stuff. I do want to get the conversation away from flat Earth into the actual conversation. Again,
why would he?
I don't flat. Bruce, we know. All of us in here are pretty well convinced. All of us are in here pretty well convinced that Rand is playing a character, right? We are convinced of this for all practical purposes. He can deny it all he wants. It doesn't matter to us. This is what we believe. So to go on, it's a waste of time to argue flat Earth with somebody who I believe doesn't believe in flat Earth. It does nobody any good because it's non-productive. I'd rather have an argument with somebody who I actually think is actually a flat earther rather than somebody who's just copying Arcane's logos style of, you're being.
By the way, I didn't bring up flat Earth. I called him a delusional idiot.
And by the way, I love your example. By the way, Adam.
Yeah. Well, this one has actually brought a lot of people back from the flat Earth.
Because the
flat Earth hasn't, because it's wrong.
Oh, nice argument there.
Now, you know what? I will take him up on this one. Now I'm curious.
I was triggered.
Yeah, I'm triggered. I'll be fully admit. Not that I'm triggered. I'm curious. It's more of a curiosity trigger. How is that wrong? I want to hear the explanation because I know it's gonna be some fucked up shit.
Okay, I want the person that is. What's your name? Ad blocker.
You know who Ad blocker is.
I think you should change the name to Rand Stalker. But okay, Show me in that. What is between?
How about you answer the question?
No, I was asked
to explain
something.
Why don't you tell us?
I was asked to explain something.
How about you tell us about your evidence for Jesus?
Well, why is this?
I knew that's what it was.
Have you ever seen Jesus?
I knew that's what it was really about.
That's
what it's really about.
Ad blocker,
you just destroyed your credibility.
That's what it's really about.
Come on, Ad blocker, don't do that.
That's what it's really about.
You just destroyed your credibility, though.
That's where the trigger comes from.
Stop! Don't.
Because flat Earth removes evolution, Big Bang Theory.
You played right into his hands.
Wait,
there it is.
I was just about to get him. I
can't understand anything.
Okay, listen. I wanted him to answer this question, but Adblocker, you just played right into his hands, and you got him to change this discussion. So let's not do that. So Rand, please tell us, why is that photo erroneous?
No, I want to hear Adblocker explain how this is possible.
Don't. You said it doesn't matter. You said it's wrong. You're making the claim.
No, that was me, Steve. Not flat out elected. Sorry. I know I'm really good at this. But...
Okay.
First of all, Adblocker.
Hey, Adblocker, why don't you explain this right here?
Did he not say that this photograph has not brought people away from flat Earth and that it's wrong? He said it was wrong. Is it not? Did he not say that?
Okay, am I going to be the only one am I going to be the one that gets blocked all the time, or is other people going to be blocked as well?
Well, I am the ad blocker. So
I haven't blocked you.
Well, okay, at any rate. Okay, so you asked me the question?
Yeah, well, is this photograph wrong?
Okay, are you from Toronto ad blocker?
No difference.
Answer the question, Jabroni.
Yeah, no.
No, I'm just asking because you would
know
know something about this picture.
You can't
you
answer
would
a
know
question with a
something
question.
about this.
You cannot answer a question with a question. Please
Toronto.
answer the question with an answer, not a question. What's wrong with this picture?
I want to know if he's from Toronto
That's a
because
question.
he would know
Please answer it with an
what
answer.
I'm about to tell you.
It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. Answer it with an answer, not a question.
Is he from Toronto?
Irrelevant. All right, so
not irrelevant.
All right, so he can't answer the question. This is what I'm saying. This is what I want to demonstrate.
Let me explain something to you. In between,
this is wrong because it's not from Toronto.
In between the camera, in between the camera and the Toronto skyline, there is something very big and
it's called water and the earth. It's called the earth, dude.
That is absent in this picture.
What's between here and there besides the earth and water?
No. Whatever the photograph is being taken from and Toronto skyline, there is something missing in between the photograph. This is a photoshopped photograph. I want you to figure out what's in between.
Well, what's missing then?
I want you to figure out what's in between Toronto
could somebody
and
go to
the
Google,
camera.
Can somebody go to Google Earth?
All right,
see what's
I'm on
missing?
it.
It's air.
Air. We don't see.
Where was the camera? Where's the camera at?
No, there's a place called Center Island. There is a place called Center Island. Center Island is a huge island in between where the camera's taking the picture and the skyline of Toronto. Why is Center Island not there?
Where was the camera at? Where is the camera at? How do you know where the camera was at? And where is the camera?
Center Island. Show me Center Island.
No. First, you have to show us where the camera was to prove that Center Island is.
It's not my picture. I'm not the one asserting it. I'm
You're the one. Hang on.
The guy with the picture.
No.
The burden of proof is on the guy with the picture, not me.
You're the one claiming that there's an island.
Keep your eyes on the road and mind your business.
You're the one claiming that
your
there's an
lane.
island between that and the camera. Tell us where the camera is. You're the one claiming there's an island.
Where is Center Island? Show me Center Island.
Why don't we just look it
It's
up?
off frame.
It's off
frame.
It's off frame.
You don't know where the camera
Center
is.
Island is right in front of the Toronto skyline.
Obviously,
Center Island is right in front of the Toronto skyline. Show me Center Island.
It's not in frame.
Center Island's not in the camera frame. You idiot.
The Center Island 100 times in my life. Show me. I grew up in Toronto. That's my city.
Great. Where is the camera at? Where is the camera at?
Ask the guy that's got the picture. It's his assertion.
It's off frame.
Yes, it's
not
off frame. The camera.
that hard of an
The camera is.
Where is Center
I
Island?
told you.
Where is
shut
Center
up.
Island?
I just told you.
Your picture's garbage, bro.
Oh, you're
picture's
garbage.
So
your entire
garbage.
ad blocker thing
You're garbage.
Garbage, bro. There's no
you look
island.
like a walrus.
Show me Center Island and we can talk.
It's off frame. You look like a walrus.
For fuck's sake,
Center
here.
Island
Jesus
is not
Christ.
between the camera and the tower.
Screen share
Center
that.
Island is
Show
not
me
between
it. Show me it in the
camera and
picture.
tower.
Otherwise, your picture is debunked. Your
hold up.
picture is
Show it.
debunked.
Pew, did you find a post?
This room is a clusterfuck. I'm just gonna pop
I did, but I'm trying to figure out the perspective here. I can try to screen share. Just give me a second.
Yeah, would you please?
Well done. Well said.
It's been a while since I used this interface, so
This room was a clusterfuck. I'm just gonna go ahead and point that out.
So there's the CN tower, and then there's Center Island.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out where the photo was taken.
That's the map I'm looking at right this second on my laptop.
Wow, that was fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, I linked to it in the.
Yeah, no, I've already
Yeah,
found
if
it
you guys
before you
wanna
linked
take a
to it.
look.
I'm already looking it up myself.
Right, and I'm trying to.
Good luck.
I'm
Good
also-
luck. You're not. Listen, your picture's debunked. Next discussion.
No, I've actually got satellite imagery here.
You know what might actually.
How is the picture debunked? You haven't told us where the camera's at.
Where
yet.
is Center Island?
You know what? It might actually be the
Out
case.
of frame of the camera, man.
Where is Center Island?
It actually might be behind the Earth, depending on how far away it was taken from. No, think about it. Like, I don't know how. I'm not looking at the GIF right now, but if it was taken from here, right? Wouldn't the curvature of the Earth hide it?
Well, I think it's going to be bigger than that. But
Or am I just off base?
Yeah, that's it. There's no look at the picture has been debunked many times.
There's a lot of different places
where
you can take this picture. There's a lot of different places where you can take this picture with
Can I ask
where that island would not be.
Curvature of the Earth would not hide all of Center Island. It is a massive.
It doesn't need to. It could be off frame. This is a very small.
No, but what's the elevation of that island, though?
That picture is a joke.
Rand, I'm trying to help us figure this out here, man. How
it looks like? Hang on. Okay, according to reference points, as I can see, the island itself would be off to the left of this picture right now.
Yep.
Because if you look at your reference points with the buildings right below the tower, because it keeps flashing on and off, but the buildings, using those as reference points to another picture that I'm looking at, Center Island is taken off to the left of that, so it's off to the left of that position. It's out of frame to the left.
You don't understand, Steve. This is debunked.
I think what he's saying is, since the digital representation can't show us where it's at, it doesn't exist. That's a lot of faith in technology, don't you think?
That's not what I said. I said
sounds like it from our end, though.
You need to clean your ears out or get out of the hangout. Been there 100 times. I grew up in Toronto, Canada. And that's why I asked him if he was from there, because he would know Center Island is in between the two.
But it also might be lower than the there might be nothing high on Center Island. It's 603 feet below sea level.
Yes,
right?
There's lots of things that are high on Center Island. There's a lighthouse. There is a lighthouse.
Hold on. If you've been there, why isn't it on the map?
Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see a.
There it is, right there.
House here. Let's see.
Look.
There's Center Island. There's Toronto Islands.
Man, it's not on the map. I don't know if you've been there or not.
I've been there 100 times. I told you. You need to clean out your ears, brother, or stop drinking.
Some relevance. If
it's irrelevant. It wasn't irrelevant 10 minutes ago.
I'm not
10 minutes ago, you were arguing about it. Now it's irrelevant.
There's a lighthouse on Center Island? He said there's a lighthouse.
Yeah, I'm not
There's a lighthouse
one. I'm really not seeing one. Maybe it's just a problem with their 3D modeling. Let me look from the top down.
I don't.
It should be. There's a beach area. There's 2 beach areas there as well.
Well, I'm seeing one, and there's the other.
Yeah.
Well, there's Hanlon's Point Beach. I'm not seeing one along there.
There is one. It's Gibraltar's Point Lighthouse, but that's on the Artscape Gibraltar Point. That's the lighthouse.
Oh well, that would probably be
that's to the left. That's to the west of Center Island. So there is.
Yeah, I don't think you'd.
Okay.
Island, man. I can't.
I don't think it'd be in the way. I don't think you'd see it from that shot.
Yeah.
I don't think you'd see it from that shot either.
Yeah,
you got the bunk, brother. Hey, bro, you got the bunk. Change your avatar. Let's move on to the next one.
I don't think you actually went to an island, man.
We're talking about
ad blocker. Does that
anybody that grew up in Toronto's been to Center Island?
We know here what's going on. Well, obviously, you got the ball lurking here, trying to pull the wool over people's eyes.
Before we got you, Rand, we had Drag.
Christians. And none of you can actually show that.
Anybody on the internet got more fans than I got. Look,
I can't tell
this is why I
can't tell them apart.
I don't want to be your guy's fan. I don't want to be your guy's fan.
I don't know who this guy is. Thinking that he's me. But I know
I don't want you guys really
like me.
Okay, so an anti-Christian just came into the room.
This is not
an anti-Christian came into the room, so I gotta go. You guys have a nice
day. You can't sit here and say bad things about Christians.
You scared of me, Ram. You saw me here and you ran, you little bitch.
Wait, would you call that being triggered?
You fucking bitch!
Did you trigger him?
Yeah, big bitch!
That's
you
what you
can't
call
take me,
triggering.
bitch!
That's what a trigger is.
Kenya bitch!
Yeah, that's what a trigger is. I hope he gets hit by a
what just happened?
I can kick your ass.
None of you.
I can kick your ass.
You understand?
You got your ass kicked by a girl, Rand.
Well,
You
here's
got
the
your
thing,
ass
Shani.
kicked by a girl. How about
Shani,
that,
Shani, calm down. Here's what happened. Shani, you are too much of a woman for me,
Think
Shani.
about
I
this,
cannot.
Rand Campbell, getting your
I
ass
can't be in the
kicked by a
same room as
girl.
Shani. Shani, you're too intimidating.
We still can't find the island.
Come on. Get your ass kicked by a girl.
You did trigger him.
Honestly, I think it's karma from all the bitches he beat in life.
You triggered him.
I was really trying to bring this in, but why is he afraid to talk about the sun in the sky and looking across the flat Earth and seeing it? Why he just won't talk?
Yeah, but where's the island?
Yeah, we're still working on this.
Well,
all right, I'm going. I did my job. I love you guys.
Thank you. Yeah, you're awesome.
Thank you, Shani.
Yeah, well done, sweetheart.
You're welcome.
But
I bow down to show how cowardice Ron is.
But I was trying to have a conversation. Well, that's okay, though. It lasted long enough. Rand did keep his promise. He did come in here. I'll give him props for that. He said he was going to. I got the information I wanted, though. The information was that he's tired of flat Earth. It's simple as that. He's tired of it. He's moved on to. I told you before. He's a con man. He doesn't buy into this stuff. He's just a character, and he's moving on to other things. I mean, I told you nobody can do this forever, right?
Steve, if this guy really is fucking rocking and rolling, he's doing a real job.
That's why he's that's
No, he's not.
He's one of the best pros.
No,
out
Rand
there.
is so. No, he's not. He's so full of shit. I can see right through him,
Shanny,
and that's why he runs every time I come near him.
Okay. Wait,
Shanny, do you
Shanny, I gotta.
Wait, can I ask Shanny a question first? Do you think you actually think he's a flat earther, or you don't?
No, I don't think he's anything. I think he's a con man.
Okay.
He wants money. He realized YouTube was giving out big money to people. Flat Earth started gaining some money.
Yeah, I agree
So
with
he
you.
started in with a flat Earth shit.
And now there's no money in it because
YouTube's
right.
not making money anymore.
Right. I thank you.
No one's making money
Shanny
off
finally
YouTube.
somebody fucking got the nail hit on the head, and that's exactly it. The Wellspring.
Well, he tried because he tried the Illuminati shit. Illuminati.
Illuminati.
Well,
shit with the
Rand
singers,
actually
yeah.
has been
Illuminati.
Illuminati.
Yeah, but,
Don't know who they are, but
Rand
they sound
actually,
bad.
honestly,
where's
Rand,
that money going? Where would
Rand
that money
is
be
seriously.
going?
Can I ask you something honestly? Do you think that,
So-
that Rand does believe in God?
No, I don't. I think he's a liar.
Okay.
Flat Earth is a creationist cult, so it would logically follow that he believes in Jesus.
He's a money troll, man.
I had answered yes to hog tie, but I've also made the caveat that I'm highly, highly skeptical of it. If it came out tomorrow that he is a big time atheist, I would not be shocked by any stretch of imagination.
I don't know. That'd be pretty sneaky.
But I don't like.
But,
I don't like saying. But I don't like people saying.
But-
I don't like saying people are not Christian when they claim to be, because then it gets into problems. I take people at their word on that. But do I think he's
Steve,
do I think
Steve.
he's a con man?
When he
Yes.
was Steve.
Well, here's a big deal. I'm going to
Hang
bring
on. No, when he was.
something to think
Hang on a
about.
second, though. Hang on. When Rand was trying to get with Hillary Pugh, he
Exactly.
wrote it down
I
and
know.
told her he was
Yes,
an
he did.
atheist.
I know, and I believe it.
Right.
And I believe that to be true. In some ways.
Exactly.
I think
Yeah.
In
Oh, he's
private
not
to
an
her.
atheist.
They were private conversations. And he did the same thing with Alex Button.
It's not an atheist.
He is
Right.
he is not who he says he is. He is a liar.
I
And I'm
think so
telling you,
too,
if you
but-
look back his videos like about 2-3 years ago, he was actually in Canada with a woman that looked exactly like his wife now. He said it was his daughter, and there was a bunch of he said they were his grandchildren. I don't think so. This was during the time he left his
I don't
wife.
think he's even in the Dominican Republic. I think he's still up in Canada.
Oh, I don't know what the hell's going on with him. I think he's a liar. He's a charlatan. He fooled me several times and backstabbed me several times.
You don't know I'm a gangster. I don't know if you realize that.
But
I don't know how you
but
could.
here's the-
I don't
you
know how
can-
anybody could say that this guy is an atheist. Though he's
you
on
can-
his channel preaching the Bible like 24/7.
Because it's a long con.
Well, as a part of the act, maybe.
Yeah, it's a con.
It's an act.
He has said he enjoys
Because a
fucking
lot of the
religious
things
people.
he's
before.
wait.
Sorry.
Wait.
He's a
A
liar,
lot of the
therefore he's an
things
atheist.
he says on his channel about Jesus are comments I've made to others. Verbatim.
Well,
And I've been saying this for about years now since I've known Rand.
So wait,
That I've
you're
been
telling me-
noticing him reciting what I've been saying.
So I have to see, but here's the thing: I have to.
Like there was there's this one video where he twisted a whole comment section and like said it all on video, the things that I said in this comic section.
Right.
I wish I had this comic section
And
so I could
But
like
Shanny,
go it
do
on line by line.
Shanny, do you not notice though? Every
Ron?
time, and this is ubiquitous. Anytime I've ever engaged with Rand, whenever I tell everybody Rand is a Poe, Rand is a complete making this shit up, he's always quiet. He has never once said I'm not a Poe to me. Never once. He's
Here's
never
the reason
denied
I
it.
think that
Whenever
you-
I've talked about it, he just becomes really quiet because it adds to his whole thing. It's like we've had conversations. He hasn't outright come out and said it, so I'm not gonna put words in his mouth. But superficially, basically, is that, well, why would I have to tell them that I'm not a flat earther or not religious or whatever? Because they believe it, right? Why? What point? What would it do to, when I say pull the trigger? And I keep asking, why? When are you going to pull the trigger? He'd be like, well, why would I need to? If that was true, why would I need to pull the trigger on it? I'm getting enjoyment out of it, kind of thing. And then he knows that he knows that some of these people actually believe it. And what's worse is when I or you, Shanny, that say, oh, look it, he doesn't believe in flat Earth. He's a complete con man. I do like talking to the guy, but he doesn't believe in any of this bullshit. And then I have somebody else like Pillbox or Kane, probably more like, saying, oh, well, he really does believe this. That gets his ego way the fuck up there because, like, hey, look, they're believing me and I'm lying my ass off and they're not believing Steve who's telling the truth. That is something that makes him, that feeds into his narcissism. Don't you agree?
I don't really care if he actually believes in flat Earth. If he doesn't believe in it, he's still pushing the narrative forward.
Sure.
And to push that narrative forward is a creationist anti-science narrative.
Yes.
So to say that this guy is probably an atheist is just ridiculous.
No, I don't think that because
very obviously, he's very obviously a Jesus-fearing.
No, he's not.
No, he's not. I don't think he acts like a Christian, to be honest, at times. And the reason I think that is that speaking, a Christian wouldn't mock somebody. And I know I'm crying on my own deals I'm dealing with, but
you're agoraphobia, yeah.
Well, that's my point. He did that again today.
Yeah.
You haven't even been outside, and I'm thinking, well, I struggle with this every fucking day, you cocksucker. You know, it's like, and that's when I said, well, I'd like to see you come tell me that to my face, fuckhead. I'm not trying to be ignorant. I'm just saying something that somebody struggles with their whole life. You don't fuck with them like that. And how can he claim to be a Christian and do that?
Well, here's the thing, Bruce. Bruce, again,
something's wrong here.
Listen, both Rand and Arcane and Pillbox have one thing in common, and that is they want to see what buttons they can push with you. Why do you think Rand and I do kind of get along? He can't push my buttons.
Well, right.
He knows he can't.
That's not,
he knows he can't.
Dude, it's three people. It's three idiots. Why do they affect so many people?
Right.
Because they
know.
This is what
actually was trying to serve
do.
the word would push. That's just my opinion. That is one area I would have to agree with you on, where I go, wow, that's pretty weird behavior.
It's only to get a response from you, dude. Only.
Sure.
Yeah.
Did that. A good job. You know?
Yeah, no. And I learned not to play into that.
They're drumming up controversy they're drumming up controversy in order to put it in front of school boards and Senate meetings in places like Texas, and you can see this happening on Aaron Roth's channel. But they use the flat Earth to put anti-science and creationism back into classrooms.
I think it's very possible that Rand Cam, and again, personal opinion, but a possibility that not only is he a narcissist, he might be borderline sociopathic. He doesn't give a shit if this affects anybody. He's entertained by this.
Okay.
He has said he's entertained by this. Why do you think he has lost entertainment value for young Earth? Or excuse me, flat Earth. That's why he's did this little video. I think he's lost interest in it because it's moved on to other things.
He is.
Yeah, and can I just say something real quick? The ad blocker. Dude, Brett Keane calls himself like a Christian too. He calls himself like a theist to get money.
Yeah, that's true.
It's not like it's a foreign concept. Like these people, they get bored and shit. They adopt personas, for attention, if not some kind of monetary gain or some shit.
Yeah, I just don't like saying somebody's not a Christian. That gets to be a problem, right? I don't like playing this no true Christian game. I have my doubts. Yes, severely, like 90, 95, 99% that he probably is more atheist than he lets on. Yes, but.
It's not that it's an unfounded assertion. It's that the fact that he has said, like I said, I've heard the recording of him and Hillary Pugh. He says that he's doing this to fuck with people, and he's not a Christian. So
yeah, well, so you're going to believe him on one thing he said, but you're not going to believe him on other things he said.
Because he's more.
Well, yeah, because it was said in confidence.
Choosy,
No, because it was said in confidence. So if I have a conversation with my wife, I'm going to be more candid than I would with Steve, obviously.
And he was a professional con man. That is a fact. Wait, Block. He was a professional.
If he was an atheist. If he was an atheist.
Listen to me.
I heard what you said.
Did we address it? If he's been a professional con man before, you think people just stop that behavior? There's reasons to believe that he's conning people now if he's done so in the past. As precedent.
Well, that's nothing really new when it comes to people of quote unquote faith to play some sort of a character in order to get some sort of monetary gain.
Think of
But
it this way.
you
Would
know,
you
if he is an atheist, why is he pushing a creationist cult?
To fuck with people.
Sort of.
to fuck with
He
people?
wants the controversy.
He fucks with people.
Look at
Half of those people are trolls.
Yeah, ad blocker. Ad blocker. Listen,
Christians are the most gullible. Hillary Pugh has told me this. He thinks the Christians are the most gullible of the people. So
and he's
he
demonstrating
uses
that they're
them
right.
To fuck with them because it gives him pleasure. The man is a complete and utter sociopath.
I've heard that as well.
Some people
liar.
Some people
And
just
we've
want to watch
caught
the
him
world
lying
burn.
several times.
But ad blocker. Ad blocker.
go ahead.
We're 64 people watching this. He's accomplished what he set out to accomplish. He's listening. He knows we're talking about him, and and again, I gotta give Rand props. He's maintained this character for a very long time.
No, fuck that, brother. No, you get the credit, man. Your stream, you get the 64 fucking views.
Well, no,
Excuse me.
but you're missing the point. You're missing the point. This is 64 people that are engaged in this conversation, that are listening because Rand and his ilk have done something to affect a community. And this is what he said in my hangout. Did you not read between the lines? His whole goal.
No, but people tune in to hear like these sort of controversies and drama and whatnot. Like it's actually pretty popular on YouTube.
His whole goal was to bring back, something back to the great debate community, like Flat Earth. He said, "Look, it's re-energized the great debate discussions." He even said that, and I agree with him. I mean, again, I think Sandy is dead on right on this. I just can't say he's not a Christian. Only the fact that it will come back to bite me later on because people say, "Oh, look, Steve's telling people who are not Christians." So I have to say, yes, he's if he says he's Christian, he's Christian. But do I think he's practicing Christian? No. Do I think he in any way exemplifies what a Christian would be? No. Do I think does he believe in God? No. I don't. But he calls himself a Christian. He's a Christian.
That's a bold statement, man.
Well, I don't know. If it quacks like a duck, then it's a duck. Walks like a duck, quacks like a duck is a duck.
But he's a Poe. But when people, any Poe, this is what a good Poe does. He is the epitome of a long gone Poe. Would you? I mean, this is what they do. As Sokka said, watch the world burn.
That is correct. That is correct. He's doing very well.
Yes.
He's preying on your community. He's getting views from this community.
Yes.
He's doing very well, I'd say.
But I tell you what, you talk to Rand one-on-one without Flat Earth and nobody else around, or just in a limited thing. Right. He's actually pretty cool to talk to. He's not dumb. Rand is not stupid. Don't think for a second Rand is stupid. He is not stupid. He knows exactly what he's doing.
Wait a second.
He knows.
Hey, sorry, Steve. Can I intro for a second?
Yeah.
Oh, you found the island?
Flat out.
Yeah.
Is that Bruce?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh fuck! Hey, what's up, buddy?
Where the hell have you been the last 2 hours? Holy shit!
I've been out.
Much love.
In a more pleasant place than this.
I'm the long.
Okay, so somebody actually did this. Now, thank you, Pew, who I asked. He actually used Google Earth. By the way, great program. Go use it. If you get a little error message that says WebGL not found, let me know. I know how to fix that now because I have the same problem. But anyway, so
yeah,
what are we looking at here?
So so what we're looking at now is I saw from Adblocker's picture that the photo was taken from Olcott, and Olcott's right here, and that's about, what was that, like 35, 40 miles away from the CN Tower. Now these are the islands that Rand was talking about.
Oh, they do exist.
Oh yeah,
the islands definitely exist. There's Toronto Island Park and everything, but it's right against the coast practically. From that distance and at that low of an elevation, and I haven't done the math on it yet, but you think the curvature of the Earth would hide something that small that far away?
No, the other's flat, man.
Oh, okay.
Do we actually know that Toronto exists? I mean, if we are being skeptical, we could be skeptical about that.
I was trying to be serious for half a second.
I lived there for 4 years. I just recently moved back out here. I can tell you that they do exist.
Well, your show, though,
the one on the left actually.
Your show.
The one on the left side there actually has the Toronto City Airport on it. Yep. It's a small airport. It's not the big Pearson, but it's the little one. And if you go along to the south side of it, that's actually a nude beach.
Hey, don't zoom in close. Yeah, don't zoom in too close. Yeah, don't zoom in too close.
Been to Toronto, and I can tell you it doesn't exist.
Well,
all right, so
I wanted to agree with somebody on that.
So in the
Let's go to
really
your
sad
retirement
thing I wanted to mention.
drink your pina coladas and get blowjobs from.
All right, guys. I gotta wrap this up. I gotta be out of here in 15
Whatever.
minutes. I gotta
enjoy your life.
I gotta wrap this up soon.
Just go retirement. And
sorry, I gotta wrap this up soon, guys,
That's
because
it.
I've got to go shopping here for some stuff. But anyways,
I wanted to mention something real quick when I can.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and mention it.
Go ahead.
Well,
I just wanted to say that I felt kind of bad saying this, but looking at sometimes I see a soft side of Rand, and I have talked to him one-on-one, and he is likable at times. But when I see stuff like that, and like I guess it was you that mentioned that he or somebody had mentioned about him being like a sociopath, and I really hate to think of that as someone, but.
Well, I mean, borderline. I mean, I don't think he really
would do that.
I don't think he really cares what the ramifications are for his. As long as he's being entertained, and I think Sandy is right that he does think that Christians, maybe not all, but a lot of Christians are fundamentally stupid. And by him convincing them that the Earth is flat, he is just demonstrating that point, and it makes him feel really good about it. I would be willing to actually put money that this is actually the situation. If I had any.
He doesn't mean freak, is my point, that he doesn't seem to feel bad when he really nails somebody, and I have noticed that.
Right.
Because when you look back at his like punching chairs, pretending they were atheists, and he's kicking them and pounding them, and then he changes, it comes back, and now he's being attacked for flat Earth and actually for Christianity and all. I'm thinking, wait a minute, dude, you're just being you're acting like an idiot with the flat Earth. Anyhow, then the sociopath thing, I thought, nah, it can't be. I'm going like, wow, maybe, Well,
borderline, because I mean, of course, his actions have consequences. But I think if he's listening still, which he probably is, because he is a narcissist. I think he even knows that. That he's probably sitting back going, "Fuck, Steve is the only one, and Shandy are the only two people in there that are really nailing it on the head, and everybody else is not getting it." And people in his own group over in Flat Out Elected, he thinks that these people are just complete morons for buying into this shit. I think that's the scenario. I could be wrong. Again, belief claim, not a knowledge claim, but I think that it's a pretty good likelihood, and I think that at least Shandy agrees with me here. Or Shandy agrees with me, don't you? Anybody? Nobody agrees?
Oh yeah.
With me? Okay.
Oh
so,
yeah.
So Shandy agrees with me. So one person.
I think Rand is a sociopath. I in all honesty, I grew up with sociopaths, so I tend to know exactly who these people are, because they do these like little mean things just to test to see if you will see if they do the mean thing. And I've noticed.
And they have quirks and patterns, like, for example, asking questions with questions, turning the conversation to something else. They all seem to have this same pattern when you get into conversation with them, right? Look what he did. I wanted him to answer a question, but he did the same thing to Adblocker that anybody in that situation would do that doesn't buy into their bullshit. They don't directly answer the question. They answer the question with a question. They try to say, well, where are you from? They try to change it to something else, right? Because his answer was just demonstrably false. Thank you, Pew. And I figured it was something along those lines. But you could go to Google Earth, like I said, and go, oh yeah, of course, you're not going to see it from that perspective, which everybody was saying, what we were saying to begin with. And it is off to the side there, but it's just at a lower elevation. You're not going to be able to see it.
Mm-hmm. Like Rand lied about the prison system in the Dominican Republic. If you actually Google it, you can see what it is. The government does feed these people. They just don't feed them very well. What he said is he did not feed, the Dominican Republic didn't feed these prisoners, and these prisoners were begging for food from people. What actually goes on is the richer families bring food to the richer prisoners, because the families take care of the prisoners in the Dominican Republic. If you are poor and you don't really have a family, you're going to eat the prison food, which is not very good.
I think you're saying if you're poor, you're going to eat the prisoners.
And
okay, but here's the thing.
Yeah.
Even if I think it comes across he was bragging about it because he kept talking about it and hangout after hangout. However, regardless of that, you have to admit that if he is actually trying to help people and do this, it is better than most of what we've seen in his behavior. So I removed my comment after he gave me shit like he just did. But anyhow, I did try to say, hey, good job, you know.
I would agree, but again, I don't trust anything that Rand says.
Yeah, if he is doing that, God help those people.
Yeah, I don't believe anything Rand says. I don't think he's ever been to a prison. I think he's been to prison, but I don't think he's ever gone to Dominican.
Well, he said he's been to the Dominican Republic and saved 56 people.
Yeah.
He hasn't even saved two people on the internet.
Yeah, in his dreams.
Yeah, I don't, again.
Okay, but let's just say.
I don't trust Rand when it comes to any of his stories. And again, I think Rand is a brilliant con man. I think this is why he got arrested for conning people, why he served time in jail for it. I don't know the exact story. What did he go to jail for? Do you remember, Shani? He was incarcerated for a long time. But whatever it was.
He's been incarcerated for stealing, for prostitution, pimping prostitutes.
I stole a once.
Yeah, so I mean,
domestic assaults.
Yeah, it's not like he has a spotless
just
character.
A barrage of things.
Yeah, it's not. I'm not trying to make it personal, but
well, when I hear it, I'm like, God. When I hear it, it's almost like the same story, and I hate to say this, it's almost like the same story of Charles Manson.
Wow.
Yeah, but I find that there's a lot of these guys in the flat Earth. Like, I mean, they're pretty crazy on YouTube, right?
Yeah.
So imagine just how crazy they are in their real lives.
Right.
And that's a very scary thought.
Well, like I said, I still think he's probably up in Canada.
Evidence to present that correlation because they can be very docile and very.
Oh, I can give you evidence if you want.
As we all are.
I can give you evidence if you want.
Oh, I think Rand is docile, but I think if you pissed him off, I think he would kick your ass. I would never call Rand Campbell a pussy. Hell no.
Well, no, he's you see,
he's a pussy.
Well, I'm trying to remember where it was, but Rand has threatened me before.
Yeah, I don't think he's a. I don't think he's the guy to step
imagine
down.
that thing. Imagine that thing knocking on your door.
Like,
holy
the United
shit.
States.
I think he could kick.
Oh no, I told him. I told him where I live.
Little pigs.
Even at 57, I think he could whoop some youngster's ass. I do.
He could try. I told him exactly where to meet me, and he ever since then never had a problem.
He looks like a bowling ball.
Yeah, it's like
anyway, I just want to say, Rand, I've got you.
Rand,
I know you're listening. I've got you figured out, my friend. Trust me, I got you figured out. You know I'm right. We've had conversations. You know I'm right. You won't admit it to people. You know it. And he's sitting there. He's sitting in a chair right now, laughing his ass off, going, "Fuck, man, he knows. I know he knows, and he knows that I know that he knows." I mean,
it's
whatever.
If it's a long con, I applaud him because
it's a long con.
But
I keep telling them, dude, if he ever busted this con, it would have a hell of a lot more impact than he realizes, and I think it would even be more controversial.
So you know, though, that he couldn't come to the States because, well, his claim was originally he couldn't come to the States because of legal issues, right?
Right.
And so he probably got tired of Canada, had trouble with his wife, whatever, all went on, and so him moving to the Dominican Republic is not unbelievable.
I didn't say that it was unbelievable. I just said I don't believe his story for multiple different reasons.
Well, but if the guy says he's doing good and he's trying to help people, whatever. I mean, I don't know. I figure why question, whatever. I mean, so he's doing good. That's great. Most people try to do good. What the heck?
Yeah, well, he's not doing that good work on the internet. That's all I
agree.
Most people who do good don't brag about what they do, by the way.
Yeah, did you guys, Shani, did you watch this?
Most people don't brag about them doing good.
Did you watch his 45-minute love fest
they
of
leave
himself?
They leave it to themselves.
I mean, his 45 minutes of him.
Yeah, and they're inmates.
He was self-aggrandizing himself for 45 minutes, and then he's like, oh, but you know what? The glory goes to God because I'm great. God has made me great. I'm great. Therefore, God's great. I mean, he didn't say it like that, but you can see that he actually has a very high self-esteem.
Well, you have problem with Pharisees or something, or what? I mean, come on.
Absolutely, I have problems with Pharisees.
Different hangout. I got to end this, guys. So let's wrap this up. I know a lot of people watching. This was a great hangout. I'm glad that he did drop by. He did give me his word. He kept his word. So he does have some integrity. He didn't break his promise to me, so I appreciate that. Thumbs up this video. You know, if eventually Flat Earthers are going to come by and vote it down. It happens. We all know.
Shout me out, Steve.
What? Oh, and Adblock, why don't you
Steve, I'd like
why don't you put your shout outs?
Oh shit!
We got
Yo, check
31
out my channel. It's Super Ad Blocker on YouTube.
Super Ad Blocker on YouTube.
Ooh, yeah.
What else we got to shout out?
I'm gonna check all you guys out. Yeah.
Shout out any other shout out? Peer review.
You gotta check out my channel. Check out Red's Rhetoric, my channel. Awesome channel, debunking flat Earth.
And a big shout out to MG.
Yeah, dude, I see you wowing over there.
I am not playing WoW.
See, but
Dude, the game's garbage.
See,
garbage.
Pillbox at least is a complete pro that is an idiot. That also is somebody who I just think is a horrible human being that I don't even want to talk to. Right? Pillbox is just an obnoxious twit. He can go fuck himself.
Are we off air now?
We are not. Last shout out. Anybody? I'm trying. Like I said, I'm trying to get Jen Peoples sometime next week or the week after. And this week Sunday, I think I'm gonna have.
Give a hug for me, man.
I think I'm gonna have this Sunday. Guest is gonna be Heretic Woman, and maybe Holy Kool-Aid again. And they're gonna talk about their experiences with the Canadian version of the Reason Rally called Imagine No Religion. So, anyways, with that, say your piece. We're off.